episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen. Achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global vegan and vegetarian kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, man, breathe, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, two,
A
one.
very, very warm global namaste to all our viewers from wherever in the globe you're connecting to us from hot, humid, sweltering Hong Kong. Good evening, and wherever you may be based, it may be morning, good morning, and in the UK, it's the afternoon, so good afternoon. A very, very warm welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 140th episode. Yes, you heard it right. 140 episodes, 140 Sundays of free online global edutainment. Now, as we do with all our sessions, we love to begin with a little bit of positivity. So let's begin our session with a prayer, an affirmation, anything that we hold close to our heart that sends out positivity to our planet to heal during this pandemic, for all conflict to be resolved, for all peace and harmony to pervade all over our globe. I will be saying the Gayatri Mantra 3 times. You may wish to say any prayer, any affirmation, any wish, anything you like within your heart. So let's begin by centering ourselves. Let us close our eyes. And let's take a deep, long breath in. And very slowly breathe out. Another deep, long, centering breath in. And let go. Holding any affirmation or prayer or good wish within your heart. As I mentioned earlier, I'll say 3 Gayatri mantras, and I'll also say 1 Loka Samasta. Let's begin. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all beings on our planet be happy, joyful, blissful, healthy, abundant, and free-spirited. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Very slowly and very gradually, let's take a deep, long breath in and breathe out. When you feel whole, centered, and complete, you may very slowly and very gradually, you may open your eyes. It's so wonderful to start every session with positivity. It's my belief and the belief of many others that when we start anything on a positive note, then that positivity ensues all the way through. How wonderful is that? And on that note, for those of you who have just hopped on, welcome to Healing Our Earth.
a very warm global namaste. Good evening from very hot, I know I say this again, and very humid Hong Kong, and good morning in other parts of the world, and good afternoon in the UK. Welcome all of you to Healing Our Earth, and we have such a special session in store for all of you today. It's our vegan vegetarian kitchen. Now we have someone very special. As you may know, I'm currently in Hong Kong. I actually reside in the UK, but I'm back in Hong Kong just for a little while over the summer. And I'm going to introduce you to a very special, dynamic author. Yes, author of several books, Shobha Nihalani. Shobha has been writing for over 25 years. And she's authored, like I said earlier, she's authored 10 books, 8 novels, and has 2 nonfiction titles. She took a slight detour on her path to become a life coach, and let's see how this happened. This change took place when she was commissioned to write a self-help book. How wonderful is that? She took up the challenge and she chose a topic that's very close to her heart. Her book will be releasing this summer, and it has a beautiful name, very powerful: Reboot, Reflect, and Revive. Self-esteem in a selfie world. I love that. Today, she will share tips on home cooking with us and tips on what inspired her to become a self-esteem coach and how she found her journey as an author. If you like to know more about Shobha Nihalani, you can log on to www.shobhanihalani.com. A very warm global namaste to you, Shobha. You're on mute.
Yeah, a very warm global namaste to everyone and to you, Seema. Thank you so much, and it was lovely to meet you. And congratulations to Healing Our Earth, 140th episode. Fabulous. It's a feat. It's a great achievement. And to all the people who have made this happen. So it's wonderful to be here again. I'm a part of this journey. I was here last year and with my daughter. So it's very exciting to be back on Healing Our Earth. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shobha, for your very kind words. You know, it is our 140th episode, and it takes a lot of commitment, you know,
Absolutely.
to bring something like this, 140 episodes forward every Sunday without a break in between. But I'd like to say something to all our viewers and to our whole family at Healing Our Earth and all our team and each and every member of our team. I'm not going to take any name individually. You're all special. You're all fantastic. And all our viewers, it is because of you all that we are and we're able to do this. When we get the beautiful feedback that, oh my goodness, you guys are doing such a great job. I loved your session. It threw so much insight. It brought a new ray of light. It keeps us going. So thank you very much. And thank you, Shobha, for joining us today.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. And it's wonderful to be part of this particular session where we talk about vegetarian, vegan styles of dishes, which you are so good at. And I loved your dish that you made last week. So more on that later. But really excited today.
Thank you so much, Shobha. You know, I wanted to ask you a couple of sessions before we delve deep into the world of food. Your inspiration in becoming an author and you're a ghostwriter. Tell us more about yourself and your inspiration.
Well, I've always been passionate about words. I've always loved to read. Ever since I was a little girl, I was very creative, and there was always something pulling at me to write, to draw, to do something, creatively. And writing took me in that direction. So as I grew older, I followed that path, my dream. And after 11 books, the self-esteem book is the 11th one. It's been an amazing journey, and I've so enjoyed it. There have been ups, there have been downs, but that's what inspired me to be an author, because I was on a curve whether should I or should I not be an author? I was working as a freelance journalist, and eventually I wanted to write fiction. So I said, will I be able to write that one first novel? And it took a lot of, I would say, self-discipline and courage to actually work towards that goal, because I was, married, having children. So it's kind of a juggle to follow your dream and still be a homemaker at the same time. But I said, I have to pursue this because this was my calling. And that's how I'm here today, living the dream.
And indeed, you are. And I remember, and you still keep telling me, Seema, you must write a cookbook. You
I
must do it.
did. And we've been talking about this for I think years.
Right.
But we will get there soon.
Well, I will get there. It's just a matter of being in the right place at the right time and having the right moment. But speaking about food, we have something very, very special in store for everyone today here. And, we have our vegan vegetarian session happening today. And we have a great lineup. We have Alicia coming in later from Plant Bite. We have Kieran Robinson logging on from Luxembourg. We have Dr. Wai Ching Lee logging on from South America. And we have other very beautiful and very warm, loving members of our Healing Our Earth family logging in from the USA. Sharon Rose may log on. But before we begin, I wanted to talk about organic produce. We see a lot of stores popping up. We see a lot of movements towards organic produce. So what does the term organic mean? Literally, organic literally means to the way agricultural products are grown and processed. Now, regulations for organic produce do vary from country to country. In the USA, for example, organic crops are grown without the use of synthetic herbicides, pesticides, and fertilizers, or bioengineered genes, GMOs. So I had this great opportunity in Hong Kong. Now, the organic movement in Hong Kong, Shoba, is quite strong. A lot of people are moving towards zero waste, sustainability, organic produce. While this is happening, this movement is actually synergizing and moving along at the same time with the yoga movement in Hong Kong, which is huge, and the mindfulness movement in Hong Kong. So we at Healing Our Earth did something very special last week, and we went to a very special place, right? But before I begin, I'd like to tell you a little bit about this place. I won't give you the name. It's 100% organic shop. It's an organic cafe and marketplace. It's sustainable, and it's been opened in Hong Kong for over 10 years. It has now got 3 stores. And the lovely lady, the entrepreneur who opened it, has recently just franchised her store out in Hong Kong, in Hyderabad. So Healing Our Earth visited Spicebox Organics, as you can see on the screen. Very warm global namaste to all our viewers at Healing Our Earth. It's a very hot, sunny, humid day in Hong Kong, and I'm going to be taking you on a tour of Hong Kong's most popular organic market and cafe. So join me on the journey. Let's go. Hey, Mkoy. Kane Road, Kane To Mkoy. Barisi Path, Kane To Mkoy. Just got dropped off, as you can see here. Here we are. Look at this. Wow. That's the main door I came through. Beautiful. I love the cotton spreads, cotton cushion covers. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Seema.
Hi, good afternoon, Seema.
You must be Kenny.
My name is Kenny.
Yes, I'm sorry we can't see each other because the masks are mandatory here in Hong Kong. Thank you so much for having me here, Kenny, at Spicebox Organic.
My pleasure.
And I'd like to thank your founder, Mrs. Poonam Chopra,
Yes.
for having me here.
Yeah.
It's so great to be here. I love your store.
Thank you very much.
And I love your organic market concept. Now, you are one of Hong Kong's first organic stores, am I
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
I know. And how you started many, many years ago.
Yeah, we started like more than 10 years ago. I
Wow.
think, 9 years ago. Yeah.
And you've actually grown from one store into 3 stores here in Hong
Correct.
Kong.
Well, our first store was one in Saigon before.
That was the first one I used to go
that's
to,
was
right?
the first one, and then they closed that one. Then they developed the other one in Town,
Yes, I've been there too.
and also we have one here. This is it's like a hub.
This is the Kane Road branch.
Kent Road branch, and the other one in the Chong Wan Road.
Chung Kwan Oh.
Yeah, that's the latest one.
Oh,
So
wow.
basically, the latest one we mainly focus on the cafe concept and as well as retail.
So you are like
50-50 retail and cafe.
Sorry to interrupt. So you have that same cafe concept and retail concept here as well,
Yes, the same thing.
but you would on a on a slightly
we
larger
have a
scale.
more capacity for the restaurant capacity.
Amazing, amazing. Can you show me around your store?
Yeah, sure. So what we are having here actually is all the zero waste products.
Amazing.
Whereby customer actually they can buy way, and then they just bring their own container, or as well as we providing them some packaging,
Amazing,
paper packaging.
amazing.
We are selling them at $2.
Okay.
Yes.
And I can see you have your own
and-
spice blends there.
So this is all the spice blend that we have right now.
Would you mind if I got a bit closer and
Yes,
had a look at your
please.
spice blends? Wow, so we have chana masala, tandoori masala, biryani, garam, chaat, mustard, madras, vindaloo, garam, dal tadka. So these are all sustainable packaging, right?
Yes, correct. So basically, this is our own packaging, and we make them by ourselves.
Your own blends, right?
So this blend actually also available in the wave basis.
Okay.
Like this, but this one is already pre-packed in a cube, 100 gram. So it's really perfect for a gift as well. If you have
Yes.
some friends for gift, you can make them as a hamper as well.
Lovely.
Yeah, so it's perfect for gift.
Wow, so wonderful. Can we move on? Okay, so let's see what you have here. You've got barley, hemp seed quinoa, rice cakes, amaranth, popcorn. Everything's organic, right?
Yes, everything is organic, but some of them is natural.
Amazing. I know, but your concept is great, and you've got organic oils. And these are the larger packaging, right? That's up there, right?
Yes, correct. This is the rice, the basmati white
Oh,
rice.
your basmati is
Yes,
lovely.
this is a brown basmati rice, and this is the Sona Masuri rice. It's the medium grain white rice.
Oh, okay. You're very knowledgeable. And you've got organic ghees as well, right?
Yes, this is the one of the organic ghee.
Oh, so you got
This is from Organic India.
right.
As well as we also have a vegan coconut ghee.
That's interesting.
This from New Life.
I've never heard of a vegan
Yeah.
coconut ghee. That's very, very
It
interesting.
tastes like a real butter actually.
Amazing. You know, you would think in Hong Kong, with size being an issue, you wouldn't have that much in the store, but you have everything.
Yes, true.
You have everything here. So over here you have a lot of you've got coconut waters, and of course you've got organic kombuchas.
Correct.
These are
These here are those kombucha, and this is CBD infused.
are these made in Hong Kong?
Yes, this is made in Hong Kong.
I mean, interesting. Very interesting. That's the thing. And you've got okay. I'm
And
gonna
we also have the day trip. It's day trip CBD infused as well.
okay.
Yeah.
That's not
So-
Hong Kong, is it?
This one actually is from. This is from Hong Kong as well.
Oh wow. And then we have of course your Hong Kong's one of the first pioneers of kombuchas.
This is also from Hong Kong.
I know Kombucha is such a great brand as well. They're all great. You're stocking all fantastic stuff. What do we have here?
We have hummus.
Now
This is all made from our kitchen.
from your kitchen.
Yes.
Now your founder and director told me you have a fantastic black chickpea hummus.
Yes, we do have here.
And she said it's amazing. It's very popular. I'd love
This
to
is
see
our
that.
black chickpea hummus.
That looks so good. That looks really great. And hi, Janet.
Hi.
And that's your cafe. You've got you have your own blend of coffee too, right?
Yes.
Now, Kenny, these fridges of yours, of course, here you have the berries and frozen vegetables.
Yeah, this is all the organic blueberries, organic mixed berry, the strawberries, the garden peas, and also the diced mango.
Now,
And
tell me
here-
more about this.
What we have here is the fermented.
Can I see?
Yes, this is tempeh, mung bean tempeh.
This is very interesting. And you make this.
We have actually one production kitchen in Wangchukat, so we make them by ourselves.
So, tempeh is fermented soya bean.
Fermented soybeans, the fermented chickpea beans, as well as the mung beans as well.
So the origin of tempeh is in...
The original recipe was from Indonesia.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so nowadays a lot of people they're trying to adapt this meat replacement.
Right.
So it is like a plant-based meat replacement.
And high protein.
Yes, high in protein as well.
And it's also fermented, so it's good for the stomach, I
Yes,
guess.
true.
Now, you have something I've just
And the
noticed
taste
here.
is really, really good.
And this
This is a vegan
fun.
vegan bone broth.
I mean, vegan bone broth for inflammation. You know, everybody talks about bone broth. It's great. I love this store. And you know, I love coming here and sitting on that table of yours, having a coffee.
Yes, it's
I'm just going to give all of you, Kenny, a view of you.
yeah.
At Spicebox Organics, and I want to thank you and your founder.
Thank you very much for coming.
And I'd like to thank Poonam Chopra on behalf of Healing Our Earth. A very warm global namaste and many, many thanks to you
Thank
for
you.
having me here today. Wonderful. On behalf of our whole family at Healing Our Earth, we'd like to thank Mrs. Poonam Chopra from Spicebox Organics. Thank you very much. Earth bless you. That was such a fun visit. I feel like going back into Spicebox
I
Organics.
was so amazed. I mean, they have a whole selection of food items that's worth trying. It's going to take a full day for me to just check out everything. And you've inspired me. I'm just going to go there tomorrow first thing. I'm looking at the CBD infused drink.
Interesting, right?
Yes.
There is nothing that they haven't thought of, in the concept store.
I mean, the
It's a
hummus
small-
and the green mung tempeh, I've never heard of that. I mean, I have tried tempeh, but not the green mung one. So it's
they've
interesting.
got chickpea tempeh, they've got green. That's the thing about Spicebox Organics and the founder and director. She's very innovative. She's very innovative, and she's of course lived in New York.
I see.
And she's studied health and nutrition. She's also done yoga, and she's very aware of a lot of things, and she's extremely innovative. And what I find with Mrs. Chopra is she's very open. She's very open person. She's, as long as it's ethical, it's organic, and it's meaningful, and her vision is to create change.
But what I noticed also, it's the packaging. Like, she's made sure there's no wastage. Like, the packaging is recycled. You can bring your own container, and you can, buy what you want and take it home in your own container. So that's really good. That's really something that we're looking at. And nowadays, any restaurants are looking at that. Yeah.
So zero waste, the main thing with zero waste is that you can go in, and you can buy as much as you want. They might have a minimum quantity of 100 grams. So if you want to try the spice blends first, you can
Mm,
buy a small quantity in advance, and then you can opt to buy the boxes, But the
that's
boxes
true.
are sustainable and they're so beautifully packed. And Shobha, I've been using the spice blends. They're fantastic.
Mm,
Garam masala, yellow garam masala is
mm,
amazingly delicious. I use the word amazing all the time. It's scrumptious. I used it the other day in one of my dishes. I actually made a paneer masala, and I
okay.
put the garam masala on top of it. It was very yummy. I have a whole load. The Madras curry. I've used the Madras
Oh, yeah.
curry
Yes,
in a
yes. Good
coconut
to
curry
know.
base,
Mhm.
and it was creamy. It had just the right amount of spice. It wasn't overpowering death by spice, but it was just the right balance. They've worked hard at
The
their
blends of the spices
blends.
are
They've worked hard
really,
at their
yeah.
blends. Their coffee is to die for. They have their
That's
own
something I
blend of
want to
coffee.
try. Yeah, the coffee is
They have their
definitely
own,
something I
and
love to.
you can opt for almond milk. You can opt for oat milk if you're a vegan. It's a little store, you walk in and you pass it on Kane Road. You think this is a little, organic cafe and market, and you walk in and you think it's really small. But she's got everything you can think of. If you look at the shelves, she carries all these great ranges of products from India. She carries great ranges of products from the US. She's really thought about everything with a lot of care and caution.
There
And
was at one point, Seema, that it was very difficult to get anything, a variety of vegetarian and vegan food. And now, with this kind of space where they're sharing so much, there are many options to make wonderful dishes, vegan dishes. And I'm sure, a lot of people are trying them out here. There's a culture of people who want to try new dishes. So, this is a great place to explore. And especially like, oh wow, that coconut ghee, I mean, something different. I mean, I'd love to try it. It'll
I
probably
was
give it an
actually think
amazing flavor
I was
to
thinking
any
about our
dish.
plant-based expert Alicia and the
Ah.
coconut ghee. I said she'd be jumping for joy if she'd see it, if she saw it. She'd be like, "Yippee, yay!" They also won an award recently for one of the best vegan burritos
Mm.
in Hong Kong. They won a fantastic award in Hong Kong. And yeah, I wish Poonam was here. Having said that, she was supposed to join us actually, and she was very sad that she couldn't come on board.
Mhm.
She actually sent us a message. She wanted to appear live today, but she sent us a very sweet message.
Hi everyone, this is Poonam from Spicebox Organics. I just want to thank everyone at Healing Our Earth for showcasing us, and a special thank you to Mr. Neil Kumar and to Seema for coming and taking the video. I'm so sorry I'm not able to make it today. I have prior commitments and actually I'm still stuck at work. Just to tell you a little bit about ourselves, we are Spicebox Organics. We are a marketing cafe and we have 3 locations all over Hong Kong. We started about 10 years ago, and the reason we started it, when we started this venture, we added the tagline, the conscious choice. To us, this meant being conscious of the choices we make and the impact it would have on the community and the environment, and to do whatever we can to promote and sustain the well-being of both, which is what we continue to do today. We offer better food choices to the community. We don't sell any animal-based products except for whole organic milk, ghee, and eggs. These are probably the only 3 things we have which is an animal byproduct. Otherwise, we refrain from supporting any industry that we feel is not conducive to the environment and the community. Anyway, thank you so much for having us, and I hope to see you guys again. Thank you.
Isn't she lovely, Shobha?
Lovely, gosh.
I call her an Earth Mama. I
Oh,
always
that's
tell her,
so
I say, Poonam,
appropriate.
you're an Earth Mama. She's very holistic, she's very dedicated and very ethical in her belief system. So, on behalf of Healing Our Earth, Poonam, I know you'll be watching this later. We want to say a very big thank you, and Earth bless you. Thank you so much. Now, Shobha, we don't live very far from each other.
Mhm. We
And we're
don't.
so lucky that Spicebox Organics is one road down from us.
Yes, just nearby. Yeah.
So on that note, I think you and I need to catch up for a coffee the next week.
There.
What do you
Yeah.
say?
That's our
Isn't
next
that
stop. Yes.
that's our next stop? And speaking about coffees and organic produce and more coffees and lunches, which we have been indulging in,
Yeah.
I wanted to thank you for our Friendship Fridays.
Oh, I love that. I mean, it's just so much that we share and we connect on the self-care platform. And it's so important. Even with food, can you think of it in this way that our bodies, when we take care of ourselves, we think about what we put in our bodies, and therefore we take time to cook the right kind of food that can sustain us both mentally, emotionally, and physically. And I think you do such an excellent job in that, Seema. And I learned so much from you. It's wonderful.
Thank you, Shobha. Those very kind words. Well, the journey never stops. The learning journey never stops.
Yeah.
And there's so much happening in the food industry now. We were first vegetarian, then we have vegan, plant-based, keto. There's so many different limbs of thought that are continuing here in the world, so it's very important that Ayurveda. There's
Yes.
so much we need to keep educating ourselves on because the learning journey never ends. Then
Absolutely.
traditional Chinese medicine, later on, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a vast array of Hong Kong produce that we'll be walking you through, but we're not going to show you everything right away. We're going to keep the suspense building, and
Yeah.
there'll be a lot of talk on food as medicine from some of our experts here at Healing Armor Earth. So don't go away. We have a lot coming up on this show for all of you. Now, Shobha, tell
Yes.
me something. You are looking amazing, okay? And I was so taken aback that you told me about, you came up to me and I said, Shobha, you're looking amazing. You've lost so much weight. And you said, yeah, and Seema, have you tried this lovely dandelion coffee? And I said, no, I haven't. And then the next thing I know is that, we have a screen sharing happening here with our Friendship Friday.
That
These
was
are
fun.
our Friendship Fridays. We weren't expecting this. So Shobha and I have a series of YouTube videos coming up, Friendship Fridays, on self-care and self-esteem.
Finally, no more Zoom calls, no more WhatsApp. Actually, the person in front of you.
Isn't that lovely?
After how long? 2 years?
Yeah, longer. Where did I bump into you?
I think 2.5 years ago.
At the supermarket.
Our favorite place.
Yeah.
By the way, we always bump into each other at the supermarket. There's one particular supermarket, and there's one aisle. We're always in the same aisle.
It's always
buying similar things.
Food. It's always the fresh fruits.
And our discussion is always how everything finishes so fast because the children are at home.
You see, we are in our 50s, but we don't feel it. And we're enjoying life and doing a lot of fun stuff.
Absolutely. I remember my last conversation with you. I still remember telling you in the supermarket, like we say, how come we always bump into each other at the supermarket? And I said, it's the children. They're like vacuum cleaners. Everything finishes.
I love that, Seema.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a small...
Seema, let's not give it all away now. So for people to join in to watch this wonderful Friday Friendship, could you tell us where they can watch these Friday Friendships so they can see more about it? We need to unmute yourself, over.
I need to unmute myself. YouTube Pranayam by Seema or Shobha Nihalani's handle, right?
It's Pranayam's baby, and that's why we should encourage people to look at your YouTube channel. And Friendship Fridays are about exchanging ideas, sharing love, sharing knowledge, experiential knowledge, not just knowledge you can Google and find in books and internet, but knowledge that we both have experienced in our lives, and we want to share it so others can learn from our sort of whatever we know, we're sharing. So that's how it evolved and happened. So please do watch, because there's some fun conversations, fun chat, and some deeper aspects of how to be healthy, happy, and mentally sort of in a stress-free frame of mind.
So Shobha and Seema, you've been friends for a long time. Could you tell us this Friday friendship chit chat? Is it going to be regular, and how regular will it be?
It's going to be as regular. Well, right now I'm in Hong Kong, so we have a couple of series coming up. We have at least 4 series coming up, and it's been exciting. And our first video, which was released 2 Fridays back, has received some very lovely
positive
feedback,
reviews.
And people are saying, wow, this is great. And so yes, even if I'm going to say yes, Shobha, even from the UK, we can,
we can connect.
To technology, we can connect, and we can still keep it going. And there's a lot of insight to share. We have different topics coming up, everything from fear and abandonment to
rejection and self-talk. And the recent one that was just released was about our state of mind, about emotions and how to handle them. So great tip.
And what we can do for ourselves,
Seema,
in such situations.
Seema, let us remind our viewers who are watching us on the YouTube, Periscope, Facebook, website, and other mediums that after every Friday, once you publish it, on a Saturday, the link will be available on Healing Our Earth, so they don't have to worry about it. So well done. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
Seema, from London to Hong Kong, our wonderful master and a chef in India is waiting for you.
I know, our plant-based expert in India. I love this, Shobha. We travel to Hong Kong, we travel to the UK, and then we travel to India. So we have a plant-based expert, a very young, very knowledgeable young girl who was born and raised in Delhi, Alicia Jain. And
lovely.
she moved to UK at the age of 16. She's been a passionate recipe creator since a very young age. And at the tender age of 24, she has a master's in psychology. She's passionate about both mental and physical well-being, and uses her social media handle Instagram @PlantBite to promote a healthy lifestyle. Alicia is a plant-based expert and has been on a plant-based diet for over 2 years now. The wonderful thing about this young girl is she dives into her Indian roots to learn about nature and plants as medicine. She draws from the naturopathic and the Ayurvedic schools of thought, and she's very knowledgeable. After moving back to India recently, she has incorporated an alkaline way of eating with fasting and mindfulness. I have to add this. This is very powerful, and mindfulness into her lifestyle. And she has managed to heal one of her own autoimmune diseases of eczema through diet and lifestyle. And before I add anything else, she's also a very good friend's daughter. And she's very sweet, and I love her. And her handle is www.instagram.com @PlantBite, and she's extremely talented. A very warm global namaste to you, Alicia. Good to see you again.
Global namaste, Alicia. Lovely to meet you and to see you all.
You need to unmute yourself, Alicia.
Oh, hello. Global namaste to all of you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Global namaste. Thank you for that lovely introduction. And lovely to see you both. Thank you.
It's wonderful to see you both. And I believe you've been traveling up to the mountains.
Yes, on and off. I've been traveling up and down from Himachal. But yeah, I'm back in Delhi now. Been here for a little bit.
So you've been getting away from the Delhi heat.
Yes, I mean, the Delhi heat lately is not so bad. It's monsoons right now.
Right.
So, Asia goes through this, most parts of Asia go through this monsoon season, and it's just sort of, rain and humidity every day. It's more humid than anything. But it's nice because the rains have, now cooled down Delhi. So it's a little bit more pleasant. So it's nice.
Oh, lovely. We've been having a heat wave here in Hong Kong.
No,
I hope
I,
so.
I heard that there was a heat wave in the UK recently as well.
40 degrees.
I mean, that's unheard of.
Well, we sometimes feel that, it's so hot in Hong Kong and we complain, but really the country is really geared towards hot weather. So we have air conditioning everywhere, right, Shobha?
In Hong Kong, yes, we do. But in the UK, I think it's insulated, right? The homes are insulated, so it feels even hotter.
It's been dreadfully hot, and not all homes have air conditioning in the UK. So a lot of my friends have been complaining and sending me messages like, I feel like I'm in a sauna. This was last week. I'm melting. And we don't have air conditioning. We don't have a fan. We're not used to this. We're drinking umpteens glasses of water. But it was a short spell. A short
Now
few days.
it's okay, about 23 to 23 degrees or around there. I
Not
guess.
bad.
Is it?
That's much better than the winter. Anything warmer than
Paloma?
the winter.
Yes.
Anything warmer than the winter. The winter gets my first winter. My bones were cracking in the UK. But you know what? We can go on talking about the weather, and I can see Paloma Ibarra from London. A very warm global namaste to you, Paloma.
Hello. Yeah, London was heat wave, 40 degrees, but I'm assuming more. Insulation is not in all the houses, mostly in none of the houses. We are actually fighting for insulation because of climate change. It's gonna be colder winters and hotter summers. So it's supposed to be isolation will take out the heat and as well take out the cold.
Okay.
There's like a lot of fight with the government about that, by the way. Now it's become a bit less heat, but it's still really hot for the UK. I'm from Spain, so I'm get used to the heat, but people here are not get used to it. So there's no aircon in any home most of the time. I have to buy a fan because otherwise you will die. But yeah, definitely. And the buses, the trains are not prepared for the heat. So if you were going, they were like in the hottest days, they were suggesting people not going to work or not going to school, or if you can, don't travel because it was really hot. And even it was like, I don't know if you read about wildfires.
Yes.
Around 14 houses burning down, like people's houses. And this is gonna be the new normal, I would say. So
yeah, this climate change is a huge issue. We really, need to make very strong moves towards, the climate crisis in our world. And talking about change and making moves towards climate crisis, we have our plant-based expert already with the ingredients. I see tomatoes and cucumbers. I see herbs. I see corn. What do you have in store for us today, Alicia?
I have a lovely Indonesian gado-gado salad, and it is one of my favorite salads. I've only ever made it for myself through recipes that I've seen online and through traditional recipes that I've seeked out. So I do have to say I've only really had it myself, but I'm in love with this salad and I just have to share it with everybody on Healing Our Earth.
And it's very rich in flavor, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, going back to what we said about climate change, if everybody adopts a plant-based diet, that is a huge amount of your carbon footprint that is lowered. You lower your carbon footprint by 80% actually on a plant-based diet. You save a lot of water because gallons and gallons of water, I mean, in the billions, go towards livestock and regenerative. I mean, the soil health is being damaged as well due to overproduction of food for livestock and things like that. So with all of that combined, you reduce your carbon footprint by 80%, a whopping 80%. So I always say to people, you don't have to be perfect. Nobody has to go on a completely plant-based or vegan diet, but incorporate more plant-based meals into your life and you're like halfway there,
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, I mean, I hope I can, bring some delicious plant-based recipes to you all and inspire that. So
Oh, you do. I follow your handle. I'm an ardent follower of Plant Bite, and I follow your handle, and I love these wonderful reels you've been putting up, and you bring in all this uniqueness, Alicia, which is fantastic. And what I wanted to ask you, I've asked you this question before, and I ask you this over and over again on Healing Our Earth, because I know you've created a shift in your parents' life and your family's life. Now, this is very meaningful.
Yeah, I think my parents eat a lot less meat because and a lot less animal products because primarily a lot of the meals at home are vegetarian and just naturally vegan and plant-based. We have a lot of Indian food at home, and so that is already a lot of your sabzis, dals, everything that you make from scratch is mostly plant-based. And so we eat plant-based most days, and but yeah, so I think everybody at home is also enjoying the benefits of being on a plant-based diet. I know my parents both said that they felt better. My father tried initially when I went vegan 2 years ago. My father said, 2-3 months into me being vegan, he said, okay, I'll try it with you, and he did it for a good 5 or 6 months, and he said he felt a lot lighter, his digestion was better, he felt like he could actually eat more and not feel so bloated and full, and he had more energy and things like that. So I certainly felt those benefits when I went on a plant-based diet. It's been tremendous for me. So keeping in mind that we should have a variety of foods, because I think a lot of people go on plant-based diets and they eat, vegan meats or vegan cheeses and, mock meats and replacements, which is absolutely, okay once in a while. And, but the trick is to eat whole food plant-based, eat whole foods on a plant-based diet so that you have less chances of going back to eating animal products, and that your health is thriving. So that's what I like to do as well.
And with plant-based, speaking about your dad, since you mentioned him, now I remember one thing about your dad. He always leant very strongly towards vegetarian food. We were in college together, as you know. We were a whole group of students. And every Friday night was like a night to go out and eat out. So lots of us would crave Indian food because we wouldn't get Indian food in college. So we'd want to go for Indian. Some would want to go for Lebanese, some would want to go for Thai, Chinese. So we would always have this tug of war with him because every time we wanted to go out, he would say, can we just please, can we just go for a dosa? South Indian food. And we'd be like, Vikram, not again, please, not a dosa, not again. It's not happening, So we all had to have like a rota, like, okay, this one wants Chinese, this one wants Indian, this one. And then we had we had some friends from Malta who loved, Italian, and then we had some friends from Spain who wanted Spanish cuisine. So we had to really base it out. One Friday would be Chinese, one Friday would be Indian, one Friday would be his dosa, one Friday would be something else. I always have warm memories of your dad with that.
Yeah, he loves his South Indian food because
he loves his South Indian food, and he loves vegetarian South Indian food.
Yeah, a lot of South Indian food is just naturally vegetarian, apart from the fish curries and the coastal stuff. But a lot of sabzis and kuzambus and coconut curries and um, all that. So it's very comforting cuisine. I feel South Indian food. It's like a warm hug. That's how I
It's
that's how I feel when I
holistic.
eat South Indian food. Yeah.
Holistic, comforting. Of course, it's got that perfect balance of flavor between spicy, salty, and sweet at times. And it can be had vegan. You don't have to add ghee, where recipes
Absolutely.
call for it. And fermented foods, which can be very good for you.
Yes, absolutely. And fermented foods are, we've spoken about fermented foods on this channel lots before. I mean, it's been extreme. I mean, fermented food is gut loving because it introduces a lot of good bacteria into your gut. You know, we're made up of a lot of bacteria. So when you add in a lot of that good bacteria, it, rebalances your pH levels, and it helps your gut also produce uh, useful enzymes to break down food further. So it's just like a beautiful cycle. And so fermented foods.
I'm kind of looking at it from an Ayurvedic perspective. It would also fire up your Agni, your metabolic fire.
Yep.
It would, right? If you would
Yeah.
you look at from an
Yeah.
It's really interesting how everything correlates. You look at the Korean diet; they have a lot of kimchi.
Yeah.
You know, and then the Germans have sauerkraut.
Yes, absolutely.
And in North India, you have your lovely kanji.
Kanji. Yeah, that's true. There's actually so much fermented foods in different regions of the world. Kimchi is one of my favorites. I love kimchi.
I love kimchi too. And living in Asia, we've had exposure to great varieties of kimchis.
Oh,
You know,
I'm
and
so
of course now there's a lot of probiotic drinks. You know, fermented drinks like kombuchas with teas, and then there's kefir with you can do the kefir with, of course, it's sugar and water, and you have the kefir grains, and you can do it with coconut as well. Coconut kefir gives you really happy beans that are, I call them little bubbles that jump around. And it ferments very fast in Hong Kong because it's humid here
Oh
and it's
yeah.
hot.
Oh yeah, I've been doing a lot of sprouts these days, and they I soak my mung beans or moong dal sprouts, and they literally sprout in a day, and I wake up the next morning and I think, wow, I mean that's like 3 days worth of growth in not off season, but yeah, in the summertime or winter, because they need ideal temperatures, they need humidity and heat, certain temperature to grow. So I mean,
Living
I'm going to be incorporating. Sorry, I'm going to be incorporating sprouts in this recipe as well. So.
Oh, and you've got this gado-gado recipe happening. And now this is a traditional Malaysian recipe, or you're going with the Indonesian version?
So I'm going with the Indonesian version. That's the one I know. And that's
And a
really
peanutty one. Peanutty
yes.
one.
Yes.
So the
this
flavor
is like
ingredients.
Sorry, carry on.
So most of the flavor base of this, I've had gado-gado. It's a salad. So it comes from the peanut sauce, right?
Yes, it comes from
Yummy.
beautiful, creamy peanut dressing, and it's got that rich, nutty, bold, earthy flavor. And when you mix it with, your tamarind and your lime and, your soy sauce and all of these salty, sweet, and sour, you get this balance, almost like a lot of Thai cuisine. They have that balance of the 4 or 5 different elements: salty, sweet, sour, tangy.
I'm so excited, Alicia. And I think you're going to make us all very hungry with that melange of color over there. Look at that. You've got the tomatoes and you've got the garlic and the purple cabbage. We're going to be eating our rainbow with you today.
Yeah, I feel like I just by default, I always do this. We're always eating the rainbow over here on this channel.
I need to visit you guys. In fact, every time I chat with your mom, she's been telling me, she says, keep saying, come to Delhi, come to Delhi. When are you coming? When are you coming? I think I need to fly over now and have your gado salad.
Oh, please do. Please do.
I'd love to. As long as your dad doesn't take me out for South India. Tell him I said that. Okay, the show is all yours.
Okay, thank you. So, let's get started. I'm going to start with all my veggies first. The first thing I'm going to do is prep some of the things that I have to cook. So I am using, you can use so many different things over here. I've gone with what's in season. This is kind of the stuff that you would get at your local farmers market in season. So corn is in season right now in India because it's monsoons. And I have already pre-boiled these, and I have pre-boiled the potatoes as well. I love potato in my garlic butter salad. I think it just adds a beautiful, um, body and carby, uh, carbiness to it, which we all love. So I'm doing potatoes and corn. I've already boiled these. I'll chop those up in a second. Now, before I do that, I've got some beautiful produce here. This is spinach, which has just come back into season. We've got baby spinach coming back into season these days. When it gets a little bit cooler, that's when we'll have the big spinach coming back. And then we've got some beans, some French beans, some green beans. So I'm going to start by boiling both of those. And you just really want to blanch the spinach. And you want to, again, blanch the beans but you want to let the beans cook a little bit longer so that they soften a little bit more. But the spinach only needs like 30 seconds or so. So let's start with that. So you just want a medium heat over here. I'm going to let that come up to a boil. And in the meantime, I think I'll walk everybody through my ingredients because I think that would be quite useful. So we've got all the veggies that need to be cooked, like I said. And then for the body as well of the salad, we've got cucumber. And cucumber, it's summer monsoon time over here. So cucumbers are still going strong. And we've got some beautiful desi tomatoes over here. These are the plum variety, but these are also a variety of desi tomatoes. So whatever's local to you, just use that. We've also got some spring onion or green onion, which I'm going to be chopping in. Purple cabbage. Now, typically this is made with white cabbage or green cabbage, but I thought I'd use purple just for some color and some extra antioxidants and anthocyanins. And then we've got some beautiful herbs this side. So we've got some coriander, some fresh coriander, and I've got Thai basil over here, which is used in this recipe in certain parts of Indonesia. So this actually was grown in our back garden. So I've just gone and picked a bunch of Thai basil today. So we've got that. And the protein of choice that I'm going to be using today is chickpeas. So you can use whatever you like, whatever protein you like. I'm going to be frying these and making them a little bit crispy on the outside with some spices and in some oil. So I'm going to give that a fry, and that will, give it an added texture. And then for the dressing, we're going to be doing a peanut paste dressing, which I'll touch on a little bit later. So let's get started. So I'm just going to start by, I'm showing you almost, every step of the way what we're doing over here. So I'm going to start by cutting the corn. This is already boiled. And we've got potatoes as well. So now, I don't like to cook my corn too much. I like it to have a little bit of a bite. I don't know if you're the same, Simaji, but I like my veggies with a little bit of a crunch, a little bit of a bite to it. So I'm just waiting for that water as well to come to a boil. So, and then I'll blanch all my veggies. Now, I'm going to be using a few substitutes as well today because I'm trying to make this as holistic as possible. So I'll obviously come to that later, but typically you would have shrimp paste as well in your gado-gado salad. So to substitute for that, I've got a nori sheet over here, and and that will bring that fishy element to the salad, and I'm going to put that into the dressing as well. And I'm going to make the dressing traditionally using a mortar and pestle, but you can obviously stick everything into a blender, and that would be much easier. But the flavor that you get from using a mortar and pestle, I think, is just superior. And the other thing about using sea vegetables and things like nori is that actually it's got a lot of minerals. So a lot of sea vegetables, especially if you're on a plant-based diet, you need those omegas, you need those minerals. A lot of people go on plant-based diets and, they become mineral deficient because they're eating an excess of carbs and bread and, potatoes and things like that. We're not really getting a lot of our nutrients from animal-based sources anymore. We're not eating fish. But fun fact, fish also get their omega-3s from sea vegetables. They get them from planktons, they get them from, things like moss or algae, and nori sheets have a lot of minerals. All sea vegetables have minerals. So if you're on a plant-based diet, or even if you're on a vegetarian diet in general, try and incorporate some sea vegetables into your life, into your diet. You can add things like kombu. You can have soups, Asian soups, and you can throw in kombu for that, salty flavor, that seafood flavor. It's used in a lot of ramens. So kombu is a good one. Wakame is a good one. I use that as well. Salads is, that would be a good one over here. But I'm just going with nori today to give that fishy flavor to replace the shrimp paste. Okay, so we've got the water to come to a boil. So I'm going to throw in the green beans to begin with. So I'm just going to put that with that. I'm just going to put the green beans in there. And you want that to cook for about, I would say 5 minutes is really all you need. And then in the meantime, we're already starting to plate up now. So let's get on to the veggies. So I'm going to cut the potatoes, and I'm going to just cube these. Just like that. Potatoes in a salad are just superior, I think, because they add this element of starchiness and soft texture that you wouldn't really get. So variety is key. I always try and go for as much variety as possible.
Alicia, I was thinking for the people from Africa, they can use the cassava for the starch, can't they?
Oh yes, absolutely. Cassava would be wonderful here. Again,
it'll be more exotic. And what about sweet potatoes?
Oh, sweet potato is great, and sweet potato has more nutrients as well. A little bit more added nutrients than just regular white potatoes. So
and they've got a better GI factor, don't they, sweet potatoes?
Yes, they do. They do. So white potatoes are quite starchy, and they've got a very high glycemic index. And, so if you're somebody that's diabetic, maybe, then sweet potato would be a better option. Even cassava is very, very high. It's got a very high glycemic index. So I would maybe avoid cassava if you've got diabetes, or if you're struggling with medical issues. Leave out the potatoes, put some sweet potato. That's a great alternative. Yes. Thank you, Neemji.
Would you add the firm tofu into this?
Yeah, you could add tofu into this. You could actually add. I would probably fry the tofu in some curry powder or just some turmeric and salt. And that could be a source of protein for this dish. That would be a good one. So I also try and limit my consumption of soy, which is why I've gone for chickpeas today. But they are an excellent source of protein. So I'm just adding, as you can see, all the veggies side by side onto the serving plate, and I'm already just starting to serve up like this. Now, let's go for the cabbage.
Alicia, could we add asparagus into this?
Yeah, absolutely. Any veggies. You can add any veggies. I would actually say whatever's in season, go for that,
Yeah.
It's not traditional to add asparagus, but of course, whatever is readily available to you would be great. I always like to adapt recipes as to where I am in the world, because, when I was living in London, I think you should eat as local as possible, local and seasonal. They say you should eat seasonal and regional because it's better for you, it's better for the environment. So if you have things coming from far away, sourced from far away, then there's more of a put on it. So yeah, asparagus would be great if you're in the UK or if you're in Europe.
Or radishes. Some people I have had gado with radishes in it.
Oh, really?
Yes. Can't remember where. But the little red, the little red ones.
Oh yeah, I love those ones in salads.
Yeah, they're sweeter, somehow sweeter.
Yeah, they are.
And less pungent as well.
Are you comparing them?
Alicia, I noticed as a pulse you are using chickpeas, is that right?
Yes, I'm using chickpeas.
So presumably we can use kidney beans as well?
Yes, you can use whatever pulse you like. I'm just using chickpeas today because chickpeas has it's got a lot of protein, or it's got a higher source of protein. Actually, kidney beans are a higher source of protein than chickpeas as well, so that would be a great option. The only difference I think with kidney beans is that I wouldn't cook them down too much. I would cook them until they are just perfectly cooked.
I think this safe, rather than cooking at home, is to use the tinned version, which are actually safely and healthily baked.
Okay, the tinned version.
Yes.
Yeah, you could use that as well.
Kidney beans, one has to be careful how much you boil as opposed to chickpeas.
Okay, right. You can go for the tin version, absolutely.
I think kidney beans, you have to be really cautious because a lot of people tend to get food poisoning.
Yes, so it's best to use the tinned versions.
They have to be really fresh.
Correctly prepared.
Or you prepare your fresh ones really, vigilantly, and you use them well on time, like basically what Ayurveda says is that whatever you prepare, you should really consume it within 4 hours of production to retain its pranic level. So it has the maximum amount of chi or life force energy or prana. But this salad is so versatile, as we're discussing with Neilji right now. We can have chickpeas, we can have kidney beans. You said you were going to add mung bean sprouts into this?
Yes, I'll be adding
Oh,
that as
that
well.
would be lovely. That would be
Yeah.
lovely. And you would add an element of living foods and prana into it. I'm just curious. So I've been soaking my nuts and seeds recently. Actually, I've been doing so for a long time, purely because they're easier to digest, you enhancing the nutritional value.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you could probably toss in some nuts and seeds, soak nuts and seeds into a gado gado as well. There's so much you can do with a gado gado. You can play around, right?
Yeah, I think the good thing about a salad like this is that it's so versatile. You can just throw in whatever you have lying around. Nuts and seeds are a great, source of fiber, protein, calcium, zinc, so many things, depending on what you use. So it's great on a plant-based diet.
And
Absolutely.
pomegranates. I toss pomegranates into everything.
Oh yes, I remember. That would be lovely. That would give a nice tangy but sweet element as well.
I love pomegranates.
Yeah, I think you're well known for your pomegranates in all your recipes.
Oh, those crunchy edible seeds, those arrows that just have a burst of flavor in your mouth.
Yeah, they're delicious.
So good for you.
Oh, and they're in season as well. So that's a bonus.
Packed with nutrients, in season, absolutely rich in antioxidants. A lot of people say they keep inflammation at bay.
Oh, really? I haven't heard of that one.
And they say they can offer heart health benefits.
Yes.
So,
Seema,
that's, yes.
Seema, I noticed that most of the ingredients Alicia is using is plant-based. Of course, she's our plant-based expert.
Yes.
What are the benefits of going plant-based, Alicia?
So the benefits of going plant-based really are that there's so many benefits, to going on a plant-based diet, but for your own health as well as environmental, as well as for the animals, of course. So there's different elements here. If we're just talking about our health, then it's extremely beneficial because it actually improves your gut health. It improves the gut microbiome. It improves, for me personally, what I have noticed is that I function better, I have better concentration, I sleep better. It's when you go on a plant-based diet, you're almost naturally healing and cleansing your body. So it's like a natural detox with all the time. So you're living extremely holistically, and it removes toxins from your body. It removes built up toxins over years and years of maybe eating processed foods and refined foods. So that actually helps eliminating toxins from your body. And if you're on a whole food plant-based diet, the other benefits are that it improves your circadian rhythm, which is a big indicator of your health. If you're living by your circadian rhythm, which has an effect on everything in your body, then you're off to a pretty good start. Because if you're living within your circadian rhythm, then obviously you sleep better, and your production of hormones and neurotransmitters are more regular and balanced. But that dictates your whole way of being, that living within your circadian rhythm, that cycle, that we naturally have as human beings. So those are some of the benefits that I know of. And I can tell you firsthand, I have experienced them myself.
You've made such a difference in, I can see so many shifts that you've made in your family. I was having a conversation with your mom about soaking nuts, and she herself came up to me and she said it's to remove the phytic acids and to soak the beans to remove the lectins. So
Yeah.
please throw more lights on lectins. I am aware that phytic acids are ACE inhibitors and they don't allow us to absorb a lot of the protein, a lot of the nutrients, sorry,
Right.
of the nuts. But what do lectins do? Do they affect the human digestion? What do they do? Do they resist being broken down in the gut or?
So I think my mom probably knows a little bit more about that. But essentially, yeah, I think when you're introducing these foods into your diet, it improves the overall well-being. See, gut health is everything, right?
Right,
Our
right.
our gut is like our second brain. We have almost more neurotransmitters and neurochemicals that are produced in your gut than you do actually that are in your brain. So gut health is actually everything, and we communicate. Our gut and our brain communicate via the vagus nerve through neurotransmitters that go back and forth. And so, when you're improving your gut health, you're also improving your mental health. They say that if you improve your diet, you improve your mood, and vice versa. When you feel better, you want to eat better. It's that same thing about one affects the other. They both have, there's like a cause and effect on both. So there's a brain and gut. There's a massive brain and gut connection there. So all these foods.
Alicia, I'm noticing that you are julianing the cucumber, and quite rightly, you're doing very well. Why would the julienne instead of chunky making it chunky?
Yeah, I just like the different texture. And also, this is how I've seen it being done in Indonesia through videos and through the research that I've done. So that's why I do it like this, and I think it tastes. I think it tastes a lot nicer as well.
It looks cool.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm just adding that one by one onto the serving plate.
So I think so far we have run into about 22 minutes. What is your estimated time that this dish kind of takes, so it's easier to make at home?
Something like this would take you about 20 minutes to make because you're boiling, the potatoes and corn. So that would take a little bit more time. But, I'm going slow because I'm explaining everything one by one. But I think 20 minutes is more than enough for a dish like this. So, yeah.
So it's only 20 minutes, so we can be healthy every day. Seema touched on blanching the nuts, which is very important. People should realize not only do they fatten up the nuts with water, so you are consuming water,
right.
It eliminates the gunge and the acids from the nuts. But what are the other benefits, Seema or Alicia, about blanching the nuts?
Blanching the soaking the nuts. So basically, to the best of my knowledge, is that when nuts are growing in the growth process, to protect them from sprouting during the growth process, they produce something called phytic acids. Now, phytic acids are ACE inhibitors in the sense that when we consume them, when they're unsoaked, our body is unable to absorb the optimum nutrition out of the nuts and nuts. So what we do is we actually soak the nuts to increase their nutritional value and enhance the digestion process and absorption process. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Alicia.
That's absolutely correct because seeds and nuts, when they come into contact with water and soil, and their automatic reaction is to start sprouting and to come to life. And so they have a shell around them, or they have a skin of some sort around them. So they do have a coating that actually protects them, and that protection coating can actually be harmful to us sometimes if consumed in excess.
And Alicia, isn't it the case as well that the skin on almonds, peanuts, hazelnuts, they've got bitter taste? So when you are baking and not using flour, then it's nice to blanch them to remove that bitter taste.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes they can be bitter. So blanching would get rid of them. You can also, I would say, as Seema ji was saying, we should introduce living foods into our diet, that element of chi. So if you want to add more of that into your diet, nuts and seeds are a great way of doing that. Rather than blanching them, you can actually just soak them. And that will help with the phytic acids as well as bring an element of prana, life force energy to your meals. So you're introducing a chi element as well. So I would say,
Alicia, Shobha is back. Shobha, what do you think of our wonderful gado salad, which is looking really good?
You know what? I'm just so hungry right now, and I couldn't eat it. It's so beautiful. It's colorful. It's healthy. And I was just wondering, is it that you could put carrots as well? I'm just to add color, maybe. I don't know.
Of course, yeah. Carrots. You can throw in any veggies really that you want. Any salad veggies. Carrots would be great.
Shobha, your favorite color is coming. Red is coming. The tomatoes will be red in color.
Yes. So I said, a touch of red is always welcome in any dish because it adds so much vibrancy in a dish and the colors. Especially like Seema loves to put some pomegranate on any dish, so it adds some color.
I love pomegranate. I mean, I'm crazy about pomegranates. And we always have a pomegranate seeds in our refrigerator. And the other thing I was thinking is red peppers, capsicums.
Oh yes,
Red peppers.
But it's a very strong flavor, isn't it? Capsicum has overwhelms the rest of the.
But the red capsicum has a sweetness as well, doesn't it?
Okay.
It gives you that.
Yeah, if we use the sweet red peppers, then not only have they got the highest antioxidants of all the peppers family, but the taste it is so beautiful that the other slight bitter or salty taste can be compensated with the red peppers.
Like Alicia said, this is such a versatile salad. And it's so healthy because the vegetables are blanched, right? Lightly. And of course, she's adding that element of protein with chickpeas. She's adding the potato, which is traditionally what is added into a gado salad, And I love the way she's slicing up those carrot wedges with so much love and affection. And then
it's a very creative dish, I would say. Like you can actually use your imagination and build on it to any way you want it. To your
and the
palate.
color, you're eating your rainbow with this dish, which is so fabulous. I love that,
And Seema, have you noticed every time Alicia, who is there with every our kitchen show because she's a part producer with you, she always brings in the rainbow, which is very important to eat different flavors and colors in our diet.
Because
Absolutely.
you eat, sorry, go ahead, Seema.
Absolutely, eating a rainbow. Recently, there's this new wave on eating. There's a chakra diet. Eating foods that align with your chakras. But actually, if you look at it, it is eating a rainbow, right?
Because you eat with your eyes first, right? You eat with your eyes.
We eat with our senses first, absolutely. What do we do when we walk into a kitchen that smells? Oh God, it smells delicious. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
It looks wonderful. I want to just dive into that dish. Oh my God, I can hear all those crackling sounds. It's almost food seduction has been there since time immemorial, I think.
Oh yes. Definitely.
And it really tantalizes, all these things tantalize our senses, so
Seema,
when we see some,
Seema, you mentioned about chakras of the food. For those who don't understand, to make their life simple, what Alicia said earlier, go by the season of the country of domicile. Because your country, the nature has designed your country to grow the fruits and plants that is very akin to the season you are going through.
Absolutely. In season produce, I can speak with the little knowledge that I have Ayurveda. So Ayurveda speaks about a concept called Ritucharya. Ritu means seasonal and Charya means disciplines, right? So basically what Ayurveda says is we must eat according to the seasons. So it's literally aligning yourselves with the rhythms of nature. I've said this before, winter it is, winter produce it should be. Summer it is, summer produce it should be. You know, spring it is, spring produce it should be. We have someone very knowledgeable coming on shortly, and she'll be joining us. Her name is Kiran Robinson, and she would also, and she's a hospitality expert. There she is, our wonderful Kiran Robinson. So good to see you. We're traveling to Luxembourg now. Unmute yourself and say a very big hello, please. It's good to see you. We need you to unmute yourself. You look lovely and gorgeous as always, Kiran. But I need you to unmute. We need you to unmute yourself.
There we go.
There we go.
Hi, how are you? Long
I'm
time
good.
see.
Good to see you.
And you too. Happy summer to you, my dear.
Happy Hong Kong summer to you.
Thank you.
And so for all our viewers, Kiran is also originally from Hong Kong, and she has a great international story. She's lived in Hong Kong, she's lived in the US, she's lived in India, and now she's based in Luxembourg. And she's our vegan vegetarian kitchen producer as well. And she is big on seasonal produce. Am I right?
Absolutely. I think that's important. It's amazing the way, Earth finds us, it seeks us. It says, you don't have to go far and wide. Here I am. This is the produce of this season. Eat me, And
I'm here.
Yeah, absolutely. You're in the right place.
And Seema, we know that Kiran had been globetrotting again and has done some video recording of some cuisine. So in our next series, we'll be announcing the experience and the culinary journey of Kiran Robinson very recently when she came back from. Isn't that right, Kiran?
Absolutely. We have many more journeys ahead and focus on what the chefs are doing worldwide, and the amazing things they've come up with. Watch out for my article this weekend. It speaks a lot on produce and how chefs are being creative and what they're offering for us. It's really relevant here. So look out for that.
And let's remind our viewers that that article, whenever it comes once a week, I love the fingerprint article more, but whenever it comes, it is always published on the Facebook of Healing Our Earth. So Seema, don't forget to plug it there. Let's go back to Alicia. I see that she was actually lightly frying the chanas. Is it right, the chickpeas?
That's right.
Yes. Firstly, I just want to say hi, Kiran ji.
Hello, how are you, darling?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Awesome. I can smell your the toasting of the chickpeas. It smells great here. The magic.
Thank you. Yeah, I just fried that lightly, and I'm just going to let that sit there. Sorry, how am I doing for time? Am I over?
You've got plenty of time. Just carry on.
Okay, great. Okay, I'll try to speed things up here. So I just fried the chickpeas in some curry powder. If you don't have curry powder, just use some turmeric, salt, coriander, and cumin. And that's all I've done. And some salt. I should add salt. There we go. Yeah, and I'm just bringing the salad together now. And the last part of the salad is the dressing. So I'm just going to pound some garlic. I'm going to add some lime. I'm going to add some tamarind paste over here. I'm also going to add the nori sheet and try and pound that down as much as I can. Peanut butter, coconut aminos. I've substituted that for soy sauce because I'm trying to eat less soy these days. So I've gone with coconut aminos, but you can use soy and just a little bit of salt. And that's about it. So while I do that, I'm just gonna do the dressing now. That's the last element here.
Alicia, besides being a crowd pleaser, I mean, just the thought of the peanut butter dressing, that would attract the young ones too, wouldn't it?
Oh yes, it's just such a creamy, earthy, nutty dressing. I think anybody would like peanut dressing, you know. So yeah, it's very child friendly as well.
Is there any specific brand of peanut butter that you enjoy using here? Are you making your own peanut butter?
I'm not making my own peanut butter, but there's no particular brand, but I just try and go for the one that has the cleanest ingredients. All you need is peanuts, roasted peanuts and salt. And I like the crunchy peanut butter. So that's really the one I look out for when I'm shopping for peanut butter. I like a little texture. Yeah, so that's what I use in my dressing. I always go for the crunchy one, and I also add toasted peanuts for that added peanutty crunch and texture over the top.
Kiran, I love the idea of the toasted peanuts.
Yes, toasted peanuts and the additional, roasted chickpeas, that also gives it a crunch. And, just by roasting it the way Alicia has with a sprinkle of curry, I believe she used, that gives it that special je ne sais quoi, Would you agree?
Absolutely. I think, Shobha, you and I couldn't agree more, given that the three of us have our roots in Asia very strongly. And of course, we've devoured and enjoyed many a gado salad.
Definitely.
I think we'd all agree that the three of us want to really jump into this salad right now.
Absolutely. Since I was a teen, I was enjoying that back in Hong Kong, It was a Sunday ritual.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Kiran, here. I mean, face to face, and have a live conversation with you.
Yes. How are you, my dear?
It's lovely to see you.
We are absolute soulmates now.
Absolutely. I mean, connected.
I have the book here just in case our viewers are wondering, what are we talking about? Here we are co-authoring, the two of us, with 19 other wonderful women, a book about inspiration, empowerment, and how we come together with our stories, just filling our community with amazing empowerment.
Empowering, inspiring journeys of women who've achieved so much. And,
absolutely. And the beauty of it, is that all of the funds, every book that is sold, all of the funds go to the Children's Society in Singapore. That is of the utmost value here. So if you want to grab a book and help those amazing children, you can get it at Amazon now. My Voice, Volume 5, and it hit the Amazon bestseller list in 2 weeks of publication. So immense stories here. Thanks for reminding me, Shobha.
Yeah, thank you, Kiran. Thanks.
I have to say, what Neera Gupta has done, bringing forward, all your lovely women sharing your voice. Everybody has a voice.
Yes.
That needs to be heard. And everybody has a story. Wouldn't you agree, Shobha, Kiran? I mean, you're both such inspirational. You're such an inspirational writer. Kiran, you're in the hospitality industry, continuously inspiring people to be the best versions of themselves, working with women, working with chefs. And Shobha, you're a self-esteem coach. We're doing something together. You have so much to share. My voice is so powerful, and the word "my voice," says so much. It's just two little words, my voice, but it says so much.
Yeah, it's essentially freedom. It frees you. And it empowers others to follow suit.
To share their voice, to share their stories. It gives them a platform to talk about what they've achieved, and in that way inspire other women to be an example to other women, to pursue their goals, to overcome obstacles, to face the reality of a situation, and yet have that determination and resilience to go forward and do what they want to do. So it gives them that kind of space to
But
share.
it elevates the person who is following what we're trying to put out there. It gives them a sense of accomplishment, a new life, being able to say, hey, I can now stand on my own 2 feet with the freedom that I've achieved by this revelation here,
Yeah. Not only that, a space to know that you're not alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so
which
important.
is so important.
Women supporting women is so important nowadays.
It's so important, that very often in someone else's voice, you say, hey, that's also my voice.
Very
and
true.
How did this person deal with this situation, or grow from it, or overcome it, and inspire others from it? And I mean, they've done it, and they've shared it with the world with this book, with their voice.
Yes.
And there's so much I can do for myself, so it's not just your voice, it's the voice of many, and it's so powerful.
Yeah.
Because it reaches so many. This is what I've loved about, this. There we are. We have the book. It's on Amazon, everybody. We have Shobha's book, and we've got Kiran's book. You're both wonderful authors, inspiring women on so many. I am so blessed to have all these wonderful people in my life. Kiran from Luxembourg, Shobha right here in Hong Kong, who I can reach out to immediately. This, it's been such a great year for me. I mean, ever since I moved to the UK in 2020, such good things have been happening to me in my life.
I find that we all inspire each other. I mean, Seema, for what you've been doing a lot, juggling a lot of things in your life, and yet you make time to look so calm and comfortable and host a show. That's amazing. So I'm really inspired by your ability to stay calm.
I think I'm only human, and I have my moments like we all do, But, you just have to sometimes just sit back and say, hey, okay, this is what I have to do. Let me just, I can either sit and complain about it,
or make the most of
oh,
it.
there we are. We have our global influencer there. And we can't hear that, and we need to hear it.
Where I built. Hi, I'm Karen Robinson, and I've been in the hospitality industry for 30 years. I was born in India and raised in Hong Kong, where I built my own business. I brought my culinary skills to healthcare, where I spent 17 years in a leading US hospital. Now I live in Europe, where I speak, write, and mentor on Seva, the art of service. Hospitality is my lifestyle, but it was not my original plan. Becoming who I am today came with a price. Freedom always does. And isn't that what we seek most? The freedom to become and to be who we are? I am honored to co-author My Voice, Volume 5, published by Global Influencers Publishing House, a book filled with inspiring stories of hope, courage, and fearlessness. In my chapter, Free to Become Me, I ask the question, how do you build a life as a woman if it is not your own to build? When your words are not heard, when your opinions don't matter, when your pursuits are stifled, it requires a special mindset, one of discovery, engagement, and persistence. I'm confident that My Voice, Volume 5 will inspire you as you pursue your own voice. Available on Amazon soon. Be sure to order your copy. Thanks.
Very nice.
That was amazing, and you said
That's sweet. Thank you, Neil.
become and be who we are.
But I want to go back to, Shobha, just taking the words out of my mouth. I was about to say, thank you, Seema, because, when I moved to Luxembourg, I wasn't connected. And you came into the picture immediately using your calling, your gifts of interconnections. And if it hadn't been for you connecting me with Dr. Neera Gupta, I may not have been able to do the story. So when she reached out and said, can you write a few words? You are an accomplished author already. It should be easy to write a story, a chapter. I was like, but I already wrote my story. And she said, no, there's more to give. And she was right. I am so grateful that she pushed me along. So thank you, Seema, for what you did, your way of interconnecting people.
And thank you for your kind words, and thank you for sharing your voice, because it is through your voice, and I speak on behalf of all the women out there, and I say this to all the authors of my voice. I say this also to Dr. Neera Gupta. I say this to Shobha. I say this to a lot of our women in Asia and beyond who have authored their books. My voice, it is through your voice that we grow. And it is through your voice that we realize that we're not alone.
Seema, you always do a wonderful job connecting people world over, because you do that at Healing Our Earth so regularly. So my voice is something you should not miss out on. It's on Amazon and reached for 2 weeks as #1 bestseller. Seema, let's go back to live to India, to Alicia, where she has prepared, and look, she's garnishing right now. Let's show the world the final output, and then we can carry on talking, because there's plenty to talk.
What a lovely salad, and that rich, Shobha and Kiran, all of us are from Asia. And as I mentioned earlier, we've tried many, gado, comforting, velvety,
a feast for
contrast
the
of color,
eyes.
a feast for the eyes, and a combination of flavors, a burst of flavor. We've got the yellow, we've got the mustard, we've got the green, we've got the purple, we've got the tomato. We have all these colors, and can you imagine if we just toss that up? What a gorgeous color launch of colors it's going to be. I am very hungry right now. And Shobha, by the way, I'm sharing this with my viewers. I shouldn't be. I'm being naughty here. I'm being naughty. She texted me a few minutes ago and said, I'm feeling hungry.
Just watching this, I was feeling hungry, and I said, I'm going to go grab something.
Eating the salad. So Alicia, you have made us all feel very, very hungry. What a beautiful recipe. What a great job. And,
looks delicious. Why don't you eat it? Why don't you eat now, Alicia? Grab a bite, take a spoonful, and let us feel that.
Talk us through.
Help us taste
what you're tasting.
Your salad through your taste buds. I agree, Kiran.
Absolutely. Talk us through your taste.
And don't be shy.
Okay. I know I'm a little shy, I think.
Okay, just one spoon.
Okay. So as you can see, I've got all the different elements here. I made that creamy peanut dressing with tamarind, with garlic, soy sauce, lime juice, and that seaweed as well to give it that, for a substitute for shrimp paste. So this is the salad.
You did the seaweed for shrimp paste. That's very innovative.
Yeah, thank you. So I just pounded the nori sheet into the dressing.
Nice.
Yes, there we go. There's the salad. I'll give it a little taste for.
And you did put some spring onion on top, is it? Is that spring onions?
Coriander and spring onions. Yes.
Okay.
I think what she's done here with the nori sheets and the tamarind is to create the umami flavor, if I'm not mistaken.
But it also blends with the chana, which is in a curry masala flavor, right? So it's sort of very Asian kind of flavors bursting through, I guess, in this dish.
Yeah, it's a very, very nourishing dish here, and I would say quite substantial. It's filling, keeps you going for a few hours. There's fiber, there's protein, all of the elements that help us nourish and keep us going throughout the day.
And it took about 20 minutes, I guess. Alicia, is it 20 minutes on average?
Well, on average, yes. I did take longer today because I think I was going through each and every step.
Answering questions.
Yeah. I get a little carried away sometimes with, the time, and, I just, I kind of get lost talking to you all and, the whole thing. But Yeah, I would say on average 20 minutes. And if you have your chickpeas cooked from before, you can cook them the day before or the night before. Then really it's just as simple as putting it all together. Yeah.
Alicia, when you say you get carried away, that's a good quality. That means you're passionate about what you do.
Alicia, this portion looks like 400 grams to me, and from a calorific value, would you say it's about 600 calories?
Oh,
Sorry.
It's
I would say more than that.
I would say more. I mean,
much
this
more
portion,
than that.
I would say this portion is a lot more because we've got the peanuts, which are high in calories. We've got the chickpeas, we've got the potatoes, and so this is a very, very, I don't know, at this portion alone, probably about 700 maybe.
I think
I mean,
okay, so basically 600 plus VAT, so 700. That sounds okay. But then
I like that.
Yeah, but I mean, this is like a sharing platter. I mean, the plate is quite big. I don't know if you can tell. Like, this is the size of my hands. So.
Yeah, it's all about it's a party platter. Like it's a dish you would serve at a when you have guests over.
As Seema said, that this is food seduction, and I think it looks so appealing gastronomically, so scrumptious. Ladies, what are your views on this?
I want to say something here. It is so beautiful how every dish somewhere or the other in the world speaks a story, tells a story. And this one, on my viewpoint at least, and I think Kiran and Shobha will agree with me here, is a story of integration and immigration. If you look at
lovely blend.
Indonesia, the blend of the spices against the Southeast Asian ingredients, we've got peanuts in some case, in this case she's put the nori. In some salads we add soy sauce, so you have this lovely story of integration and immigration. So we're celebrating, this is something I'm big on, celebrating diversity through food.
Seema, we got Paloma here, who is in Spain, and as you know, they make very good Mediterranean salads. Paloma, what do you think of this salad?
I think it's amazing. We don't use peanut butter at all. We don't even know what it is in Spain. Mostly the dressing that we use basically is olive oil. Is our base ingredient, olive oil and vinegar, or you can use lemon. Lately, I use dressings like this one, like peanut butter. I really start enjoying, because I live now in London, I discovered different culture. This is a good thing. I will add olives as a Spanish introduction thing. Let's say we use a lot olives, garlic, but I don't know about in the salad, not so sure about. Maybe you can dressing, for example, you can use like just mash the garlic with olive oil and with lemon, and this will give you this kind of garlic, oily lemon. I don't know how to explain it, but it's really good, like a Mediterranean flavor. Let's say if you want to add a Mediterranean flavor, it could be like this, for example. This is if you want to do like a Spanish flavor culture. This is what we use, mostly olives in our salads. We use cheese, maybe feta cheese in Greece, but I'm not using feta cheese anymore. I use maybe the alternatives sometimes, but I'm not bothered anymore about the cheese, but it's fine.
Thank
that
you.
Sounds
Paloma.
delicious.
So Alicia, there you are. You see, to please the Spanish people, and we speak plant-based, we just add some olives, and they're excited.
I love olives. I love
olives. I can eat bowls full of olives.
Yeah, me too. Delicious.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Paloma. That was wonderful. And Alicia, that salad of yours is amazing.
Thank you.
It's gonna make me want to make a gado tomorrow.
Oh yes, please do.
It's made me want to make a gado tomorrow. And I think our producer Kiran wouldn't agree more than that as well, that she's done such a great job, and Shobha, you also agree she's done a great job. And those of you who are watching, and you don't know what a gado gado is, well, now you do. It's an Indonesian salad. It's got a peanut dressing. And don't be intimidated if they ask you for fish sauce or shrimp paste in a recipe. Alicia has given you the perfect alternative here today by using seaweed. And for those of you who say, okay, seaweed has a strong flavor, very often, like my children don't like seaweed, okay? They run away from it. They run away from shrimp paste or fish sauce or anything that they say, oh, it's smelly, it's stinky, oh, mommy, yucky, and all that, the usual. So I opt for just soy sauce or tamari, which is a gluten-free version of soy sauce. So there's a lot you can do with Asian cuisine.
So there are variations that you can actually, feel like whatever you feel like. If you don't like certain tastes, then you can omit something. So, but I noticed there was no sugar in the peanut sauce, right?
Right. The recipes that I've seen traditionally, they don't have a sweet element. But I don't know. I think maybe it depends regionally or something like that. I would think that if they do have sugar, they would maybe use palm sugar.
Sugar, because there's tamarind, so I thought maybe there would be a balance with some sweetness, but I guess you don't really need it then.
No. I mean, I just...
Seema, before we say goodbye to Alicia in India from Hong Kong and London, let us ask Alicia, can you bring the dish more closer to the tripod stand, please? We can look at the final close-up look because it's so yummy.
Sure.
Let's get as close as possible. Yes, and a bit more.
Little more?
Yes. Now we can see every bit of it.
There we go.
Very tempting.
Fantastic.
Very tempting. I must say there is modernity here, from what we're used to with the, going back in the days with a little bit of cabbage and potatoes and a boiled egg on top. There's definitely modernity here, and you can do so much with this. So big applause to you, Alicia. Well done. This is great.
And congratulations on the book. Very inspirational.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I look forward to reading it as well.
Please, would appreciate
it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Absolutely. Congratulations.
Both Kiran and Shobha, huge congratulations from all of us here at Healing Our Earth on your voice. That
Thank you.
becomes our voice too.
We appreciate your support as always. This is a big factor for us here at Healing Our Earth. We know we can get our voices heard far and wide, and we certainly aim for that. So thank you.
Absolutely. It's a global family where we globetrot everywhere in the world. But Alicia, you've done such a great job. I want to say thank you. And tell your dad he's not having a dosa for dinner tonight. He's there, and he's having a nice gado salad. And tell him Seema auntie said so. I know you called me auntie, so I'm going to say it. Seema auntie said so. Have the gado instead.
I'll do that, definitely. He's arriving today from the UK.
Oh,
so.
Bless him. So tell him, say there's no dosa for you today, Papa. It's only a gado salad. He's not going to be very happy with me when he sees this.
Well, she can just wrap it up in a dosa for him, right?
You know what I love about Healing Our Earth? I get one message from Shobha telling me she's hungry. I get another message from Alicia's mom talking to me about lectins. And here I am speaking about my voice, and this wonderful young lady is demonstrating this gorgeous salad. And I'm like, wait a minute, one person's telling me they're hungry, one person's talking to me about lectins. I need to focus over here.
You're so calm, you're doing so well, so you're fine.
But it's so much fun, and we're having such a great time. Yeah. Alicia, bravo.
Thank you so much.
And stay on, don't go away, because Kiran's taking over now. And everybody, I want to say some things about this very dynamic and special lady, Kiran Robinson, who has authored My Voice like Shobha has as well. Kiran was born in India. As she mentioned earlier, she's lived in India, and she has a career span that spans over the hospitality industry for over 30 years in over 3 continents. She started her journey in our own Hong Kong, and that makes me feel very emotional actually, where she founded her niche brand Taza, which translates to freshness. Kiran is a dynamic woman and has managed the executive dining room in and services in one of the San Francisco Bay Area's most prestigious hospitals, where 10,000 employees were served daily for over 17 years. She's also been instrumental in the planning and opening of the state-of-the-art hospital, again in the San Francisco Bay Area. Well, she's also the co-founder of the Malawi Children's Mission, and her focus is community building with chefs and women entrepreneurs to impart her experience rather, in the hospitality industry. She has a wealth of knowledge in this area and she's truly very inspirational. And she shares her voice very powerfully. This I say from my own personal experience with her. Please, if you haven't read her book, Seva, the Heart of Hospitality, grab a copy. It's available on Amazon. It is so inspiring. There are stories to be cherished in that book. Kiran is currently based in Luxembourg, and it is in Luxembourg where she authored her book, Seva, the Art of Hospitality. If you'd like to know more about Kiran Robinson, log on to www.kiranrobinson.com. We've said a global namaste, but I'm going to say another double global namaste to you. It's so good to see you after you've been globetrotting all over the world and sharing all those delicious food pictures on your Substack and making us all want to dive into all those dishes. Very lovely holidays you had. Tell us more about your vacations, Kiran.
Thank you, Seema. You're amazing. Thank you for that lovely introduction. Yeah, I mean, the traveling part has been immense, and only because we celebrated our milestone anniversary, and then right after that was my birthday. So it was like, okay, well, we'll just get up and go, you know. But I'm very blessed in the sense that when I travel, I love people, you know that, enjoy connecting, and I do meet people, and that gives me life. It makes me happy, you know, and the people that I meet and connect with offer me their stories, their life stories, and I keep them engaged, and I love hearing their stories, and that empowers me to do further work in itself with and around the people that I share my time with, that I meet with. So
such a great circle. You meet people.
Yes.
You hear their stories. You share their stories. You inspire. And it's a circle that goes round and round. It's wonderful, you know, and the sky's the limit.
It's
amazing. That's what I say. When you meet people, the sky's the limit, because everybody has so much inspiration to share. Yeah. Everybody has something powerful. Everybody has an experience.
Definitely. And I try to incorporate some of the stories in my weekly Substack newsletters, you know, whether it's the monthly female fingerprints, you know, talking about and featuring and giving the pedestal to women, or the other weeks I'm doing, you know, inspirational stories with the people that I meet, you know, talking about them. And I think it's a wonderful platform to recognize these people. I wish I could do more, you know, but once a week, you know, keeps me quite busy. And I want to like really get in the nitty-gritty of what they do, put the word out there and see if that resonates with other people who can come alongside and do some of the work together. whether this is like an aha moment, eye opener for them, whether they've been looking to do something progressive in this way, but didn't know how to start, where to start. That is the concept of these writings, creating that connection.
And you're opening a door.
Well, more than one door, I hope,
Oh, yes.
Door at a time, for sure.
Oh, yes, definitely. I can see that. And this is, very powerful work. It's seva.
It is, 100%.
It's seva.
You got it right. That's the whole thing in my first book, right? Sevas.
I know
that's magic of that word, seva.
I know,
Right.
such a beautiful,
Thank
well-written
you
book.
for sharing my
There you
story.
are. It's available on Amazon, everybody. Seva, the Art of Hospitality, authored by Karen Robinson. It's available here in Hong Kong for those of you who are watching or tuned in from Hong Kong. It's available here at Bookazine in Hong Kong. So do head over to Bookazine and pick up your copy of Seva, the Art of Hospitality. You will not be disappointed, that I promise you.
Thank you.
Now, speaking of Hong Kong, Kiran, we have an exciting episode ahead, and I know Shobha is here. Now, I've been going to the wet market. I actually tried to go into the wet market and film some of the ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been doing a lot of cooking and cooking up some Chinese Chinese food, with all the authentic local ingredients. And I wanted to show you something very special that I picked up at the market the other day.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh,
you remember this?
Yes, absolutely. I think like, I don't know what you call it there. I mean, it is part of the woodier mushroom, but it's Chinese dried fungus, Chinese dried white fungus, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Right. So
that's what it is. Yeah.
So this one, I've been told is very high in collagen as well. It's really good for the skin, and I just want to explain to her. So this looks like a sponge. I thought it was a loofah when I went in. And I thought to myself, okay, this would be nice. It looks like a loofah sponge. And then a friend of mine, she's a nutritionist, and she also brought some over the other day as well. And she said, no, this is very high in collagen, and you can make it in a soup with these lovely, let me reach out here. Now, this ingredient I know, Chinese red dates. Are very high in iron, I believe. So I want to try one of these while I'm speaking to all of you.
Yeah. And I think the other name for the red dates is jujubes, the jujube fruit. Jujubes, right? It is a traditional herb used in the Asian cooking, and there are many benefits when consumed. I think my favorite one is because it induces sleep. And who doesn't?
Oh, wow, that's really interesting. I didn't know that. Oh, I should eat more of these.
So that's why I love it so much.
So I'm not sharing this bowl with anyone. This is going to be mine tonight. Okay, so I want to describe the flavor of this dish to our viewers, okay, who are watching. So this is the Chinese jujube.
That's
here's
your
my
red dates.
bowl of jujubes, okay, which are, according to my friend who's very well versed in Chinese TCM, and she's a wellness expert. So she said they combine it with the fungus and they make a soup that's very wholesome, very nutrient rich, very energizing, and also very good for your blood because they're red dates. So I'm assuming they're very high in iron.
Yeah, and I think it's a great immunity builder as well. So the combination of the dates with the, as you call it, sponge, I call it snow fungus,
Snow fungus, that's right.
Which is used in Asia primarily for its medicinal purposes. They make a light broth out of it, a stock out of it, or soup by adding mushrooms and green vegetables.
That's exactly what she.
There you go. Is that?
She brought me the Chinese dried mushrooms.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And she said you add them into the soup when they come back to life.
Yeah.
Pretty much, and they get this chewy, meaty texture.
Right.
And you combine it in the soup and makes this wholesome dish. It's amazing how here in Hong Kong and of course in China and different parts of the Far East, that they have so many unique ingredients that bring food as medicine.
100%.
You know, look at this. So we've got one kind of mushroom here. And we've got a fungus here, and we've got the red date. Now, the red dates, these are pretty yummy, okay? I'm going to say this to our viewers. For those of you who want to know, I like sweet things, okay? I'm kapha dosha by Ayurvedic. My Ayurvedic Prakriti is kapha pitta. So kapha people like a lot of sweet. So these taste like the Indian dried dates that we call chuaras. You know, when you're getting married in India, they give the boy the dried date. It's meant to be auspicious. The mother-in-law, the mother of the girl, puts the dried date in the boy's mouth, and she like blesses him that you're going to be my son-in-law. It's traditional. So this tastes like that. So if you don't have chuaras, you can always opt for jujubes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jujubes. So I've, it's been so exciting, this journey into food. There's so much to share.
I'm so envious right now. You're right
I
there.
know, I wish you were
everything. You're
here.
able to get all of these things. Oh,
dragon fruit. I shouldn't be eating on the show.
I know it's called dragon fruit, but otherwise known to us as a strawberry pear.
Strawberry pear, that's it. And I read somewhere they're very good, high in fiber and good for gut health.
Absolutely.
I can't get enough of these, okay? I can't get enough of these. So
it's basically from the cactus family. And then again, another reason I love it is because it's packed with magnesium. So there is that sleeping empowerment right there, you know?
Oh, wow. Okay, so we've got the dates and this. So I'm not sharing this with anybody. Now, I know your viewers can see this, but you know, I shared I shared a picture of this with a family member the other day, and they said, why are you eating a fruit that has black sesame seeds in it? And I said, no, they're not black sesame seeds. This is like, it's got the texture of a kiwi with the crunchiness of the sesame seeds in
or it looks like chia seeds as well, doesn't it?
Or chia seeds. And I'm just going to scoop it out here. It is like a bit of like a soft pear, you know, and I don't know if our viewers can see it over here.
Yeah.
And there's Shobha. So let's ask Shobha. Shobha, do you have a lot of the strawberry pear? I'm going to have a spoon in front of all of you. I hope.
I find that a lot of, at least in my family, not everyone likes to eat it. It's an acquired taste. It's not that it's sour or sweet. It's kind of like a juicy texture kind of fruit, but it's got that little crunch to it because of the black bits in it.
It's got the crunchiness. Nice. It's like a soft pear cum kiwi. It's a marriage between pear and kiwi, but it doesn't have the tartness of the kiwi. And I love to bless it to my smoothies.
Right.
You know, that's it. And it's apparently very good for your gut health. That's what I read.
Yeah.
Yes,
and just the presentation itself. I mean, it's like a mold, a cup. You know, here I am, ready for you to eat in my own vessel.
Yeah, bright red,
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. It is.
It's so pretty. So that's the strawberry pear. Since we're speaking about fruits, I'm just randomly picking up my ingredients.
No, it's great. Like I said, I'm so envious. You've got all of these.
Can I just mention that? Go back to the soup that you mentioned. Do you also put dried orange skin in it?
There
is that
you
part
are.
of?
Da 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 da.
That's the one. That's why I said it goes in the soup. Yeah, to give it that little, it's supposed to be very good for the skin as well, right?
It's very, yes. So this is like a beauty from within soup.
Inside.
You know, I focus a lot on Ayurvedic beauty. We were talking about this the other day, Shobha, and I'd love to do this. I shared this many times. My children say, Mummy, stop changing is converting our bathroom into a kitchen because your kitchen homemade face masks are in a bowl ready to be used, and you put it in our bathroom. And so this really a kitchen ingredient, but it's beauty from within. So you've of course got the tangerine peel. It's tangerine.
Tangerine, correct. Tangerine peel, that dried peel, and that goes into the soup as well.
Now this would be delicious in a soup because I'm just tasting the peel here.
The fragrance, I mean, the aroma of the orange as well is like
such a depth of intense tangerine aroma, tangerine flavor, and it's not sour, it's not tart, but it's still tangerine.
Yeah,
it's lovely and sweet. Isn't it interesting how nature gave us fruits as a natural exfoliant per se?
Yeah.
Great for the complexion, great for the skin, like papayas,
Papaya, coming
papayas,
papaya.
right?
Papaya is a great skin, the enzymatic, the enzymes in papaya actually help regenerate your skin cells because foods have alpha hydroxy acids, which help with cell regeneration. Papaya is very cleansing. Some people say it's a whitening agent. I don't know, but it's
it's a beta carotene. It's the main substance is the beta carotene in it,
Okay, and
aids in complexion. Would you agree? It gives you a smooth, shiny skin.
So a lot of the Chinese love to eat fresh papaya. A lot of people in Southeast Asia love to eat fresh papaya. Fresh papaya is easily available here. And what you can do is, because I practice farm to table beauty, is just mash up a teaspoon of papaya with a teaspoon of raw honey and 2 or 3 drops of fresh lemon juice and apply it on your skin. And face masking, I'm giving you beauty prescriptions. We're deviating away from vegan vegetarian kitchen, but we're talking about vegan vegetarian beauty here, and we're talking about beauty from the inside out. So it does synergize. So you mash it up and you apply it on your skin. And when you mask, you should mask at night. And a lot of us mask in the morning, but it's best to mask at night because that's when you rest in your skin, you sleep, and your skin regenerates.
But then doesn't it get all over your pillow cover?
You wash it off. You wash it off before you sleep.
Thank you for sharing that because you don't want to sleep with that on your face.
Well, I've got sleeping mask recipes with aloe vera, etc. If you want, I'm happy to share. So we've got the papaya here. I do want to share with you how I'm not going to eat it.
But Seema, just for a second, the honey and the lemon juice, isn't that a natural exfoliant as well?
It does.
So it's like a 2-in-1. So you have an
exfoliant, 2-in-1, skin brightener and exfoliant. Absolutely.
Okay.
That's the papaya, as you can see. Yeah, that'll go into my smoothie tomorrow morning.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Is it nice and ripe?
It is. It's absolutely ripe. I don't know how closely you could see.
I can see it. Yeah, nice and orange, bright orange.
Bright orange and yummy.
Well, I'm going to call you on WhatsApp tomorrow and look at your hair and see if it's shiny. Look at your skin if it's glowing.
The skin is already nice and shiny.
Randomly, I'm going to show these cluster mushrooms.
Yes.
Otherwise
known as enoki.
Yes, and I love to use these in my stir fries. Do you use these, Shobha?
No, I find them too chewy unless I'm cooking them wrong. Can you suggest a recipe?
No, they are chewy. They're meaty and nice and chewy. That's what I like about them. Is the
but too chewy.
So this is apparently, so they have a brown version of these mushrooms as well.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah.
So this is known as the albino version, they say.
Okay.
It's interesting, isn't it? All the names these poor little mushrooms get.
It's good. The more the merrier.
And they're all bound up. And I love to say they're cluster mushrooms because they're all bound up at the bottom.
At the bottom, yeah.
They grow in clusters.
Shobha, are you stir frying them?
Yes. Is there something wrong I'm doing with it?
I don't think so. So do your stir fry and just give it a little steam, Put a lid on it, give it a moment. Right?
Okay.
And that should do it. That's why primarily this type of mushroom is always used in a broth, in a soup.
Yes,
That's what I thought.
I've had it in a broth.
It needs that long,
In the restaurants, I have it in a broth. Yeah.
Yeah, the thinner they are, like the Japanese mushrooms, the easier to eat. You can eat them in your salads, you can eat them raw, but the meatier they are, they will need, because of the chewiness, they will need a little bit more time. So just put a lid over it, you will have the sauce already, your liquid, and that should help.
Okay, wonderful to know that. I think there's a guest who's raised her hand.
Yes. Oh, that's interesting. Let's check if there's anything in the chat box. No, we'd love to hear from our guest who's raised their hand. If you have any questions about mushrooms or any of our Chinese ingredients, if you'd like to share, we'd love to hear from you. Okay, well, we'll wait for them to come back. Now, we're talking about mushrooms here. So what I do is I love the French way of doing just garlic butter mushrooms. So I take the whole melange of mushrooms. I take cromini, I take shiitake, I take the cluster mushrooms, I take the big ear mushrooms and everything, and I chop them up, and I just do them in a butter garlic sauce with lots of parsley and black pepper, and they're really yummy.
Yeah.
And you get the different textures of mushrooms coming through, and the chewiness and the meatiness of the mushrooms. Now,
And they all and with the greens, I mean, if you're adding parsley and other, it's just lovely contrast. The browns.
You could also add white wine if you like, a dash of white wine to just give it that element of white wine and flavor. So I picked these up because I thought this would be something different. So I went globetrotting the market yesterday.
Nice.
And I just randomly picked up these ingredients. Now what I love here, this is one of my favorites.
Oh,
is the
lychee. No, lungans, yeah.
Lungans. They're like lychees.
Yeah, but lungans, yeah.
Now for our viewers out there, this is a lungan, and it's very high in fiber.
It's a nice sweet fruit.
It's a delicious sweet fruit, and it's got a leathery exterior.
But on the inside, it looks like a lychee. I mean, it tastes.
It needs a lot of love when we
peel it.
Essentially, it is a lychee, Shobha.
It is.
Sometimes it's they call them berries or nuts, but it's not. It is a lychee family. It has a lot of natural, sweet, watery content. Excuse me.
As you can see, so I'm going to bite this.
No fair. Now you're not sharing anything that's not fair.
Come over here, just down the road.
Okay.
Careful, don't talk when you're eating. And there's a seed in it. There you go.
So this is the seed. Okay, I'm just eating it to show everybody. Shobha, you're just
down the road. Yeah, I'll come join you.
You can come join me anytime.
Yeah.
Come over now, just walk over, no problem. Okay, there's a whole bowl of longans waiting for you here, and there's a whole punnet in the fridge, by the way. So I've jumped from fruit to vegetables and vegetables to fruits because, I like being all over the place. So I have a melange here of, I'm going to choose I have pak choy.
That's a pak choy?
Choy. Okay, that's pak choy, and that's choy sam, baby choy sam, as you can see. And that's pak choy. And
I don't
Chinese,
see the yellow little flowers growing on.
No, the choy sam doesn't have any flowers because it does.
The yellow
baby flower inside.
Yeah, usually it's that.
There I am. Yeah, baby flower. Okay, so a Chinese meal, a traditional Chinese meal, is never complete without a choy. Yeah. Right, Kiran, Shobha?
Yeah. And
what is a choy? A choy is a green vegetable. So we have
with vitamin K. So
absolutely, vitamin K, and iron, and
everything. I mean, it helps with the heart. It keeps the heart healthy. It helps with the blood clotting. All of those things. Green vegetables are,
and they stir fry them with garlic. And sometimes they add chilies into it, lachu chilies, or soy sauce. And I'm telling you, the Chinese greens here in this part of the world, in Southeast Asia, and of course in other countries where they grow, are are super yum yum. There's a technique, you can't overcook them.
No.
But you have to wash them well, don't you?
You have to soak them really well. I soak them in salted water. Some people like to put baking soda. You can add baking soda or vinegar and soak them for, and then really give it many washes, especially if they're not organic. These days we get a lot of, these are organic, and actually these are organic from the supermarket in that we both bump into each other at, which is like a block away from where we both live now. The last ingredient I want to bring forward is my favorite. I have a table. I have a table surrounding.
I can see the whole dining table is full.
Yeah, you know the placement of my house, so goji berries.
Yummy.
These are very good for your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And they're great in porridge, right, Kiran?
Yeah, I'd like to top mine off on a bowl of porridge. It just gives it, again, a little bit of je ne sais quoi, presentation purposes. But what I like about these guys are, first of all, they're in the nightshade family, which rates really high as far as immunity goes. It's immunity building categories, as I would put it, and talk to us about what you're tasting, the flavor. Sweet, tart.
Sweet, tart, bitter. Chewy, almost waxy.
And there are so many takes to it as far as preparation.
It's like a raisin, but it's not a raisin.
That's perfect. That's exactly what I meant. There are so many takes. So if you're having in cereal or porridge, whatever, you can imagine drying them up, toasting them. It takes it to another level,
They're sweet, but they have a slight bitterness, which gives it that medicinal kind of feel.
Try it with gajar ka halwa.
Okay? Oh, wow.
Just think about it. Got your Indian dessert.
Instead of raisins, you would put this in instead of raisins.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put it inside. I would top it up with that. So you've got that.
Such a great idea.
Yeah, because of the taste. You see where I'm going with this? The saffron, the sweetness, the sweetness of the carrots as well. And then boom, you've got this on top, Of course, you can have your pistachios and all that, but just try it with this.
So
takes it to a completely different level,
I think Teresa, she's a wellness expert. So she brought these over for me, and she said they're really good for the eyes. But if you really want them to benefit your eye, because I think they're quite yang, so they're quite heaty. She said you have to balance them out with chrysanthemum.
Oh, with
goji berry and chrysanthemum, then you get that yin yang, and it's the perfect balance for your eyes. But I've seen in the West, you have chocolates now with goji berries in them, cereals with goji berries in them, and
then with the coconut crunch on top, toasted
coconut crunch on top, absolutely. And ancient Chinese wisdom has been eating these for years. So today I thought I'd delve away. I'd take the challenge and move away a bit from Ayurveda, the traditional norm.
Seema, why don't you go ahead and invite your viewers to participate in this?
I would love to hear.
Tell them you've given them a whole bunch of different ingredients. Ask them to respond to
our viewers, Kiran and I,
their recipes.
Kiran and I and Shobha here reach out to us. Now, this is something very interesting. And I don't really know what this is. Is this tofu skin?
Is it a sheet, tofu sheet?
It's crispy. I'm going to open this up if I can. I need to ask her what this is, but I found it. She's so sweet. She's so enthusiastic. She says, I'm going to cook a Chinese meal for you, and she'll come up with all these lovely Chinese ingredients. And she cooks very well, by the way.
Yeah.
An excellent cook.
Is it fungus?
She brought this up, and I'm going to smell it. Okay. I think this is tofu.
Tofu sheets, yeah. Hold it up one more time.
tofu skins, they call it, the dried tofu.
Tofu skin. So that's the breakfast product, isn't it? It's they have it with congee.
Oh, I think they have
Right?
this with congee.
Right?
It's not.
Right? Okay. Yeah.
I think they have it with congee, but it's very interesting. And I'm just thinking to myself, how to yin yang these ingredients and marry them with different cuisines. So we have the traditional Cantonese and traditional Hunan and Sichuan and cuisine from all the provinces. How can we combine these flavors and bring them into maybe Indian?
Yeah, like I said, the gajar ka halwa with. So if we, put this out to our audience and we have Shobha and Seema and Kiran putting our heads together, I'm sure we can come up with great ideas. And we'll let Mr. Neil decide if he wants to put it on media or save it for another show next time or something like that.
It would be such a great...
Seema talking about meal. Let's remind our audience that the goji berries are amongst the richest antioxidant food in the world. It's been so high that blueberries are not even in the same league as goji berries.
May I add, they're also very heart healthy, am I right?
Yes, they're very good, absolutely good. Of course, they're not readily available in every country. The fried versions are. Seema, before we go on talking about exciting food that you've shared with us, there was a very nice, exciting aubergine recipe that you've prepared. So let us go ahead and share that video reel, which you've done very nicely. And Shobha is smiling because she knows what it's about.
And so does Kiran. Kiran is big on Cantonese
later. So let's go and share that with the audience, and then we can discuss that and more on the food. And Kiran is going to carry on with Chef D, who is now also part of Healing Our Earth. So if you keep on talking, I'll just bring the video on.
Thank you. Yes. So I like I said, I've been doing a lot of Cantonese cooking recently, and we have the Chinese braised eggplant, as you can see. This is the video, and it's coming up.
I've tried it. It's amazing.
Oh, wow. That's gorgeous.
Thank you.
A+ for presentation. Gorgeous.
Thank you. Thank you. So I decided to work in a steel pan because there's no voice here, but I'll just tell you what I did was since there's no voice, I worked in I didn't work with a non-stick pan, and I'll walk you through the ingredients. 2 generous tablespoons. Oops. It's gone away.
I think he's working on the sound, maybe.
Sound.
Yeah, but what I love is the versatility in the way that you put together the ingredients and how beautifully it turns out. With eggplant, it just gets all mushy, but you've made it in such a way that the purple shines through as well.
Mm-hmm. So thank you. So I'll just go, since there's no sound, I'll walk you through the ingredients. Chinese braised eggplant. I'm using a steel pan because I'm trying to walk away from non-stick. And of course, the ingredients, it has a lot of garlic. Of course, and it's got
on pause.
I think the video's on pause, so I'll just talk a little bit about the dish and the ingredients. It's got a lot of garlic in it. It's got an element of Shaoxing wine, which is Chinese rice wine. And for those of our viewers who don't know what Chinese rice wine is or don't have access to buy Chinese rice wine, you can always substitute the recipe with sherry. Okay. The recipe has got Changqing vinegar, which is Chinese dark vinegar. And for those of you who don't get Chinese dark vinegar or Changqing vinegar, you can substitute with balsamic vinegar. There is no substitute for freshly chopped garlic. Please use lots of it. And chili sauce, of course. The recipe has chili sauce. We're waiting for the video to come up. Chinese braised eggplant. Let's hope it works this time.
It's very easy to make. So let me walk you through the ingredients. So today we're going to be making this colorful, flavor-rich Cantonese braised eggplant dish. It's filled with flavor. It's very easy to make. So let me walk you through the ingredients. Our primary ingredient is 2 tablespoons of freshly chopped garlic. Heap tablespoons, be generous here. Our next ingredient is 2 tablespoons of dark soy sauce. Dark soy sauce lends this dish a great depth of flavor. Our next ingredient is Chinese Changking wine. You can substitute it with balsamic vinegar. A teaspoon or 2 if you like your dish spicy of red chili sauce. 2 tablespoons of Chinese Shaoxing wine or rice wine. You can substitute this with sherry, and a tablespoon of cornstarch. Blended into 4 tablespoons of water to make a slurry. As you can see, we have 20 ounces of eggplant which we've deep fried to a deep, dark, rich, golden color on a medium flame. Here they are. These babies are deep, dark, rich and golden in color. They are also so delicious on their own. Sometimes I just like to dip them into sea salt, enjoy the crunch of the sea salt against the softness of the eggplant. We are now going to heat up 2 tablespoons to 3 tablespoons of oil on a medium flame, and we're going to add in our generous 2 tablespoons of garlic. Yes, generous. And stir fry and cook this for about 1 to 2 minutes. I am stirring this continuously because I'm not using a non-stick pan. So I'm going to just keep toss frying this till the garlic just begins to turn a golden brown in color. We don't want it a deep brown color or a deep golden brown, just a tad golden. As you can see, the garlic is beginning to crispen up on the edges. We're just going to take this further for a second or 2 more. Just a quick cook while I reach out for my eggplant, which I'm now going to toss into the garlic. Yes, golden on the edges, just golden, a tad golden. In with the eggplant. We're going to toss it up in this lovely garlicky flavor, some oil. Just give it a light stir. It smells divine. My kitchen smells divine right now. And now we're going to deglaze the pan and of course soften the garlic with the Shaoxing wine or sherry if you don't have access to Chinese rice wine, Shaoxing wine. So in with the Shaoxing wine, which is going to deglaze those bits, delicious lovely bits that are stuck to the bottom, and it's going to soften the garlic. Depth of flavor with the dark soy sauce, a little bit of tang with the dark vinegar or balsamic vinegar, the heat, the spice with the chili sauce. Give this a stir. Going to be really delicious. This dish is absolutely delicious with a bed of stir-fried greens on the side and rice, and you've got a complete meal. We're going to go in with the velvety cornstarch slurry, which is going to give this dish that really rich velvety feel, and all the sauces are going to coat the eggplant. By the way, I've used 20 ounces of eggplant chips here, in with green chilies. That's the Kenyan in me. 1 green chili finely chopped up, a quarter yellow bell pepper julienne, just for color, contrast and texture, and a quarter carrot julienne, again for color, contrast and texture. Give this a quick toss, cook it down for about half a minute or so, plate it up. We're going to sprinkle over some roasted sesame seeds, which I normally tend to keep in my larder. They give a little slight crunch to the dish, a bit of contrast in color and texture. Again, I'm going to top this up with curls of spring onion, and to give that slight sweetness and that burst of flavor, pomegranate seeds, heart healthy pomegranate seeds, which look so attractive. when you have this wonderful, colorful dish, Chinese braised eggplant. It's ready, it's fast, it's fresh, it's simple, and it's delicious. Thank you very much for watching. A very warm global namaste to all of you.
Seema,
That was amazing.
I'm going to freeze that picture there because it seems as if you are just about to serve it to us and it looks so.
Thank you. Yeah.
Toba, don't you feel that it's
Amazing.
about to come to our table?
Yeah, delicious. It looks
Thank you.
amazing. And I've tasted it. It is yummy.
Seema, in the real time, how long did it take this right from the initial process to the final product?
Making the dish or actually doing the voiceover?
Well, you did excellently on both counts.
Very good.
Okay, making the dish not too long. I would say not more than 20 minutes. It's very fast, and 25 minutes maximum. Once you have all the ingredients in place.
And if we're to replicate the same method, what other vegetables we can use which would be of same standard of texture and taste?
Okay, so this is a traditional Cantonese dish. I think maybe the only deviation I've done here, 2 deviations, is I've added green chilies, which is the Kenyan in me. They would use chili sauce or red chilies in this recipe. Am I right, Kiran?
Yeah.
Correct. And I have added yellow capsicums and carrots for contrast. They probably wouldn't add that. They would get the color contrast with red chilies in this dish in a traditional Cantonese context. So if you really wanted to deviate from this dish, then it wouldn't be a traditional Chinese, traditional Cantonese dish, but I would, if I wanted to, I would use tofu in this recipe because the sauces would work well with the tofu and it would give me that mapo tofu kind of feel, which is a traditional Chinese dish. Which
same thing, same thoughts.
Enjoy, same thing, thinking. Because we're from here, you see, so we know.
Same, exactly.
Soft tofu, I would imagine. The soft.
I would use the silken tofu.
Silken tofu. But I mean, if you're saying mapo tofu, then you want the silken tofu.
Absolutely, because mapo tofu isn't a mapo tofu without silken tofu.
But the marriage is because the eggplant is braised, so you have a soft interior. So you want that silken tofu for the perfect marriage.
You want that soft dish, in this dish.
Seema, before we go to Paloma, have you ever tried this dish approximately as how you did with hash brown? Hash brown are grated potatoes.
No, I haven't, but it would be a great new concept to use with hash browns. I think that would be interesting because they're soft again. But what I'm thinking of right now, you've got me thinking, Mr. Kumar and Shobha and Kiran, you guys are so inspirational now that we're having this conversation and my electricity is going, I'm thinking of the chili paneer.
Oh,
that we have in India, which is again deep fried. So we could do, this is pretty much, you could do a chili paneer with this, but then you would of course add the capsicum, the red peppers and the green peppers and the onion and the spring onion into this dish. They have a lot of these Manchurians in India, which is I like to call it Chindian, Chinese Indian, which hails mostly from Eastern India because of the influx of immigration from China into Eastern India during the Silk Road. So they have a lot of Manchurian, which is like a pakora in a Chinese sauce, really. That's what I call it. It's a pakora it's a fritter, an Indian fritter in a Chinese sauce. So those would work well in this kind of sauce, but of course it's not Chinese traditionally, it's Chindian. So you've got gobi Manchurian and all these different Manchurian dishes, paneer Manchurian, and I'd never heard of a Manchurian actually. Before I got married, I went to India and I have Manchurian. I said, what's a Manchurian? I've never had a Manchurian before, but it's delicious. It's really yummy. It's really
Even
yummy.
Himalayan food is very close, you know. Himalayan
Yes.
food and
Yes.
a little bit
Yes.
sweeter, but yeah.
Yes.
They do
Yep.
an
And
amazing
if you go
job.
towards, if you go towards Siliguri and Assam and everywhere, you have that Indian Chinese flavors, which are really wonderful combinations. Now, that's the
So
eggplant
I
dish.
wanted to I just wanted to verify with Neil. Were you thinking about replacing the eggplant here? Was that the idea?
No. I actually had set, because this is also a part of East African dish over here, which
In many ways.
yeah, the aubergine is very much into East African. So one day, which is done over here, this dish was prepared with hash brown. Hash browns are very finely grated potatoes. And I tell you, it's just a meal on its own. You don't need rice or anything. And the taste it brings,
Interesting.
because aubergine is slightly watery. I mean, Seema has fried it, so it didn't break, and then it was able to resist and able to attain all the spices, which was beautiful. Then the exciting, you can actually taste the aubergine with hash brown.
I can see where you're coming from. Let me tell you why. Because we have the chili garlic. Again, I'll say Chindian potato wedges in Bombay. You know, Shobha, you must have had them, Kiran. So someone might have just used hash browns instead, but it would go. I can see the hash browns taking on this sauce.
I tell you why you find from the Asian point of view why this would be very popular. Very simply because aubergine and potato, aloo, bengan is a main dish in the veg menu.
True.
Bengan aloo sabji, yeah, is quite a popular.
Therefore, hash brown, which Americans are very good at. If you go to America in the breakfast, you get hash brown. And if you go to China, you get this dish in the breakfast. They've got long, very, very long aubergines.
Yes.
And it's so beautiful. The length they've got is nothing shorter than 14 inches, and it was right up to 20 inches. It's beautiful. Let's take a
They have the long, but there's a difference between the Chinese eggplant, the Chinese aubergine, and the Japanese one. The Chinese one is fatter and longer, and the Japanese one is much slimmer. It's very interesting, and the flavors are quite, if you have a sensitive palate, you can sense the flavors. I mean, I've also had white aubergine here and green aubergine.
Let's show them once more what it looked like. There you are. Look, people, this is so scrumptious. It's marvelous.
Yummy.
Let's take a
vivid colors.
From Paloma.
I want to
I
hear
just
Paloma's
from
view.
Paloma.
2 questions, because aubergine, I know a lot of people soak in water to take out the acidity. Did you do that process as well?
Yes, thank you very much for asking me this question. And I should have actually said this in the recipe, but in all my enthusiasm to cook, I totally overlooked this. Yes, we cut the aubergine into chips. We soak them into salted water traditionally, because when you soak them into salted water, it enhances the aubergine to actually absorb the sauces. And then we pat them dry, and then we deep fry them. Now, for those of you who are very health conscious, like many of my friends are, I say, oh my God, Seema, it's deep fried. Oh my God, you used 3 tablespoons of oil. Yes, I did use 3 tablespoons of oil, because this for once in my life, I'm telling you, this is a cheat dish. It is an oily dish. It is a delicious dish. Okay. I'm not using a non-stick pan. I do need to, caramelize my garlic to the right point. I'm moving away from toxic cookware while I'm trying to, and
gives it a glaze. I mean, with that oil and everything, is that
the
lovely
oil
glaze.
glazes, it just collects and it covers, and like I said, it gives the dish that
Shiny,
really feel. It's like a lot of the comforting food you have, the lovely creamy mushrooms with cream,
But eggplant is tasteless on its own. You have to liven it up with all these wonderful flavors that you
do have to liven it up. Also, the Indian eggplant has to be livened up. Paloma, you're from Spain originally.
Yeah.
How do the Spanish do eggplant?
So we have a Spanish recipe, very simple one, from south of Spain. I think it's come from from the Moros. this kind of influence from the south of Spain when we were conquered. We do like the eggplant, very simple recipe, just cut it in slices, and then there is two options, just grill it, or do like tempura, and then you put on top melasa, and then you put salt and pepper. And it's this starter, let's say, but it's really crunchy and it's really, oh my God, it's so simple, but it's so delicious. The only other question that you were saying, you deep fry, because I also, that is one of the things I had, because in Spain we fried a lot of food, most of it fried. But to me, it gets too indigestive at the end of the day. So I was going to ask you if you can do it in the oven and then
baste it with oil and do it in the oven.
Yeah,
you won't get that real softness because the eggplant will retain some firmness, you know, but you get the same effect, you know. So for example, when I do an eggplant parmigiana, you know, with the breadcrumbs, some people deep fry their eggplant, but no, I bake mine in the oven because it gets too oily, it gets too rich, it gets too heavy. By and large, eggplant recipes traditionally, unless you're doing a Middle Eastern baba ganoush.
Or a bharta.
Or a bharta. Bharta also takes bharta is an Indian onion and tomato based for our viewers who are watching.
Yeah, but you roast the eggplant then, you don't need to fry.
We roast the eggplant, but we put it into a tomato onion gravy, which is quite heavy with oil. Baba ganoush, you will just roast your eggplant and you take out all the yummy fleshy bits and you blend it with garlic, etc. and tahini. So it's not so it will take some olive oil on top. Generally, eggplant, I think Kiran is an expert here. She would agree with me that eggplant generally does take on a lot of oil.
Because because of the nature of the animal, you know, it's a sponge, right? So it's a sponge, it will absorb. But I wanted to just put my two bit in the whole having to cut it and put it and soak it in water and salt and all that. I do not do that. I totally omit that part. Having said that, I know Indian eggplants are more bitter than the of course the Japanese ones and all, but the Mediterranean ones, you know, I'm talking about Spain and France and Italy and what we get here in Luxembourg, Europe, but even in California, we don't soak them at all. They're not bitter at all. On the contrary, by soaking, again, you are infusing more liquid, more water in it, making it more heavy. I'll tell you a very, very quick short story. When I would interview chefs, when I was hiring chefs, and I would do a mystery basket and coordinate a stage in my kitchen, So the mystery basket always had an eggplant in it. And I would do that on purpose, just to see, how this chef cooks his eggplant, does he know how to? Not a lot of people know how to cook eggplant or understand the vegetable itself. You cook it too short a time on too low a fire, you're going to get sponginess, you're going to get leatheriness, and it doesn't taste good at all. But if you cook it on high heat, you get the softest, sweetest, most luscious eggplant ever. That is the right way to do it. Have you ever had lasagna in an per se Italian restaurant where you can hardly cut the eggplant and sometimes the color is white? That means it hasn't been cooked to its fully potential,
I've always had a very soft eggplant lasagna, always.
Seema, so shortly it will be midnight in Hong Kong, where you and Shobha will be slightly resting from us. I'm sure you'll stay as long as you can. And Kiran will take over with Chef B with a very exciting journey before we move to America and Peru. Let us remind the people about one of our producer Kiran's Seva book. So let's just show, I love the reel about her son. Then I want to go with yours and Shobha's Friendship Friday, because people would love that. So people want to know more about it. So we'll play that reel. So let's first play the reel for this Seva. And her own son thinks this, so it could be something good.
And this is actually a book written by my mum. Can you believe that? And so yes, I'm going to buy the book. There's my mum there. Can we zoom in? Isn't she gorgeous? And I think I am pretty much predominantly featured in this book. I assume so, considering I'm a son. If you get a chance, come and buy this book. You can buy it online as well. Do it for me. Thank you.
So, Kiran, remind us.
So sweet. Lovely.
Kiran, remind us, where can people access this book?
In Hong Kong, you have it at Seema. Go ahead. Oops, can't hear you.
Bookazine in Hong Kong has it.
Thank you so much.
And you can find bookazines everywhere in Hong Kong.
Thank you. And in California, you can buy it at the Stanford Hospital, Stanford Medical Center gift shop, the new hospital. And it's been there for just a couple of weeks right now. So it makes it very easy for the visitors and the employees to get access to it without going far. Otherwise, it's on Amazon, and both the Kindle version as well as paperback. Thank you.
There you are. We would like watching on the Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, websites, and YouTube. Remember, Seva the book. You can access, just Google it and you know where to go. So Kiran, hang about. I'm going to bring Shobha on the line. Earlier you missed this and people were loving it. We want to plug one of their nice little teaser, which they've got over here, and then we can talk about it.
Okay.
Fridays.
So this looks so beautiful. I think it's going to catch up with a lot of people. Seema, Shobha, tell us more what is going to happen in future with this series.
Well, we're covering a lot of topics. We cover a lot of issues with. We talk about self-esteem. We talk about self-care, the importance of self-care, and how when you take care of yourself, how you can enhance your self-esteem. We're going to be talking about emotions. You know how to deal with your emotions. How to deal with impressions from the past, childhood trauma. We're going to be talking about a lot of issues that many of us go through without even knowing that we've been through them.
It's a lot of mind-body connection that we are bringing to the forefront, where what we feel in our bodies, a lot of emotions and trauma get trapped in our bodies. And that's where Seema comes and shares a little bit about Ayurveda and how that helps us. And I talk about the path of the mind and how we should talk to ourselves, and how when we are feeling stressed or anxiety, what we can do. So we are intertwining our mind-body connection with our Friendship Friday chats. That's where we're coming from. And it's through our personal experiences and our learnings as well.
Our personal experience, our learning, and the importance of, see, I'm a great believer, and a lot of you have heard this before, and I'll say it time and time again, put your oxygen mask on first. Because when your oxygen mask is on first, then you're in a place to put the oxygen mask on others effectively.
Correct.
It's self-care is not selfish. Self-care is not narcissistic. Self-care is actually taking care of yourself so you can be fully present for all those you love around you. Because if you're not present for yourself, how are you going to be present for those around you?
Yeah, it's like your cup of love needs to be full so it can spill out and you can
And
share
you
that
do
love.
it through diet. Okay, look after your diet. And it can be Ayurveda, it can be eating your rainbow, it can be nourishing your chakras, it can be going plant-based with Alicia. It's how you choose to nourish yourself to be more energetically, physically present, to deal with the daily, your daily life. Secondly is I'm big, I've studied, I did Ayurvedic nutrition and Ayurvedic beauty, and I'm big on this. I'm big on farm to table beauty. I'm big on non-toxic, vegan, vegetarian, skin kitchen stuff that my children complain about 24/7, that there's a hair oil with cinnamon sticks in it and cloves, and what are you, Mama, what are you doing now? And then they both look at each other and they go, and I'm like, leave it alone, don't touch it, it's mine, I want you to put it in your hand. They're like, no, it's smelly. And I'm like, come here, come here. So good for you. And they're like, no. And I chase them around the house.
Yeah, so it's about the
then
body.
Eventually,
And
one will come and say, "Can you oil my hair?" And then I'll sit there and just like, actually, it's quite soft, but it smells so bad because you're doing farm to table beauty and you're using holistic Ayurvedic spices and a lot of stuff, and you're macerating them in oils with different kinds of ingredients. And if you're going to add black seed into your oil, or fenugreek, for example, fenugreek has a very strong aroma. Don't you agree,
yes,
Kiran?
it's methi seeds. Yeah,
Methi
totally.
seeds,
Like it's
but it's
lingering
so
smell
good for your
as you
hair.
pass by. It is quite pungent. Yeah, but
Well,
the point is that what we put in our bodies also affects how we think, how we feel. It affects our mindset. So a lot of this is what we are overlapping and intertwining and sharing our little bits of knowledge. Since I'm also a life coach, and I talk about the mindset and how we can be positive, not just positive, but to process unpleasant feelings as well that come up, and how do we do all of that. So we really chat about it in depth and share some insights. So the Friendship Fridays is not just about chit chat. It goes a little deeper than that.
What a wonderful concept. And what inspired that, if I may ask?
I think just being
when we talk about our life journeys, and we said, oh, there is something that connects us, and we're constantly learning, we're constantly going through our own journey of self-discovery and transformation. And I think when we realize that we have that parallel mindset and want to learn more and more about how we can improve our own personal lives, that's where we come up with these nuggets of wisdom, so to speak. And
I love the word nuggets of wisdom. You're absolutely correct there. Shobha.
So Seema and Shobha, let's remind them that this is available on Pranayam's YouTube channel and Shobha Nilani's handle. But on the following day, on Saturdays, the link will be available on Healing Our Earth, so you will never miss out. Although both of the ladies look only 30 years old, between them, they've got 60 years worth of experience. So everything free of charge with the wisdom and the knowledge of these two ladies. Seema,
how sweet. That's the best compliment I've received. Thank you
very much. You're very kind.
It's only it is only the truth. Seema, let us remind now people what is happening next Sunday on Healing Our Earth. If you could tell
yes.
what is happening
next
on the next Sunday.
Next Sunday, we have the benefits of Ayurveda, our Ayurvedic special, Sunday, the 7th of August, 2 p.m. British summertime. Again, another very inspiring session. We'll be talking about Ayurveda. Of course, we have Dr. Rajiv Gupta as our host. We have Professor East Sharma as our host. We have all these Dr. Baljot Kaur. We have very inspirational speakers from all over the globe. Jayant Kulla, Mridhu Sharma, Pradeep Kumar. I will probably be joining as well. And, our senior resident panelist and Dr. Sonika Krishnan, we have a vast area of very knowledgeable experts, so be sure to join us. And remember one thing, ladies and gentlemen who are watching, from wherever in the planet you're connecting to us from. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Twitter, on our website page, Healing Our Earth, on Facebook, and our partner channels. Someone is asking, Paloma Ibarra from London is asking, where is the link to register? We don't have a registration link. You can watch us on Twitter. You can watch us on Facebook. You can watch us on our Healing Our Earth page. And of course, you can join us on other
So Seema,
avenues as well.
Paloma has been sent the WhatsApp number. She is now part of the family. If she joins the WhatsApp number, she will get the link every week. And what a wonderful presentation from Seema and Shobha from Hong Kong, where the time is shortly going to be midnight in 1 minute. Where in London, it is only 5 o'clock, and there in Luxembourg, it's only 6 o'clock. And today is the World Finals for the European Championships for England and Germany from women. So the women have reached at a sold out Wembley Stadium with 90,000 capacity. How wonderful. So women empowerment.
Very
amazing. Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Seema and Shobha. You ladies were awesome. Loved
Thank you, Kiran. Lovely
Thank
meeting
you, Kiran.
here.
And it's all yours. Joy Kina. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Joy Kina.
Keep enjoying.
Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste.
Global namaste.
Kiran, it is all yours now. Chef D is waiting for you.
Right. Hello, Chef Daksha Parrot. There she is. A warm global welcome to you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. I've got one video set up so you can see the work that I'm doing.
Perfect.
And one in front of us so we can have a chat.
A lovely and warm welcome to you. How wonderful to meet you finally. I know we communicated via WhatsApp and here we are live. How are you?
I'm fine. It's been a wonderful show so far, isn't it? Absolutely.
It has, absolutely.
Information, yes.
And welcome. It's so lovely to have you. May I introduce you to our audience?
Yes, please, yes.
Daksha Parekh, aka Chef D, is a British-born foodie. She started a career fueled with passion and dedication for creating delicious vegetarian cuisine from all over the world. A love and drive to feed and entertain became a business that grew from strength to strength with a catering company, snack shops, and restaurants. A self-made businesswoman and a self-taught specialist vegan vegetarian chef. With 25 years of experience in hospitality, from catering and cooking for hundreds of thousands of guests at events and restaurant diners, to destination weddings, catering, to orchestrating and pioneering new world-class excellence in wedding dining, all spanning over 2 lovely decades. Chef D's new journey, now an educator, chef trainer, business consultant, coach, and mentor, and her most passionate new journey, her mission is to promote and teach the art of correct, healthy cooking. After losing a loved one to cancer, Chef D realized that there is more food than we think we know and dived into the world of nutrition and Ayurvedic teachings, making a life-changing decision in 2020 to close all her businesses and follow a path to helping others. With a plethora of expertise in cooking and business, she decided to combine this with her newfound knowledge in correct nutrition. With over 2 years of continuous study and research in health and nutrition, and acknowledging that cooking plays a fundamental part in the outcome, she brings her collective expertise to all who want to heal and prevent. Thank you, Chef. What an honor to meet you.
Thank you for a lovely, beautiful, warm welcome and introduction. Thank you so much.
So tell us a little bit about what you have for us today. I'm so excited.
Yes, today what I'm going to do is make a mixed vegetable curry, more very similar to just a simple aloo gobi. But what we're doing today is no oil, no fats, and we're going to make it just as delicious. And I'm going to teach you how to, if you want to add a good fat, when to add it in. The importance of why we're cooking like that, why I'm cooking like this. And as you mentioned in my introduction, correct cooking, it's very, very important. Through my journey, and like you said, after losing a loved one, I realized that there's something missing. There's a missing link somewhere. We're all doing everything fine. Ayurveda is teaching us so much as well, but something along the way, we're missing out. Our nutrition, our food that we eat is still not doing the work it's supposed to do. So where are we losing that? What's happening in that process from when we say from farm to plate? Between that journey, there's something missing. So when I backtracked everything and carried on with that journey, as much as we can, nobody can really go to a farm and pick their own everyday vegetables. We don't live in that era anymore. So yes, we've got a choice of organic foods. We've got a choice now in supermarkets what to purchase. And we're learning about that. And that's quite available as well, that information. So that's fine. Yes, the majority of us who can afford organic will go out and buy organic, thinking in their minds that they're buying something with less pesticides or low pesticides. They bring that home. And that's where this link is breaking, is what we do with that food afterwards, the actual cooking process. So our lives have become so fast-paced. Everybody's in it's either got to be pretty enough to put up on Instagram, or it's got to be cooked fast enough so we can get on with whatever we want to do. So life as we know it has changed alongside food as we know it. You know, I would say my generation is probably the last generation left to really enjoy home-cooked foods and really still spend that time and thought process behind what we want to cook and how we're going to cook it. Unfortunately, I think the next generation moving forward, with all the amazing equipment out there, people are always like, you've got the one pot, you've got the pressure cookers, you've got the air fryers. Everything is making their cooking experience quicker, faster. But what we're losing along the way is the nutritional value. Everything's being cooked on high heat, fast, either it's pressure cooked, we're losing the vital nutrients because the chemical structure of that ingredient is messed about so much that we're really not left with anything. Then we've got all the non-sticks. I mean, who has a non-stick pan without one scratch on it? So it's our cooking equipment as well. So for me, when I was doing my research, I'm thinking to myself, well, I know everything I need to know about food. Yes, what I don't know, correct food combinations. I did my research on that. Now with you, all of you people, lovely people in my life and the Ayurvedic family, and I'm learning so much and it's just amazing. But I still find a lot of the Ayurvedic teaching is so backdated, the way that food was supposed to be made in our clay pots, on top of a slow fire. We don't cook like that. My mom and dad didn't cook like that. So that era has long gone. And to put that correct style of cooking into our everyday lives, it's so difficult and enough knowledge isn't there. So people, even if people want to, they lose that traction straight away because they don't have the correct information, the correct cooking equipment, knowledge. There's always that missing link. So if you read about something or you hear about something, it's not necessarily the everyday person can apply it into their lives. So I decided, right, okay, there is a missing link and I want I want to be that person to help people find that missing link and basically fix it. So now I always put the word correct cooking, because everybody is cooking. Everybody loves, everybody knows how to cook something or another. But where are we missing it? Where is that nutritional value that we're losing, and why? So today,
So
what I'm going to
so before you go any further, I deliberately left this from your intro because I wanted to punctuate this. Tell me about your awards that you received in 2018 and 2019. And
that was through my restaurant as a vegetarian vegan chef, and the restaurant as well. Because like I said, pioneering through the vegan and vegetarian scene, I've been doing that for a long time, but the recognition was never there. There was no such thing in hospitality to recognize a vegetarian or a vegan restaurant or a chef specializing in those foods only. So the Midland Food and Hospitality Awards in Birmingham in the Midlands created this award. And I said to them, I said, well, when you go through all your awards and all your selections, you've got nothing for a specialist vegetarian restaurant. So in 2017 and 18, they created this actual category. So that's how those awards were.
So essentially, you were a pioneer here.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hit home. So are you taking what you pioneered, built, and is this where you are right now?
Yes. What I want to do is take everything that I know and I love doing. Obviously, all my food is always vegan. Now it's 99.9% vegan. I would only touch something that's paneer or dairy based if I've got the audience who just will not eat anything else but dairy. So that's the only time, but everything else is converted into plant-based and non-dairy, because being a pure vegetarian myself all my life, we've never had any kind of meat products. So dairy was in our minds okay until obviously we knew better. So right now I'm taking all the information and all the experience I know in my life, all the recipes that everybody used to love to enjoy to eat, is tweaking them. So we're increasing the nutritional value. So if something was deep fried as a natural, I'd find a way not to deep fry it. So the research and the knowledge that I've gained in the last couple of years has made me realize where I've gone wrong, where we're all going wrong, even myself, my family. It's like, you can't undo what you've learned. Everybody knows that. We can't undo it. And sometimes, yes, you'll have your days where you've indulged and you've gone for that deep fried stuff, but you've always got that guilty feeling that, no, you know what, I've just done, ruined months of good, healthy food. And I've just, because that, and I want to spread that, and I want to share that information, because I feel food doesn't always have to be deep fried to have that crunch. It's not necessary. Food can still taste just as delicious if it didn't have that over excessive carbonated barbecue crunch, or people don't understand what it's actually doing to their bodies. I mean, I've recently obviously Britain, we're having a lovely summer at the moment, and yeah, barbecue food is, everybody's thinking, okay, weekends here and we'll have a nice barbecue. And you get the odd person saying, well, it's not every day we eat barbecued food. But then now that I know what I know, I say to myself you can't preach this all the time and you can't change everybody all the time. But I do say to myself, well, okay, I've just had months and months of healthy cooking, wholesome cooking, to ruin it with a weekend full of black soot on my food. And they do not know.
Carcinogen.
Exactly. They don't know what these fragments are doing in their bodies. Our bodies cannot digest that. Our gut cannot digest carbonated, carcinogenic food. So where is it going to deposit it? It's going to deposit it in our bones, in our joints. turning it into inflammation, arthritis. And come winter, we say, well, why is this hurting? Why are my knees suddenly starting hurting? Why is my shoulder hurting? Why are my fingers hurting? It's because you've just undone so much goodness over the summer period, eating nonsense food that you honestly don't, you can live without it. There is so much other delicious food out there. And now with the air fryer, I mean, if you've got two sins, you obviously want to reach for the lesser of the two. So for me, it's like deep frying, that's a complete no-no. Barbecue, complete no-no. So what can we do to reduce the effect? If you have to have it, if it's something that you say, oh, I can't live without it, it's something I always reach for, then I say, okay, fair enough. Nobody can change like that. Not everybody's got that capacity. So what's the lesser of the two sins? What can we reduce? So I will go in and I'll say, okay, if you, let's say 7 out of 7 days, you are eating deep fried foods, 3 days, 3 evenings let's find an alternative. We've got the air fryer, we've got an oven, we can change it, we can tweak it, we can put less oils on it, and let's start reducing and see how your body takes to that. So these kind of things, to make people understand, we have these things called enemies to our nutrition. And these enemies to our nutrition, it starts from not only the way we prepare our food, it's the way we cook our food, the way that our equipment that we cook our food in, everything strips, every element of this process before that piece of food comes onto our plate has a process of eliminating. So what we want to do, what I want to do is not, I don't want to eliminate that. I want to add, I want to supercharge our food. I want that food to give us the nutrition it's supposed to give us. I want that food to do its job. We purchased it. We've just purchased a bag of delicious organic vegetables. That's what I want. I want is the highest level of that nutritional value on that finished plate for my body to take all the nutrition and use it and heal me. But if I don't know how to do that, it's pointless me buying all these, delicious fruits and vegetables.
It's true. So 2 things here. So first of all, we still have a lot of people who have that mindset of that mentality of what about striking a balance? If we eat everything in moderation and balance, does that make it okay? So you have taken upon yourself quite a vast journey, to go out there and be that voice, to say, hey, I'm going to teach you something that's really good for you. Will you listen to me? I know you have your platforms of, where you have your cooking classes, workshops, talks, demos, videos, seminars, and then, presenting at global events. How's that been for you? Has it been productive?
Productive. It's still difficult because you're trying to teach somebody something new, but they've been doing it for so many years. And same with myself. I mean, I've been cooking that way for so many years. It was so difficult to change my mindset as well. But obviously, education and research does that. And proof is in the pudding, as they say. When you actually eat that food that's cooked in the correct way, in the correct equipment, the taste is amazing. You think, oh my goodness, I've been missing all this. My vegetables, actually, I can taste the vegetables. They're not covered with oil. They're not covered with trans fats. I don't need to add so much of that, all the sugars and the salts to cover to add extra taste just because I've lost the natural flavors of the vegetables. So when I started cooking this way, the equipment that I use as well, it's non-toxic equipment. I've completely rid my home of non-stick cookware, aluminium. Aluminium, I knew about that for many years anyway. So we'd rid our household of aluminium for many years ago. But still today, in this day and age, people are still cooking a lot of their home meals in aluminium.
You make a good point. What you're saying essentially is you're making a commitment to yourself. Your commitment is, I'm going to start from ground zero. I'm going to eliminate everything that calls for bad equipment, bad cooking, and start all over again. Is that something that you are eloquently putting it out there to your audience as well?
Eloquently as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, as much as it's so difficult to change people's mindsets. So the way I do it is I says, okay, it's no point just talking about this. I need to show them. I need to say, okay, look, watch me doing it. If you can be here, come and taste it. You know, have the equipment in your own home, learn how to cook like this and taste it for yourself. You will see the difference. And after a couple of months of doing this, you will see the difference in your body, especially people with gut issues. You know, I mean, they're saying nearly 1 in 5 people have got some sort of gut issues, some sort of digestive issues. I mean, I've just read a message here, somebody saying, well, wouldn't it be good to eat 30-40% of raw foods? A lot of people with digestive issues actually can't even digest raw foods. You know, they are actually told to cook their foods. Now, they're put in a place where if they cook their foods, if they cook it too much, they're losing the nutrient value. They're just adding fiber. A lot of gut issues can't even digest too much fiber. They're in this vicious circle. They don't know what to do. So what they end up doing is giving up. Yep. They end up, bless them, they give up. They says, you know what? I can't seem to find a solution because
get it right. You know,
exactly, get it right. There's not enough people out there or information out there to teach them the correct thing, because I still find a lot of people with a lot of knowledge still are very biased towards a certain style, and I find I want to get rid of all that bias, and it's just the truth. It's just the bottom line truth that this is the correct way of doing. This is the proof behind it. You know, and try it for yourselves. You know, you don't need to just take my word for it. Try it for yourselves. A lot of people who I know who have started to eat like this, and the company that I associate myself with is a company called Salad Master. They've created a cookware system where it's made from 316 titanium, surgical stainless steel, the same metal that is used to put in our bodies if we need some sort of, if it's a stent, if it's like a hip replacement, knee, anything that we need to put in our body in a metal form is made from 316 titanium, the highest grade, which is surgical. It's non-toxic, non-corrosive, non-reactive. So if it's doing that inside our body, it's not creating any kind of corrosion. It does the same thing in our food. It creates no toxic coating on our food. It does not leach into our foods. Our foods cook quicker. We don't need to cook anything on high heat. So everything is cooked between 86 and 100 degrees. The system creates its own vapor valve. So everything is cooked. Once it hits that 86 to 100 degrees, it automatically lets me know. So I reduce the heat. In the next 10 minutes, my food is cooked. So awesome. Things that used to take me half an hour, 45 minutes to an hour to cook, is taking me anything between 15 minutes to 20 minutes. So it's reducing that time of cooking, the heat element. So in every step of that cooking process, I'm now no longer eliminating nutrition. I'm adding nutrition. Mm-hmm. So the science behind what I'm going to show you now is the food ends up with up to 93 to 98% nutritional value still live inside that food. It's been scientifically proven. And right now I've been on this journey and eating like this for over a year. And myself, my family, my friends, everybody have noticed the difference. The food tastes a hell of a lot better. Health is a lot better. Movement, mobility is a lot better. My 25, I'm in curing, I'm sure you know in hospitality what life is like as a chef and an own business owner. You know, 7 days in a week is never enough. 24 hours in a day is never enough. We're working round the clock. We're standing on our feet round the clock. We eat when people are asleep. You know, what is it doing to our system? So 25 years of this life of not looking after myself, it took a toll on me as well. It's you know, when everything happened to my sister, I said to her as well, how come you're ill? I'm the one who's not looked after myself. I'm the one with the crazy busy lifestyle. You know, it brought a lot of home truths to us. It really made us think that maybe we don't know everything. You know, there is so much more to food and cooking, and mainly nutrition, and how our bodies absorb all that nutrition is where we're all going wrong. And I remember Seema talking earlier about you know, pulses and dals and lentils, and the way we're supposed to soak them, cook them, all our nuts. All this information is just unfortunately just not readily available. I mean, when you buy a bag of kidney beans, does it say at the back, please soak for 12 hours?
I mean, even though, you know, companies say, you know, or educators say, read the label before you buy. Well, how big is your label? How much information is on it?
And then think about it. If you buy a bag of almonds, does that bag of almonds say, please soak me before you eat? Minimum 3 hours. Does it say, if you don't soak these, you know, the phytic acids, this is what's going to do, it's going to harm you in this way?
It probably depends on which shelf you're buying the almonds.
Exactly.
This is a grab and go shelf.
I've gone organic as well. I've gone through, it just doesn't have that information there. Soaking nuts is like, when you talk about this to somebody, they look at you as if you're talking another language.
Yeah.
They think, oh, what's this? We've never heard of this. You know, seeds, you know, if I say you soak your sunflower seeds, you what?
Yeah.
Why? You know, I sprinkle them on my porridge every morning. Nothing happens to me. And I said, no, that's what's going to happen to you in that same
You're
day.
giving them too much food for thought.
So I'm trying to concise it into little bite-sized little courses, little informations, because it is a lot. It is a lot, and because it's not readily available on the shelves in our social media, on television, that information is just not there. So when you start talking to people about this, I mean, last year I found myself saying a lot of things at the same time, and I realized, no, hold on, I've got to take a step back here. I'm frightening people. You know, so, you know, turning it into a practical cooking method, I found that was the best way. So I'm going to go back on to, while we talk, I'm going to tell you what I'm cooking today. So I've prepped up a couple of things. We've got cauliflowers. Now, can we see? Right, let me just double check. So we've got some red onions, cauliflowers. Now, as you can see, I had covered my red onions. So little things like this as well. When you prep your onions to keep them covered, little information of the importance of oxidization of our food as well. So if you're prepping something, try to keep it covered if you're not using it straight away. Because oxidization in our air can also rip the nutrient value of our foods and vegetables as well. So I've got some, I'm going to start on our potatoes. Now, what I tend to do whenever I use white potatoes or red potatoes, I always try to add some sweet potatoes in the mix as well. Sweet potatoes are a lot better than eating just white potatoes. The complex carbs in sweet potatoes are, you have a lot more nutritional value in this. And obviously a lot of people don't like their complete dish made with sweet potatoes, hence why, you know, creating that sweetness. So I always tend to add both in my dishes where I can. So now, as you know, sweet potatoes will cook faster than white potatoes, so we don't want to cut them up too small. So when we're talking about enemies to our nutrition, is there anybody here, aside from the couple of things I've just talked about, high heat and bad equipment, can anybody else say what else you would think are enemies to our nutrition? Throwing a question out to everybody.
I think somebody's trying to answer.
Is there if you can read that out to me, Kieran, while I'm chopping this, otherwise I'll be chopping my finger off.
Yeah. I don't get anything.
No? Right, okay. So enemies to our nutrition. One of the most fundamental enemies to our nutrition, like we said earlier, was high heat. Cooking on high heat. Now, we lose a lot of nutrition in cooking in high heat. And a lot of people will say, well, some vegetables, some foods need that because it's got to be, that's what the recipe says. We're going to lose the crispiness, or it's going to turn to mushy if we do it slowly. But no, there is a method. And again, it's the correct equipment. It's like with anything we do, if you don't have the right equipment, you're making do with whatever else you have. I mean, let's say you need to take a screw out, but you've only got, it's a flat screw and you've only got a posi screwdriver. Is that going to work? The tool says you just need a screwdriver, but it's not going to work, is it? You need the correct one that's going to fit in to undo it correctly. Right? Same way with cooking equipment. If you haven't got the correct one, you're going to end up making do with whatever that equipment is letting you do. If it's going to stick, you're going to have to add extra oil in it to stop it from sticking. If it's a pressure cooker, obviously, your food is going to be pressure cooked. Everything along the way is losing the nutritional value. So equipment is absolutely fundamental in this part. Peeling, people say, the minute you've got a carrot or you've got some vegetables in front of you, the first thing you do, you reach for your peeler. You actually don't need to peel carrots. Carrots, just the nutritional value just underneath the skin of the carrots is so vital. It holds so much of the vitamins and minerals just right underneath that skin. And the first thing we do, we peel it off. All you need is a good scrub and give it a good wash.
I noticed you did the same with your potatoes. You probably removed some of the eyes and you left most of the skin on.
Wherever I feel that I needed to take more off, I have, and I've left as much skin as possible. I tend to leave the skin of my sweet potato as well, give it a good scrub, but today's sweet potato was a little bit old, so I didn't want to use the skin. So again, if you've bought organic foods and you're going to use them straight away, try to just scrub the skins, get yourself a good quality vegetable scrubber and give it a good scrub under cold water and just take off the little bits that you feel are a little bit too bad and I don't want them in my food. That's fine. You just peel them off. But try to keep where you can the skins. A lot of our tubers and a lot of our vegetables that grows underground, you can use the skins. You can just give them a good scrape or a good scrub, but you don't necessarily have to peel the whole thing off. Some of them you do, like cassava, yam, you do. It's very, very fibrous, but a lot you don't have to. So again, that's one of the places where we lose our nutrition, vitamins and minerals is under the skin. Oxidization, I touched on it. Air and oxidant strips our nutrients. Like if I had this and I had covered it up, all the vegetables that I left, bear with me a second. Somebody's trying to come in. Right. Okay. Try to keep your vegetables covered until you're ready to cook, because I don't know whether anybody knows the actual properties of onions. Onions are actually a medicinal vegetable. It actually sucks in all the impurities from your air. So if I was to leave this open, it's actually doing its job, which is sucking in all the bad impurities from my air. So do I want this in my food? Do I want to eat onions with impurities in it? No. So keep it covered. Once you even cut them, keep it covered. Right, I've got some preps here. So my carrots, I've already washed them. And I'm going to go straight in and just give them a dice. Just going to cut them into half moons. So I will show or put up a video one day of a little test I do with carrots.
Oh, nice.
And actually show where you're actually losing all the vitamins and minerals. But we'll do that another day. Today in my cauliflower curry, I'm actually going to put some baby corn. I've got this sudden craving for baby corn. I absolutely love it so much. So
I was wondering about the combination here that you're applying. You've got your root vegetables,
yeah.
And then voila, I see baby corn.
Yes.
Tell me where you're going with that.
It's just adding color, adding more flavors. You know, you do not need to stick to a basic recipe. You can use what you've got in your fridge as well. You can use up things that combine well together as well. It not only makes your dish more flavorsome, because obviously sweet corn's going to bring that sweet element in it. It's going to bring another crunch into your food. It's going to create that element of color. Now with the cauliflower potatoes and sweet potatoes, we've got a lot of carbs going on. So these are bringing other nutrients and other flavors into our dish. Now, as you can see, my cauliflower today only had a little bit of green around it, but I'm going to use that green. Don't throw it out. It's delicious and it adds so much value and nutrients to your dish. Just wash it, cut it through, and that's going to add that green element to your dish.
And also that earthy flavor.
Yes, absolutely. So the onions, which I'm going to start cooking first, so I'm going to cut them up. Now this particular dish doesn't need very, very finely cut onions. It's just going to be strips. Now, if you've got a loose onion like this one and it's opening up, very just careful when you cut it. So we're not making a gravy today, so we don't need very finely cut onions. It's going to be a dry dish, so I want to prove to you that we can actually make a dry curry without it being soaked in oil, and it's not going to stick either. Again, why does that happen? You've got the correct equipment to help you. Now people say, well, if I'm using my non-stick, then it's not going to stick. But when you use your non-stick, you still add oil. I don't know anybody who doesn't add oil first to their non-stick either. So if somebody says to me, but I've got a non-stick pan and I don't need to use oil, they say, okay, this for me. And the first thing they'll add in there is oil. I said, okay, just added oil.
Well, they don't want their eggs to stick to the pan, do they?
Yes. So I say, why are you using non-stick then? You know, you've just adding more anti-nutrients to your food. The toxins are going to leach out of that pan back into your food. You can't see it with your eyes. Your body is the one who has to deal with it. Your gut is the one who has to deal with it. So, right, I'm going to flop this over. Now, the pan I'm using, like I mentioned earlier, it's the 316 titanium. Normal pan looking like any other pan. The only thing different is the stainless steel they use at on the outside and the titanium used in the inside. So this titanium coating is what's going to help me cook without oil and cook in a lower temperature and faster. I'm going to heat this up. Just checking if everybody can see that correctly. Right. Just going to wait till that heats up. So another thing I always get people asking me is the oil and the fats and oils that we use and we don't use. So if I was to use something, if my recipe did fall some sort of oil, then these are the oils I use. I've got mustard oil, if you can see that. So you got mustard oil, we've got sesame oil, and we've got regular cooking olive oil. Now, when I say regular cooking olive oil, there is a difference. People say, oh, but I use extra virgin olive oil in my food. You can't cook with extra virgin olive oil. Extra virgin olive oil doesn't have a high heat tolerance. Once it's hit that heat, it'll turn carcinogenic. You're not supposed to cook in it. It's only for topical purposes, dressings, or if you were to cook on something just to warm something up, but never above 60 to 70 degrees. But people don't realize that the minute we want to do any kind of tarka or sizzling, that oil has reached 150 degrees. So to say that, oh, but I'm not heating it too much, I'm just doing a quick bagar or tarka or something. Unfortunately, you're not sitting there with your temperature thermometer to check, but it is that even that tablespoon of oil has reached 150 degrees. So it's no longer extra virgin olive oil, it's actually a pool of carcinogenic oil. So unfortunately, I've even had people say to me, oh, is that why my oil burns and I get that horrible smell? And I'm thinking, oh my God, are you seriously using extra virgin olive oil for cooking? And they automatically think, but it's healthy. We thought that was healthy and that's what we're using. So again, it's lack of knowledge. It's not even at the back of the oil bottle telling, do not cook me at this temperature. So again, it's just lack of information. What I'm going to do here, now people say, okay, if I've got a stainless steel pan, can I cook without oil? Yes, you can. If it's a good quality pan, you can. There is a system to it. Now yes, my phone can see that. Now what I'm going to do now, I've just heated this pan up. I can feel the heat, and I'm going to drop a couple of balls of water in it. Now, if these balls of water go all around like little mercury balls, I don't know what, can you guys see it? Can you see the little mercury balls?
Yes, yes.
Yes, right.
Yep.
So that's telling me my pan has heated up enough to give it creates a natural coating, natural non-stick coating. Now to this, I'm going to add my chopped onions. Now, as you know, as you see, I've not added my jeera or anything yet. Because like I said, if you want to create something that's healthy, there is a system to it. Now, if I put the jeera in straight away, it would burn. And I don't want to burn my jeera. I just want to heat it up enough to get the flavors out.
Is that about a couple of red onions to that ratio of root vegetable?
Yes, I've just added, it was 1.5 I cut up. Now to this, I'm going to move it to the center, move a little bit away. And to this, I'm adding some jeera. Teaspoon.
So those were whole seeds?
Yes, they were whole seeds. And these are lime leaves, curry leaves. I'm just adding a couple of curry leaves to this. Now, as you can see, I'm just checking if you can see me correctly. Let me see if I can move that a bit forward or backwards.
A little bit better, yeah.
A bit better. So the jeera, I'm just heating up in the center. I'm not mixing it with the onions yet. The onions are still sitting there as I left them in the pan.
Yeah.
I'm going to add the lid to it. So what the lid is going to do is create its own vapor, create some sort of vapor in there from the natural oils and the natural water the onion is holding. So that's going to create that steam and that moisture we need to start sauteing it. Because obviously at the end of the day, we are making a curry, we need something to saute. If it's too dry, it will burn, and we don't want that. We want to create a nice curry that's holding all its flavors, but yet cook it without any oil. Now that's our main aim here today. So that I just want that jeera to take on some of the heat so we can use its nice natural aroma. So that's cooking away nicely. So you guys can't smell the jeera and the curry leaves. I can smell it now. So it's the heat has got to. So now I'm moving around the onions. Nothing is sticking to the pan. Everything is moving correctly. Now to this, what I'm going to add is some turmeric, our good old haldi. I love my haldi. Now with the haldi, I've got this habit of automatically adding some ground black pepper.
Why is that? Why is that?
Haldi, if you add ground black pepper to haldi, it will increase its potency, the goodness of haldi, they say by about 10,000 folds. You're just increasing the peppering inside the black pepper, activates with the turmeric and the curcumin of the turmeric, and it increases its nutritional value, not 100-fold or 200-fold, they're saying in the thousands, and it does so much for digestion, and it's actually, turmeric is so good for us. So if we can get more of the turmeric, why not? If that does it, and pepper tastes lovely and everything anyway, so we're not doing anything wrong here. So, I mean, I don't know if, and does anybody drink haldi on a regular basis at home? Nobody? Okay, we've got this habit in our house. Me, my husband, and my children, we've got into a habit now. Every morning, before we have our breakfast, we have a teaspoon of haldi and about 1/4 teaspoon of black pepper. Some days I even add a little bit of cinnamon in it, a little bit of warm water, cooled boiled water from my kettle, and literally we just knock that back every single day, 1 teaspoon of haldi with black pepper. And it's just become a part of our lives. Colds, we don't get colds, sniffles, runny noses, touch wood, COVID. Oh God, I hate the word COVID, but we haven't had bad COVID in our house. So we've been around people lately. We've had this sudden surge in UK as well with COVID, and I've been around quite a lot this past couple of months, and touch wood, something's working, something's keeping our immune system working every day. And we feel as if, well, we're doing something right, because we weren't doing this before, and now we're doing it, and something's working. So we're just getting on with it, so it's really good. So it does work. Right. So as you
I have Paloma here on the chat, and she's saying, what was that ingredient called? And can you write it in the chat? So Paloma, if you can hear me, I am just going to put turmeric, and then I'm going to put black pepper, in case that is what you were asking about, and we will see.
Can I just quickly show everybody? I'm lifting the lid up here. As you can see, I've put no added water in here, but can you see the steam that's coming out of this pan? And that's just natural steam and water generated from our onions. So our onions are now cooking away all by themselves. I haven't even added any salt yet, so I've not encouraged any of its moisture to come out by itself. It's cooking away by itself. At this stage, I'm going to salt, same thing, salt. Just about a spoon, because I'll be adding a little bit more later on with the vegetables. Now, because this is a dry dish, at this stage, now if I was making an actual gravy, my onions would have been smaller, and this would have continued to cook through. And I would have added another tablespoon of water a little bit later on to create that more graviness. So again, I can do proper Indian Punjabi gravies with no oil whatsoever. So this is cooking away. Now to this, right in the center, I'm going to add my masala. Now I've got brown green chilies here, ground ginger, and ground fresh garlic. As you can see, they're all separate. I don't know why I've always done my masala separate. I'm not one for combining my garlic and ginger. A lot of people say, why do I do this? I don't know whether it's just something I've learned over the years, and it's a force of habit, but I always find my food tastes different because of it.
I think it's your version of the Holy Trinity.
Yes. And I find when you turn everything into a paste,
yeah,
you've married the ingredients up too early in that food processor. When you've crushed everything together, I feel the flavors have started to incorporate at the wrong time. I want my flavors to incorporate in my dish, not before, if you know, understand what I'm saying. And
yeah, but you want it to be intact as well.
Absolutely.
You know?
And over the years, I've always found that when people turn around and say, well, I've just had this curry the other day, why does yours taste different? And I says, well, obviously we all have different ways of cooking, but one of the fundamental things I do is never ever use a paste. My ginger and garlic are always at different ratios in different types of foods, command different levels of ginger, different levels of garlic, different levels of chili. So if I was to turn it into a paste, I'm adding the same level to all my curries, hence everything's going to taste the same. I don't cook like that. I always feel every vegetable, every dish has a different flavor and different elements of heat. You know, whether that heat's coming from green chilies or whether it's coming from ginger or garlic. And as you know, I've used green chilies. Us Gujaratis, we use a lot of green chilies. We're not very much red chili people. So red chili in our curries is very rare. We are very much green chili people. And it's just something that it's a habit that I'm used to now, and I love cooking like that. So now I wish you guys could smell this. My ginger, garlic, and chilies are all roasting and cooking away. I can smell it cooking. They're not going to be raw. They don't need to be fried in oils, and they're cooking away. So at this stage, now what I'm doing, because obviously we're cooking without oil, I need to create a layer. I've done my onions at the bottom. It's got a little bit of salt. It's got enough turmeric in it. Now I'm going to put my hardest vegetable down first, which is the carrot. So I'm adding the carrot to the bottom, just on top of my onions. Then on top of the carrots, I'm going to add the potatoes. So on top of the potatoes we're going to have the cauliflowers, but I'm going to give this another half spoon of Himalayan pink salt. To this, I'm going to add jeera powder, is dried cumin powder. Like I said, we're making a non-gravy dish today, and this is coriander powder, a teaspoon. So as you can see, still to this dish, I've not added no red chili powder. Again, I'm not a fan of red chili powder. I don't like using it in my foods. I don't feel that heat is really good for our digestive tract. A lot of people say yes, but you know, it can, it helps towards getting rid of colds and flus and everything. I said, well, you know what? It just heats you up so much. You just sweat everything out. I don't want to have that feeling every day. If it's something that is necessary on a day I'm not feeling well, then I'll probably have something with red chili powder. But other than that, I think I'll skip it because I don't think my gut needs that kind of fire every day. You know, that kind of heat. Not everybody can deal with it. So yes, red chili powder is something I do stay away from. But then saying that, there are different types of red chili powders. You've got the Kashmiri red chili powder that adds a lot of underlining tones of heat, but not spice. And it's got a lovely color to it. So there are different chili powders.
And then there's the paprika and the smoked paprika and the Spanish paprika, each level of
they all bring their own level of flavors.
Yeah, flavors, exactly. Not necessarily heat per se, but more
so if you're looking at the properties of red chilies, then go for something that's milder, like paprika, Kashmiri. Even cayenne isn't that spicy, but our Indian hot spice red chili powder is, I would not recommend that for everybody on a daily basis. You know,
quite pungent.
your digestive fire, you know. Yes, I'm going to increase the heat now. Right now, this is only cooking on 180. I'm increasing it because I want you to hear something. I've just increased it to 300. Well, that's gone up to 150 degrees now. So when this goes up to 150 degrees and it starts cooking away, this little vapor valve on the side is going to start clicking, and that's going to tell me the temperature of the food that's cooking inside. It will tell me what temperature, and that only starts clicking away when my temperature hits between 86 and 150 degrees. So it tells me, go back to your pot and reduce it down to less than 200 degrees. And then when it's reduced to that, that's where the system starts working inside. This will seal by itself. The lid I can take up and down whenever I want. There's no pressure here. There's no contraption here to click it. But when it reduces in the heat, the air and the steam inside will create a suction and hold the lid in a way where it'll start cooking in its own steam inside. So again, one of the enemies to our nutrition is water. Water, people say, well, we use water when we're cooking, so well, how can that be an enemy to nutrition? Okay, when you cook peas, carrots, sweet corn, when somebody just wants something to add to their foods and they're not cooking it with their food, the first thing they do will put on a pot of water, pop the peas in or pop the carrots in and boil it up. So what have we got left? When we take our veggies out, what have we got left? We've got the color of the vegetable in that water. We've got green water, we've got orange water, we've got yellow water. That's where we're losing all our minerals and nutrition and our vitamins. The color, we're losing it. So can anybody hear that clicking?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So that's
Loud and
clicking. Yeah. That clicking is telling me my temperature has risen in my pot. Okay. So again, the whole point of this cooking system is to cook in the right temperature. Pointless if I go beyond that and start cranking up my heat. So right now, because I haven't added my cauliflowers yet, see, I'm just going to lift this. As you guys have seen, I've still not added any water at all. So there's a suction here already on here. If anybody can notice that suction, I can't lift this straight up. So I'm just going to lift this valve up to release the air. So can you see that steam? That steam is purely from the potato, natural waters in our potato, in our carrots.
And everything softened.
Exactly.
The potatoes
So,
are really soft.
beautifully. I've had one layer of nice steam on it. So I'm giving it a little mix now. Now to this, I'm adding our cauliflower. Now all I did with the cauliflower was to cut them into florets. I washed them once in a bath of a little bit of bicarbonate soda and drained that out in about 2 minutes. And this is just normal cold tap water. So I'm going to just drain this out. Right. Now, obviously, the only water now is the water that's inside the vegetables that we've used while washing. There's no, I'm not pouring any water in here, look. So it's basically whatever water is trapped between the florets. Now to this, as you may have noticed the way I'm cooking this dish, I'm layering it up with different vegetables. To this, I'm adding our sweet potatoes on the top now, because our sweet potatoes won't need that much time to cook. To this, I'm adding our greens and half of the quantity of our sweet corn, baby sweet corn. Because the greens and the baby sweet corn does not need that much time to cook, and it doesn't need the more raw element left in that, the more nutritional value we're going to get. So if you notice, I've only added on a total of a teaspoon of salt. So this is another half teaspoon going on the top. This will add to the flavors.
Chef, you know what you reminded me when you demonstrated the layering, and you reminded me of Moroccan cooking in a tagine.
Yes.
Because
so again, if you think about it, equipment
exactly.
Equipment commands the different styles of cooking.
But
So
it's
all I'm
designed.
saying-
It starts with the basic design, you know, and then you layer it with the root vegetables that take the
Absolutely.
longest, and then you continue to keep doing that, you know. So it is about the science, isn't it?
Right.
The
Right.
science.
I'm just increasing my temperature. So until the pot tells me that it's come to the right temperature now, reduce me, because I'm going to carry on cooking inside now at the low temperature. So while we're talking away, this is, if you can just notice, I've layered everything up. The water in here is the steam and whatever was captured inside between the cauliflower. If at any time you feel that it's sticking or it's burning or something's wrong, yes, you can add a little bit of water. But when we say we're adding the water, we're not adding the water because it needs that water to cook. We're adding the water to deglaze the pot, basically, to remove anything that's sticking to the pot. Remember, this has no oil whatsoever.
So
Now,
how strict are you about the temperature of the water that you add in periodically if needed?
Right, because this is a dry dish, I can add just normal lukewarm water to this. If this was a dal or something and I needed to add water to my dal later on, because obviously it's, you know, evaporated out, it'd have to be the same temperatures of that.
Right.
So I'd use boiling. If it's boiling, it's boiling. Never add cold to hot.
Right.
You know.
Tell your viewers why we don't add cold to hot and hot.
Right. Firstly, it will change the temperature of your cooking dal. So the coating of your dal as it's cooking, it will ruin that the cooking process. Secondly, cold to hot can actually create germs as well. But then you're going to boil it up, so then you've lost those germs. But then when you start eating your dal, sometimes you'll say, okay, how come I've got this layer of water on top of my bowl? That layer of water that happens when you're cooking with two different temperatures of water.
It's the separation.
Yeah, the separation. So it just never mixes the same. Even if you raise the temperature and the next lot of water, you boiled it to the same temperature again, it will never be the same. Your dal just will not soak in that water.
Amalgamate in the whole.
That's the word. Yeah. So yeah, there's little elements, and I'm sure there's a scientific name for it as well, but I don't know. But
yeah. What about people who have the tendency to not use enough water when they're boiling their potatoes, and then, you know, halfway through, you know, midway through cooking, they're like, whoops, I need more water. Can you tell them what temperature? And
again, you have to put the hot water in. You do not put cold water in, not only because you're going to ruin your pan anyway. So, you know, depending on what you're using, if you're steaming something and the bottom water is running out, you add hot water to it. You're not only saving your pan, you're actually, you know, just carrying on with the whole cooking flow. But again, with this cooking system, you actually don't need any water to steam your veggies. So in one of my other videos, I'll share it on our groups as well. I'll actually do an array of vegetables in just a normal frying pan. It's just a normal skillet frying pan. What we do in here is peas, sweet corn, carrots, broccoli, and you know, cauliflower, any vegetables you want. Right next to each other, you can have frozen and fresh together as well. No water whatsoever. We put the lid on and we put it on stove between medium and low temperature. When it starts clicking, we'll go right down to low. And when I say low, I'm looking at about less than 100 degrees. And if you're using gas flame, you're looking at absolute minute gas flame that you can see coming through. 10 minutes and your veggies are all cooked and steamed equally. Nothing sticks, and you don't need any water in there. The natural water in all your vegetables is used to cook the vegetables, and that's the only thing why your nutritional value is retained. Because when we add unnecessary water to our vegetables to cook, it actually, extra water that's not necessary, it actually removes the nutritional value of the vitamins and minerals from your actual vegetables. It comes out into the extra water and through your steams, and it's evaporated. So our vegetables have 70 to 80% water already in it. So if we can find a way to use that water to cook it, you'll notice that your food is tasting so much better. You can actually taste the flavors of each and every vegetable. You know, I've had babies tasting, like mothers have tasting, giving their children cooked carrots and peas in front of me, and they go, I've never seen them eating cooked carrots and peas before, because they would spit it right back out. They'd hate the flavor.
And how much joy that must bring to your heart, right? Hearing that.
As you can hear, everybody, like that valve was clicking away. I've just reduced it to 150, and the valve is stopped clicking now. So now what it's telling me that there's enough vapor inside. I can open it and have a quick look. I can show you guys if you want to, but I may, because I'll lose that vapor in there, I may have to add a tablespoon of water. Do you want me to show you?
Yes, please.
Right, I'm going to lift it up and show you guys. So up till now, I've not added no water. So let's see how much steam comes out. Okay, it's created a vapor pressure already. So my lid is not coming up at all. So I just need to lift this valve up. And now, look, can you see that?
There we go.
So that's
And it's intact, you know. You can see each vegetable. It looks like it has integrity, every one of them. Yeah.
But one of the things I'm just going to add 1 tablespoon just in case, because we're not supposed to release the water like that. And I just wanted to show you guys. So as soon as I put that water in, I can hear the water touching the bottom. So that steam that we just released has obviously, I needed to replenish that. So that's back down again. I'm just going to increase the heat so it tells me again, I've brought that heat back to the right amount. Once that starts clicking, so this system, that's the beauty of this system. And when I found this company and I did the research and everything, I started with them as their nutritional chef and just teaching people how to cook in this. And as I learned, like, you can hear it clicking, right? I'm going to bring it down. So it'll switch it off, it's by itself, that's it. Okay, as I started cooking in this and I started tasting my own food, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, this is what was missing. This is the stuff, you know, this is the stuff that's been missing from all the stuff I've been teaching people. Oh, I learned this and I learned that, and this is how you cut this, this is how you combine this. The actual cooking process is where I was losing the actual nutritional value. And when this company came in my life, I thought, okay, now moving forward, everything I cook, my home food, my cooking classes, everything I teach is going to be in this system. So if anybody wants to know anything more about this system, let me know. I'll show you all about it, what it's all about, the whole, how it works. But it's a lifetime equipment. It's something that you never need to replace ever in your life. And as you notice, I took the handles off as well. The handles come on and off, ergonomically designed. And while we're talking, let's see the time now. If we give ourselves another 5 minutes before I mix this and do the final, you'll see that this whole curry is, with me talking, is going to be cooked in about half an hour tops. And that's an Indian aloo gobi with Indian flavors. Right now it's layered. Normally we wouldn't layer, we'd be mixing with lots of oils and whatever, you know, making it nice and crispy and in our pan. We don't need all that. We're here for the flavors, and we're here for the food to do its job, right? It doesn't need to be coated with all that oil. Okay, so
that's amazing. Yeah.
The only thing I haven't added in this now is some tomato and a little bit of garam masala and our coriander. So
I was
that's
just coming to that. I was like, where are the tomatoes?
So I'm not going to add whole tomatoes. I'm going to add, because this curry today is literally, my whole point is to show somebody how you can cook a dry curry without oil. And I find a lot of people get fascinated that in a stainless steel looking pan, she's cooking without oil. It's not going to stick and it's going to be super dry. How is that even possible? So I'm doing it live in front of you. So there's no magic wand here and there's no, Right, while we're talking, I'm going to cut up a little bit of coriander, so that's ready. This is already washed and dried. What I tend to do is leave my coriander stems. As soon as I buy them, I wash all my coriander. And once they're all washed, then I put them in a jar of water, leave them out for 1 day on the table, let it soak up all the goodness of the water. Then what I'll do, I'll open them out on a kitchen towel and then wrap them up and pop it in the fridge. And the base of a lot of people have started using all the new equipment and putting water and everything. And I still feel that's far too much water. Then too much water is no good either. It'll start rotting the coriander. So if you just dipped the end of your kitchen towel in a little bit of water, just packed it up and put it in the fridge, you've got fresh green coriander for a good week in your fridge.
And it stays crisp wrapped in the towel as well, the moisture, yeah.
Daksha, you can carry on cooking. We've gone 6:10. We were supposed to go to USA. So let's welcome our USA coordinator and the Peru people, because we are doing a journey in Peru with Wai Ching Lee and Myra, and our USA coordinator here, Sharon Rose. Global Namaste, Sharon Rose. How are you?
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste to you all. I am very busy these days with our mini farm, harvesting, cooking. Oh, it's a lot of work.
And Sharon, you've got lovely tomatoes growing. Sharon Rose is our coordinator from America. She is also the president of the Sacred Mysteries Production, a filmmaker, choreographer, composer, author, teacher, and she also produces quantum movies. And Sharon loves cooking and entertaining guests at home regularly. She's also going to share a couple of her recipes today. Kiran, you and Chef D, hang on. Chef D, carry on cooking. In about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, when you are done, Sharon will bring you in and we'll talk about your dish. Excellent. Sharon, Wai Ching is there in Peru as well. So we can say, unmute yourself, Wai Ching. Wai Ching, say hello to Chef D and Kiran Robinson, our producer from Luxembourg.
Right, Chef D, I tell you, I'm just enjoying your tips. I'm listening in very, very closely, and really, admiring your alchemy in cooking. So I'm going to put on some of the tips into my cooking. When I get a chance to cook, I'm traveling, and luckily I have a kitchen right now, but not a kind of a cooking kitchen. But the mama there has been making me amazing food. So, awesome. and I've been discovering some of the interesting restaurants here. So I hope you stay on to listen, because we are going to talk about so many ingredients and how we are going to
look at that. That's a beauty.
Yeah, Kiran, you weren't with us, but we were talking about the purple corn, and they make a drink called chicha morada from it. And today we're going to make causa, which is potato cakes, and it's all potatoes. This is a beautiful potato. This red and yellow potato. There are 5,000 varieties of potatoes.
Wow. And the taste is the same. It's just the skin that has that. I'd look at her tomato.
Today.
Sharon is showing the tomatoes.
Oh, Sharon is showing off her tomatoes now. Oh, it's fabulous.
So, Sharon is so lucky. You guys have got an ability to grow beautiful vegetables. We in the UK, we got horrible weather. We can't.
It's true. It's true. I'm envious of you ladies.
Well, you can take a look at tea as well. And this is.
Oh, look at that, her tea.
This is where cocaine is derived from. And they drink it at a high altitude to be able to breathe for the altitude sickness. So we'll be talking about that. Stay on.
Purple potatoes before?
Yes, I've had, but today we're not. But today we're going to be talking about these little ones too, these fingerling ones.
Fingerling. But even the
Yeah.
fingerling skins are a duo color, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they're a lot.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Lucky girls.
Well, I'm going to start with a video of my husband, Chef. Actually, his name is Jay, but he's now wanting to have it be called JAI. And he's making sauerkraut, and you'll see a bit of our greenhouse. That's where the tomatoes were grown, but we have 5 large boxes of them outside too, and they're just starting to. So we are inundated with amazing.
So what's the secret? Is it the weather or what you're putting in the soil?
It's a number of things. One, this is our 3rd year with the greenhouse. So, you're learning every year. And this year we're getting probably 60% more than we've had in the past. This summer, after it seemed like a terrible drought in June, then it started raining almost every day. So everything outside is just, we're going to have even more tomatoes and a lot of things out there. Our strawberries are beautiful. And the other secret is I water. We don't have a watering system because they break so easily. So I water saying Lakshmi mantras.
Wow.
And then we make our own fertilizer as well.
Sharon, the main secret is you know how to nurture your fruits, vegetables, and your man.
Yes, yes. Well, Wai Ching is going to be here in about a month, and then we're going to have some wonderful shows for you.
Oh, that's
Sharon,
yeah, we're going to be cooking together.
Sharon, let us share that video first, because then you got other videos of Wai Ching as well. After your video, we go back to Chef D to see the final product, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so we share the video. Chef D, you carry on bringing that luscious, delicious meal that you are planning. Kiran, you can wait and maybe give a comment if you're okay. I'm sure in Luxembourg, it's your dinner time. Up in Peru and America, it's just coming from morning to lunchtime for Wai Ching and early morning for Sharon.
This is where I live, by the way, where we live. This is a view from our house. So here we go.
Two big ones. Full of water. First thing you do, of course, is wash your hands when you're working with raw food. But you just wash your hands anyway. But that's another story. All right, so we grew this from seed. It's about 3.5 pounds, I'm saying. And this is like absolutely wonderful for your compost pile. Take off the big leaves and throw them in your compost. And then you gotta kind of cut away these bad areas. By the way, using a serrated edge knife really makes life easier. I discovered the serrated edge just recently. I've always used it, but now I use it on almost everything. Okay. A little bit left here. Then we need a regular knife to core it. So you want to core it. Careful here, it's dangerous. Anytime you're working with a knife, get one of these on Amazon for like $3. Really makes your life easy. All right. Again, this is beautiful compost. All the scrappings off. You want to get it mixed in. So the point of what we're doing is we're going to take these mason jars and we're going to make sauerkraut. This will be caraway seed sauerkraut. And you'll see that I grew this from seed and it cost me virtually nothing. And it's going to produce a lot of sauerkraut. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this way. This is where the serrated edge knife really comes in handy. You saw it, use it as a saw, and cut your thing in half. Then you could also put this in a food processor, I guess. The German half of me takes the front to that, so my ancestors probably did it just like I'm doing it. You don't want these cores in there. Here's another one. You don't want those in there. You only want a nice soft meat, crisp meat. All right, so that is the first cut. Get some of the bigger pieces out of here. Like I say, it makes great compost. Now you do small, tiny cuts, maybe about a quarter of an inch, maybe. What you're trying to do is you're trying to make everything the same size. You're never going to achieve that, but that's your goal. There's always going to be bigger leaves and smaller leaves, unless you put it in a food processor. But I like it fluffy like this. These leaves are a little bit too big, but we're going to do another round. This time we're going to use the rolling edge knife. That's the knife that you do this movement with. Oh, lose some. Knowing how to use your knife makes your life a lot easier. There's a reason they put a curve on it. This is real close, huh? Super hot here today. So you see me sweating, forgive me. All right, well, that's a lot of cabbage here. Now, what we do is something I forgot to bring up. Your bowl. Okay. All right. So now I've got about, I say 2.5 pounds. You want to take your salt, which is the magic ingredient. It draws out all the moisture and causes the fermentation. So I do 1.5 per 2 pounds. So I'll do 2 since this is 2 pounds. Sprinkle it over the top. Yes. Okay, and then this is really important. It adds a flavor. If you don't like caraway, you can use sesame, you can use anything. I like caraway. As you can see, I'm measuring the caraway very carefully. All right. Now, if the camera wasn't going, I would just do this with my hands. But I got to make this look, we got to be healthy here. So what you do is you mix it like a salad, sort of. What you're doing is you're mixing that salt, but also the caraway, all over the leaves of this thing. This is the secret process. You know what? I totally screwed up. Only did half the cabbage. I still have the other half to do. As you can see, we're getting a lot of cabbage. Glad I got a big bowl. Again, that serrated edge knife just really rocks it when you're trying to do long-term sawing through stuff. Even meat, it works. So I wish I discovered the power of the serrated edge years ago and using these kind of knives, and that's not what they're for. They're for other kinds of cutting. All right, so now we do our first cut on the second half of the cabbage. Oops, you will get some slop. Remember, okay, we got something wrong here. This cabbage. And make sure we remove all the tainted areas. This is the core anyway, you don't want it. All right. One more tainted area here, we want to get rid of it. Whew, it's hot here today. This has got core material in it, you don't want it. All right, so it looks like we got this cabbage just in time. It's starting to go bad. It's good. Good you guys get to see this, so you know what to do. All right, so we've almost removed all the tainted kind of dead cabbage. Everything's good here. This is all core, you don't want that. All right. Try to save as much of this leaf as we can. Goes here. All right, so that's first cut. Grab it up as much as you can, just kind of scattered. Like I say, you're going to do another 2 cuts, so don't worry. Again, anytime you want to do anything that involves kind of a sawing process, you got to use your serrated edge. As you can see, this one cabbage is going to produce a lot. And I got another one. I got 10 more, or no, 12 more, I think, coming. Maybe more than that, actually. All right. Do your roll cut. A few little tainted guys in here. I don't want them getting in there because it ruin my flavor of my sauerkraut. You guys know that sauerkraut and fermented foods are like some of the best stuff that you can eat. There's all sorts of enzymes in fermented foods that you can't get anywhere else. Our ancestors ate them all the time. We don't eat them hardly at all anymore. It's really quite shameful. And really good for you. I always loved sauerkraut ever since I was a kid. I was the only kid in the family that liked it. Everybody else loved it. I was crazy for liking it. And it wasn't very good sauerkraut. It was not homemade. It was from a can. All right, I'm starting to like the consistency now. Sort of as good as the first one. Again, you think about it, this entire thing, the actual price was probably about, for this cabbage, I would say, I don't know, 10 cents for the seeds. I'm going to put a lot of labor in it, but not that much. Mostly watering, which I didn't even do. All right, so that's another, we're gonna have to add, I would say, just another tablespoon of salt here. I think we put enough in already. And again, our scientific application of the deadly caraway seeds. It's not really deadly, it's wonderful. But there we go. Now, like I said before, I would usually get in there with my hands and just do it with my hands. Like I'm on TV and yeah, a little bit of that tainted stuff in there. Good, you guys get to see. It's not, unlike store-bought, you grow stuff in the garden, you can end up with little problems. You're not adding any pesticides or herbicides or anything, so you run into
lots of watering and lots of mantras while watering.
Lots of watering and lots of mantras. All right, now this is the Zen part. This is the part where let it sit for 15 minutes. See you in 15. Hey, all right, well, it's been 15 or a little more than 15 minutes. And so what's happened here in the 15 minutes, if you get in close, you can see that there's water forming. That's the sweat coming off of the cabbage right here. You see it? There's water all forming here. See it? That water? That's what you want. Now you know you've been successful. So I stir it up a little bit more to mix it all up. And you're going to see if you actually, that the cabbage is smaller than it was when we left. The amount, it's shrunk. That's because the water's going out of it. That's what we wanted. We wanted the cabbage to begin shrinking before we put it in the jars. And we also wanted to affirm that we are. You need to have a completely clean jar, cannot have any dirt in it. These have been washed in a dishwasher. That's super important. I mean, I can't even emphasize the importance of that one. You need to have everything be clean. This is so simple. You know how much, I haven't bought sauerkraut now in a couple of years, but the last time I bought a quart of fermented organic sauerkraut, which is what this is, it was at least $7. Now, I bet you it's near 10 today. So just think about that. For less than 10 cents of seeds, I'm going to get, I'd say, at least a couple quarts of organic fermented sauerkraut. You should eat this stuff every day if you can. What you want to do is press it down. That helps it not only get more in the jar, but helps it ferment better. With all that salt is pushed up against the meat of the cabbage. Oh, I wanted to address one thing. Because these are grown in a greenhouse, and because I strip off all the outer layers of leaf at the beginning, I don't feel I have to clean the inside of the cabbage. It's never been exposed to the air or anything like that, open air. So I really don't feel that I need to clean it. That's why I didn't clean it. Okay, then you want to put your jar on your lid. You want to really make it tight. Come back in 6 weeks. It looks like I'll be able to get just 2 quarts here. But, I mean, from one cabbage, that's pretty dang good. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to cheat a little bit and drop this in here. Save myself some time. All right, so as you saw when I cut the cabbage, I have 2. So I'm left with this little bit, which I'll scrape out and put the rest in here. But once I press this down, so I really came up with 1.5 jars. So I'll take that other cabbage and fill that up with the rest of the jar. So you'll see that from these 2 cabbages, I'm going to get at least 3 quarts of sauerkraut, like I said, for less than 10 cents. That's how much it cost me. And so don't let them tell you that there's like starvation and hunger. There is that, but we can fight back against it by just working. It just didn't take that much work, to be honest with you. You know, it really didn't. And it sort of just grew itself. We had to water it, had to fertilize it, but other than that, we just planted seeds in the ground, and I believe this would be in April 1st around, and here we are, and July 21st, the first month of summer is now gone, and we're pulling it all out of the ground. So it took all of April, all of May, and all of June, and then the first couple of weeks of July, 3.5 months to grow mammoth, almost basketball-sized cabbages from seed. So you can do it too. Don't ever let them say you can't.
Before we go, tell us about these tomatoes.
Same thing here. This is really our second batch of tomatoes. You can see there's no flaws in them. They're perfectly flawless. Again, we grew these from seeds, and we strung them from string from things that are hanging, and they grew vertical. And it was really a new kind of experiment that's really working out pretty good for us this year. But you know, yeah, the tomatoes are really about learning. I mean, it takes. We started this garden in 2019. And it's 2022, so 2019, 2020, 2021. So it took us 3 years to really figure out how you grow things. Now we're growing gigantic cabbages, we're growing flawless tomatoes, and so you got to start. That's the whole thing. You got to start because the learning curve, while not steep, it's still going to take you a while before you're actually growing enough food that you can feed family. So, and we're doing it this year. I would say we're at a 60% yield this year over last. And that's because we just learned from all of our mistakes. I was starting on the second one, cabbage that we grew, and I just wanted to show you this guy is ginormous. We thought our dog was big. I mean, look at these leaves. And I'm not going to use these. These are going in the compost bed. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this leaf here.
You can use it for a plate. Don't they use leaves for plates in tropical countries? Like banana
completely
leaves?
blown away by how much we grew here. I'm not even to the head of the cabbage either. This is just a protective outside layer of leaves, and what it's going to be 10 pounds of leaves almost. But like I said, you can't get anything better for your compost than this. This is like gold. All right, and there you go. Down to. That's why I feel I don't have to water, because I've taken all these exterior leaves off, and now I've got the cabbage ready to go. Look at that, solid. You can lift weights with it.
So that's
amazing. Sharon, amazing the size of the leaves. As you said, they can be used as plates. Jay said that he's going to use it as a compost, which is very beautiful. But it's amazing the size of leaves. It was very exciting.
Oh, yes. Yes. Well, it's a lot. Believe me, it takes a lot of time and energy to do this, and a lot of love. And
Let's
it's just the two of us doing, maybe next time I'll show the latest of the whole garden itself with what, 15 raised beds outside, and then about 10 inside the greenhouse. And, but last year he ended up making 56 quarts of tomato sauce. And,
Wow.
we're still, I think we still have a little left, and he's already making more. This year we're going to have even more because it's really, wow, we have such abundance. And then we'll have White King with us.
Sharon, the beautiful part is it's all organic. It's all yours. It's all organic.
Oh, everything is organic, and even our fertilizer we make ourselves. There's lots of issues these days with fertilizer and all kinds of with food, but we're creating abundance here. And also in Crestone, we'll be able to barter with other people.
Yes.
Who grow other things. We have a community garden as well. So people here have been very aware. I think they moved out here not only for the spiritual communities that are here. We have 33 different spiritual communities and a beautiful Lakshmi temple. But they came because they felt like something was going to happen in the world like this, and they wanted to be in a place where they could grow their own food and have neighbors who would think like they do and care about the earth, care about the environment, and care about each other.
Simply amazing. I think it's fantastic. Let's ask Chef D here in London what she thought of it, and she can show her final products, and we move on to Peru. So Chef D, what did you think of?
Hi everyone, that was amazing. That was really good. Oh my God, the size of that cabbage. Oh, wow. That was really good. I'd love to see the end product, him actually bottling it up and turning it into the fermented sauerkraut. So I'd love to see the whole process. That'd be
when we take it out, well, we still actually are eating some from last year. I think we have a last jar.
Yeah.
And it's so good for.
Yeah, anything else to it? Any more carrots, radish, anything else?
No, we like it that way.
Just cabbage.
Just cabbage and salt and caraway.
Wow, wow. I did ask a question about the salt, whether it's just normal table salt or is it sea salt?
He uses sea salt.
Sea salt, right, okay. Okay.
And let's see, also we're growing bok choy. I should have filmed it the other night. He made fried rice, vegetable fried rice with our bok choy and our scallions and our onions.
Wow.
That we're growing. And we also have snow peas.
Yeah.
So it's just amazing. It's hard to go out to dinner because it's rarely as good as what he makes. And now that we have Wai Ching coming, oh my God, it's going to be a gourmet feast because she's an extraordinary cook.
There's going to be parties every day.
Right. Right.
Well, let me
let us look at Chef B's final product, and then we'll move on to Peru, okay?
I literally switched this off as soon as Jay came on, so it's been switched off since. I had to carry on. All I added was about 3 tablespoons of tomato puree, half a teaspoon of garam masala, and a sprinkle of the chopped coriander. I've mixed it through. As you can see, look, it's cooked in its own steam and juices. I've not had to add anything else. I'm going to take it out into a bowl so you can see the finished product. And what I've noticed about cooking it like this is that all the vegetables stay intact. They don't get mushy. They don't decrease in size. They don't shrink. And I find the whole dish just tastes so much different. It has nothing layered on top of it, no unnecessary grease. And what I've noticed is something that I have been teaching people is like, obviously people say, but so-and-so curry I've made or so-and-so dish I've made, it feels grainy in my mouth. I'm used to that oil or the butter or everything. So it's okay. If that's how you want it, you're not diabetic and you're not eating because you've got a heart condition or something, and you can have that kind of fat element in your body. So it's at this stage you put it in just before you're going to sit down to eat. You can drizzle a little bit of your extra virgin olive oil. You can put a knob of butter on it. You can put a little bit of avocado oil, linseed oil. But this is the stage you put it at. This is the stage you do not add it while you're cooking. There's just absolutely no need. I mean, what we have here is, honestly, I wish you guys can taste it. It really is delicious. Each and every vegetable has held its shape. Nothing has just gone all mushy or anything. And honestly, it really is so delicious. And like I say, there's no oil, there's no unnecessary calories. You don't have to worry about burning anything off because there's nothing in there. It's just full of nutrition, and deliciousness. We put the spices, we put the masala, we put the coriander, the turmeric is doing its properties. Absolutely delicious. Now, I hope you guys tune in to other things I do as well. And you can see me doing an Indian curry base sauce with no oil. You can actually do the gravy so deliciously. So yes, it's doable, guys. If you've got the right equipment and the know-how, everything is doable, and we can reverse our lifestyle diseases through the power of nutrition. And I'm going to hand it back to all you beautiful souls and say bye-bye.
Chef D, just before we let you go, can you hold the final dish a bit closer to the camera? Just a bit more closer. Come in, yes, come in a bit. If you move, yes, just a bit more closer. Now that looks delicious. I can see sweet corn, I can see sweet potatoes, I can see cauliflower. Just amazing. And nothing is crushed, nothing is mashed.
No, it's all in its own shape. Nothing has shrunk. Even sweet potato, you can cut into it and eat it. And nothing is raw. Everything has been cooked between 86 and 100 degrees. If we had a scientist sitting here with all their equipment and they did a nutritional value on this dish would still be holding anything between 90 to 98% of its nutritional raw values. So it's cooked food, but it's got literally 5% less than raw. So imagine that, and it's got no toxins, nothing leached into my food. Everything is cooked in 316 titanium, absolutely delicious. And absolutely, I just can't praise this style of cooking enough. I just wish it came in my life a lot earlier, you know, and I wish I could have helped my sister through the power of nutrition. But my journey now is to help as many other people as I possibly can. So,
and Chef Day, let's remind the audience that the titanium material is the same material that is used in medical science and the hospital.
right, yeah. Yes.
So it is the highest, safest material that one can use for cooking.
Absolutely, it's the safest material, and you can't really buy equipment with it made from this. So obviously, it's a specialist company making specialist cooking equipment. If you guys want to know more about it, drop me a message, get onto my socials, and we can talk more about it. You can learn how to cook with it in your own homes as well. And you know what? It helps. Every little bit helps. You know, our well-being and our health isn't one thing. We have to create a collective amount of stuff to repair and reverse our lifestyle diseases. No one thing is going to help. And we've got such a plethora and an array of amazing professionals on this group globally with so much knowledge and information. And imagine putting all that together on this platform. And so many people are learning so much amazing stuff. It's just phenomenal. I'm so happy to be a part of this family. And thank you so much for having me. And I wish you guys could taste this. This is wonderful. Yes. So, yes.
Chef D,
so hungry.
Thank you. Chef D, thank you for coming to Healing Our Earth. You are now the family member of Healing Our Earth. For anybody outside who would like to visit her website, which is Surti-5 by Chef D, you can go to our website, Healing Our Earth. Her profile is there, and the link to her website is over there. Chef D, thank you. Have a lovely onward time, and we move back to USA and Peru.
Yes, here we are. And now we're going to go to Peru with Wai-Ching and her new friend. So let's, global namaste, Wai-Ching.
Global namaste. And this is Maya. Her name is Maya. And we always think that she's Indian, right? We're going to give her my new friend.
Hi.
And this restaurant, Muyu, is just down the road from where I'm staying, and in a place called San Blas. And it's really a sweet little place. And I'll give you the history of this place. And you see, she just bought the restaurant. She's an English teacher. Yes. Right, and let her have her voice, and she just bought it, and it's under restoration. There's some very interesting stucco harp, yeah, and paintings on the ceiling. Can you see it? Can you slowly do it? Sure. Look at that! It's a beautiful painting on the ceiling. Very ancient. Very ancient. Yeah. Tell us more about the building, because it's a historical site, historical building. I'm in the historic area. I always like to stay there. Places. So
hi everyone, it's so lovely to be here with you and to share this opportunity. And yeah, as Amma, well, watching, she's saying, we met here in my place. I just opened this place 3 months ago, but basically this restaurant has a story of more than 20 years. And it was in the Sacred Valley before, and they were about to close it, and I brought it to the city. So everyone that comes to Cusco and has the opportunity to come here and visit us, it's beautiful because they have a different experience, and it's food. We serve food that nobody else makes, so that's special. And yeah, we use, of course, local ingredients, but the menu was made by a cook that is a traveler, and he is a foodie as well, and he worked on this for more than 20 years. So it is special. Yeah.
It's a cute little place, really very sweet. And I just love following my own chi and then like going into these restaurants. And then there she was. And we just sat down and talked again for almost an hour and a half. And maybe we'll do a visit to the market also with Maya. But at the moment, I'm keeping warm. You can see I have my alpaca clothes now because it gives me a good excuse to go shopping. But I'm keeping warm with chicha morada.
Yeah.
And remember Lata and Nita? We talked about it with Mercedes. Hi, Nita and Lata. And this time we're serving it hot. Thank goodness. And it's like, Euphemia, the chef, she makes it with a little bit more lemon, so it's more tart than the one Mercedes had, which was with a little bit more pineapple, membrillo, and apple juice. So this one has more of a lemon, lime
and pineapple peel.
Pineapple peel,
yeah, with
that's
cinnamon
right.
as well.
With
Yeah.
cinnamon. And also to go with it, I was starting with the coca tea. Everybody drinks it here
Yeah.
to help with the altitude sickness.
Yeah, and it's also good for energy. Like people come here and sometimes they feel a little tired after the hiking. So this is amazing. Yeah, it gives you a lot of energy. This is what our ancestors used to have. Yeah.
And this is where cocaine is derived from, by the way, boys and girls. So there's a coca museum in San Blas, where we are, San Blas, and it's fascinating because they show the extraction and how it's exported. And actually they show a part where there were people like bummed out on the streets and all the celebrities who died from cocaine overdose. So this is ancient medicine, everyone. It's ancient medicine that has not been respected, right? That has been abused in the modern world, where it's extracted, it's been refined, made into a powder, and there's so much pain and suffering around it. So why can't we just go back to ancient medicines? That's what we're interested in. That's why we're talking about foods, right? And eating from the land and getting the nutrition from the earth and really respecting the earth. And this is where we need to go back, right? Everyone, healing our earth. And so they do this in a very, very sacred way. So John was going to come on, but he's my new tour guide. We're going on some sacred sites. But he's on a tour. He had a gig, and usually in all the ceremonies they take 3, right?
Yeah.
They pick the best. And yesterday, that's right, he told me that they pick the best of the coca, and how they do that is they throw it in the air to the celestial spirits, and they let it come land to Pachamama, to Mother Earth. And they pick the 3 best, and this is the offering. And they have it in the art and statues and paintings. And I also saw in the Coca Museum the Madre, the Virgin, the Madonna of the Coca. So the Catholic religion has been overlaid with the Pachamama concept of Mother Earth. And it's so beautiful. I should have shown, I mean, I can show you the next time, the coca. And there's coca toffee, coca candy, coca gummies, and another good excuse to have a little bit
Coca
of
oil
candy.
as well.
Coca oil, that's
For
right.
massage.
For massage. Yes, it's a pain reliever like cannabinoids, right? And I saw there were even patches for aches and pains after hiking. So this is what the hikers and medicine people, they're called pacos or curanderos. They don't like being called shamans, by the way. So that seems to be a Western derivative. So here, drinking coca, and it's a stimulant, so one does not, it's not encouraged, right, before bedtime. But I'm just enjoying the flavor. It's very green, tastes almost like green tea. Yeah. Would say that it tastes like leaves, and you call leaves like hojas de coca. wonderful. It's everywhere, and all the restaurants, and it tastes really good, and it's really soothing. So I had this from when I have my cough, and it was really soothing.
Yeah. This
And
with honey and lime is also good. Like that's what we
Mm.
usually have for respiratory
conditions.
Yeah.
Well, you know, for me, actually, I'm not that good with lime and honey. I have sensitivity.
Yeah.
So I test with applied kinesiology. So, you know, having it plain is really nice. And sometimes it's mixed with the Andean mint, right?
Right.
And it's called munya, which is also very tasty. So we want to give veneration to the coca, and we want to leave it here for Pachamama. While you present the other ingredients.
Okay, so today I wanted to present this wonderful tuber that is from the Andes. It's called oyuco, and it basically grows here in Peru and Bolivia. So the good thing and the most amazing thing about this tuber is that it's very nutritious. The texture is like watery. It's like a potato, could be like perhaps family, but it looks like this. And it's watery and a little sweet.
Watery.
Yeah.
Could I taste it?
Sure, you can taste it.
Let's see.
Yeah, so it's watery and a little sweet. Yeah, try
There you
this one. And it's a little sweet. It's really fresh. And one of the things that I like the most is that we have an amazing dish made out of this tuber as a principal ingredient. And this is not popular among restaurants. It's very popular in homemade cuisine. Like my grandma used to make this, my mom, all around Peru, families have this in their houses, but you cannot try it in restaurants. Nobody uses.
Why is that?
I have no idea.
They haven't discovered it. So I'm glad you're bringing it back, this traditional tubers and potatoes, 5,000 varieties. Yeah, it's crunchy.
It's crunchy, it's fresh and watery.
Fresh and watery.
Yeah, a little sweet.
Almost like a jicama, right?
Okay.
But really, yeah.
Yeah, when it's cooked, it's a little sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, well, thanks for bringing back the ancient traditions. So how did your grandma make it? This way? But not served this way.
Yeah.
You know,
This is a dish that we have that is called Inca curry, and it's amazing because it has this tuber oyuco and also has carrots. And firstly, we start with chopped onions, and we can add any kind of mushrooms, and we put some curcuma, cumin, and curry. So yeah, and here this is rice. This is local rice, but it's cooked with quinoa. So
the rice is grown in the coast, you say?
yeah, now we grow it in the coast of Peru. Now we're in the Andes, but the special thing about this that it's rice and it's quinoa at the same time. So it's just beautiful. Yeah,
it's a lovely combination.
Very nutritious.
Yeah, nutritious protein. Euphemia, Euphemia, come.
Yeah, so our chef
is bringing up the next dish.
Watching and Maya, I want to show you something for a moment.
Course.
Yeah.
Let's see. It would be desktop.
Hola, no?
Yeah. Oh, you got Kuan Yin on the online. Ah, yes.
This is from, we're going back to the coca leaves. This is from, we went to Peru and made a film there, a documentary called Time Wave 2013, and met with the Quero, and we were doing a despacho ceremony. And what Don Francisco is doing here is blowing on the coca leaves to put into the despacho tube. Mandala, I call it.
You put your intentions and your gratitude, and then you give it back to the ground, to the Pachamama.
Yes. Yeah. So which is what we just did, a little prayer that's inserted, embedded in that. That's fabulous. And everybody, please watch this documentary. Sharon Rose created how many years ago? 2008. 2008. And it's still relevant this time, more so than before, I think.
I think
with
so. Well, it was
changes.
about the future.
Yes. And it was
prophecies
beautiful.
and from all different traditions, even talking about the Kali Yuga and all the different ages according to the different alchemical traditions and the Mayan traditions, etc.
And so relevant that I'm here in these ancient sites and ley lines. I'll be going to Machu Picchu next week. So we will report from there. I'll be on live with another program. I can send you all the information about the ancient sites and sightings and so on in Peru. So yeah, thanks, Sharon. And we have here, I want to introduce the chef. Yeah, she doesn't want to come up. Please introduce her.
This is Eufemia. This is our chef. She's a Cusqueña lady. She's been making this amazing food for 20 years and she's a magician. She's really, yes. If you read our reviews, everybody loves her. Yeah. Yeah. So she's a little shy, but she's grateful to be here in Peru.
Yeah. From Mita, you're in London, are you?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. London.
Londres,
UK.
India, Estados Unidos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And
this
there's
is
Nalini. Hi. Also. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Let's see what else she made for us.
And she just brought.
Shall we taste this? I can't wait.
Okay, of course.
I haven't had breakfast or lunch. Come on. Let's
The
have
good
a.
thing about this dish is that our visitors tell us how spicy they like. You know, I can eat any level of spicy. I don't mind because I'm Peruvian and I'm from the north. But some people come, well, they are Europeans, and yeah, this is really good. Yeah.
You use a spice that's already made. It's very Indian tasting, actually.
Yeah, because of the curry. Yeah.
The curry.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it's a beautiful dish. I love it.
Very nice texture.
Yeah.
And with what do you call it again?
Oyuko.
Ayuko.
Yeah.
Oyuko.
Yeah,
Oyuko. Can you spell it for us?
It's OLLUCO.
Double L is pronounced with a Y, right?
Yeah,
you know,
you.
like that.
Oyuko.
We'll probably see it in most of the restaurants now that you've started the trend.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah, I hope not. We're the only ones that make this one, this dish, and the garnish is mint.
Is this muña?
No, it's not muña.
Yeah, it's a muña.
This is yerba buena. I don't know. Yerba buena, like good herb or something like that.
The good hope.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Yeah, this is.
We'll warm it up and I'll have it for lunch probably.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, okay. That serves my greed. Let's go on to the next thing.
Okay.
So you know how we are all in love with the purple corn and the chicha morada, and we had the last time we had the bread from Ecuador. You remember that from La Maria restaurant? That was the bread that was made. It's cooked just like bread. It was so delicious. Oh, and now we are going to present it.
This is called causa, and basically this is a potato cake. This is an amazing dish. It's made out of this potato that is canchán. Well, we have thousands of different types of potatoes here in Peru, especially. And but this particularly is with this potato or yellow potato, and we cook the potato, we make like a puree, and from that we can put some lime juice, salt, some chili sauce.
Yeah, this is ají amarillo, which is the yellow chili.
Yeah, it's actually orange, but we call it a yellow. And with the cream, we make it, and we use the hands for it. Yes. And
you hear that, Jay?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
This is where the flavor comes from, the cheese and the hands.
Yeah, and it depends on how spicy you like it or salty. We can put some oil as well, any kind of oil that you want, and it's like the texture is like really soft. It's not a puree anymore. It has a you can make things. You can make little balls. You can make this shape as well, and it goes really nice with salads. Basically, we eat it with salads, or perhaps we can have a ceviche, just like mushroom ceviche or avocado ceviche or mango ceviche with this, because this is potato basically. And the purple corn was used for the color. Yeah, so it's a different way to present it. Yeah.
And I saw this being cooked on the streets. It's very beautiful if we can cut it open.
Yeah.
It's like striations of purple, lilac, and yellow. It's so lovely. Oh, you can do that.
Let me see if I can.
That, yeah.
If this is the one that has colors.
It's not the one with the colors.
This is a plain because this is the one that it's the yellow, or yeah, this one's similar to.
But can you see the skin here? How it's
colorful.
Yellow and lilac in color.
Yeah, sometimes we have some others that the peel is black and you open it and it looks like this. It's funny. Sometimes they are color inside as well. So that's why we have many types.
Right, let's taste it then.
Sure. This is yours.
Yeah. No, it's savory, and I definitely get the lime.
Yeah.
So it's probably like a good accompaniment to any of the hot dishes, but it also lifts up, you know, because when we eat carbohydrates and like mashed potatoes, you don't expect a tart flavor. And this has it.
Myra, can you bring it closer to the camera and keep it at the angle so we can see close look? Yeah, keep it at the angle. Beautiful, yes, we can see it very closely. Wonderful.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And so let's remind the viewers, so this is Peruvian potatoes, is it?
Yeah, Peruvian potato, seasoned with salt, lime, some yellow chili cream, and for the color, we use purple corn.
And what does it taste like when you're eating it? By Ching, you're eating it, what does it taste? What do you feel the taste? What is similar?
Well, it's like a potato pie, but with a little, you know, soupçon of lime, because that's what they put in it. And as I said, you don't expect a potato pie or a mashed potato to have a lemon or lime flavor. So that's a very interesting.
Wow.
So, you know, of course, we now what's fashionable is mashed potatoes with wasabi, for example. And of course, I just love the classic cream and butter, you know, and just simple salt and pepper. But this is a nice change, and I think it will be a really good accompaniment for some rich stew.
Yeah, with a stew, for salads as well, like with lots of protein.
Yeah, because
salad. I was thinking for the salad, the potato base would be very good complement.
Yeah, because it's you can taste the lime, and also it's a little salty, so it's not like just having boiled potatoes or a regular puree. It's something else.
Yeah, very nice. And do you ever make patties from it and like fry it a little bit, pan fry?
Yeah, you can also. Well, actually, the original one, causa, that is the name. It's the yellow one. We are making our own with the purple corn, and you basically will see it everywhere. That it's this shape, but it's cut in half, and in the middle you will have vegetables with mayonnaise. That's the way we. Yeah.
Sounds like that.
So that's.
Sharon, do you get this kind of potatoes there in America?
Yes, you can get them. We're growing, Jay likes russet potatoes. So this is our first year that we're growing actual potatoes. This is also, we're growing onions and scallions and like that. But you can get the purple ones. At least now you still can, I think.
Yes, you can. And I used to buy everything from the farmer's market. So the purple potatoes and all the heritage potatoes, fingerling and russet and pink potatoes. Oh, I just love them. It is just really, really good. And also Mita saying that she had a yummy purple corn veggie dish in the USA in a Californian train. And that was wrapped in corn leaves and served warm.
Sounds great.
It sounds like tamal, right?
Like tamal, yeah,
Sounds
that's
like
right.
it
It's a
because
tamal,
it's wrapped.
but in a California train, because there's one train here which I can't. It's not within my budget. It's $600 to go to Machu Picchu, and they serve. There's a dance in the beginning and a welcome, and then they serve pisco sour all throughout. I saw the YouTube all throughout, and a fine dining and with fine china and crystalware, and all the way through to Machu Picchu, and it's $600 one way. Okay.
Wow.
And I would love to go on it. It's called the Hiram Bingham. I'm give them a plug, even though they are not sponsoring me, but maybe they will now. So, and then the others are, there's also the other one is called the Visitadrome. I'll go on that, and that has an open ceiling on the train. It's about 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
Going there. So I'll just do some nice video, and then the other one coming back, and then there's the other one that's local, but tourists are not allowed on that. So it's local and it's the cheapest one. So that would be fun. So I'll be staying at Agua Caliente. So we'll see what happens with that, right?
Yeah.
And what you
Myra, what is the specialty of your restaurant? What dishes will be only akin to your restaurant?
Okay, I have to say that this one, the Inca curry, is one of the most popular. But at the same time, since this is a Thai Peruvian place,
Yes.
many people love our pad Thai.
Okay.
They love the pad Thai that the lady makes here. She's been making it for 20 years. And yeah, they try it and they say, yeah, it's like being there, or sometimes we've been told that it's better. We also have the Thai tea that is really nice.
Yeah, I had a chai here, which was very good. Maybe we should ask her to make a Thai tea and the pad Thai. You
Yeah,
could, yeah, we can ask her to do that. So what do you call this coriander here?
Culantro.
It's culantro. Yeah.
Similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Mita says that it's a purple corn tamale. Yeah.
Yes, on the
blue-
Pacific
blue
Surf
corn.
Liner, Mita, I wanted to go on that experience too. Oh, I know, because I lived in San Francisco, right? That's like the experience on this one, on this train. It's like the great train experience is like the Orient Express in the world. Love trains as well. I used to travel from Singapore to Kuala Lumpur when I was a little girl. Would fall asleep immediately and love the nighttime, what do you call them? Coach, right? The coach train. It was just lovely. And there's something romantic about the being on the train. So we'll see. Okay, now on to you. What else are you going to?
Well, I have a couple of desserts.
We jump to desserts now.
Yeah. So this is organic cacao, local cacao that we use from the Sacred Valley. And this is a cheesecake, chocolate cheesecake. Yeah. And this
The
is
little gooseberry is
golden
running
berry,
around.
yeah.
Golden berry or gooseberry, and they call it uvia.
Yeah.
Right?
This is our
Uvia.
cacao.
I used to use this quite a lot when I was catering in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Because it looks so pretty, you know, with the lanterns, like little lanterns. This is like how we almost lost the chocolate. Okay, tell us about the chocolate and the base and the cream.
Okay, for the base, we basically, I don't know if I can see it. Okay, there. Yeah.
Can you see it, everyone? Maybe a little
Yeah,
closer.
bring it at an angle. Keep it at an angle, I think, without.
There, I think we got a good shot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, for the base, it's basically chocolate cookies that we use. We have our favorite, but this is what we get in the Sacred Valley as well. They are organic and they are locally made. Then we have the cacao, and we have the cheese that is vegan cheese that we bring it from the Sacred Valley. The Sacred Valley is amazing because it has all these organic places and little businesses that make them in a very natural way. And it's beautiful because they are like slightly growing in selling their products to local restaurants and and bigger places. So
now they just say, because I was staying in Pisac, which is part of the Sacred Valley, and that's where Sharon was too, the Sacred Valley. And can you just say which are the regions that are considered the Sacred Valley? Valley Sagrada?
Of course.
Yeah,
right? Pisac is the closest that we have to Cusco. And this is where I usually go. It has a nice and large medium market of these products. So I go and get what I need there. It's sometimes it's difficult to believe that I cannot find my ingredients here in the city, and I have to go to the valley, to a small city, to get it there. So, but yeah, that's what is makes it special, I think.
So Myra, you got this very nice, luscious yellow topping on the chocolate. What is that made from?
Okay, we're coming to that. Very good, Neil.
Lucuma.
What is that?
It's this is fruit that it's I don't know how to describe it. It's just very interesting because it's like creamy, you know. Let me show you. I hope you can see some. You can if you can cut it in half, like with your hands.
My hands. You see, it's very soft.
Yeah, it's very soft.
And when I saw it in the market, I thought I should get an expert to ask because they all look a little spoiled.
Yeah.
They all look like a little, you know, mushy, and then so.
Is it sweet?
Is it right?
It is very sweet. Now is your chance to try it, but look at the texture when you put it like in a spoon.
Yes, it's beautiful. Now the cream makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, and also the first time I saw lucuma, it was in the natural health food stores in the US, and it was pulverized, powdered, whitened, and it's used as a sweetener, just like stevia. And it's low glycemic, and it tastes like sugar with no flavor like stevia. So it's more like xylitol.
Okay,
and
so you'll try it.
Yes,
and,
let's see. I'll try it. First bite. It's more like it's not that sweet.
No.
I was expecting really, you know, an overpowering sweetness, but it is sweet. It is beautiful. It's sweet, and it's a bit powdery.
Powdery but creamy.
But creamy.
The texture is interesting.
I think I might
Yeah,
just
try
dip
the
this
cream.
is after you have put it into the blender.
I just put some of the fruit with coconut milk.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see the texture on the chocolate. The cheesecake is more creamier. So you've used this mixed with a bit of cream, and it's looking beautiful.
Right. Yeah. And
It says,
just that.
it says that this is classified fruit as an exotic in Peru, and it's from Andes.
Yeah.
Yes. And you know, the taste profile is like a creamy, almost like a soursop.
Yeah.
Yeah, like cherimoya.
I just want to, yeah.
You know, soursop, custard apple, and
custard apple would be more sweeter, isn't it? And more.
Yes, that's why I expected the more sweetness, but there is an underlying sweetness. I mean, this is like about the right level of sweetness for me. You know, when it's too cloying, it's just too much. But this is going to be mine, right? So
I like what Myra has done. The way she has actually whisked it. She has done a nice whisking to it and then put it up there.
Yeah.
Sharon, have you seen this fruit ever?
No, maybe when I was in Peru, but not here in the US.
Yes.
Yeah, never had it. And I can see so many applications to desserts, and even a touch of it into a savory dish would be very nice.
Yeah.
And Myra, for you, this fruit is exotic. Do you eat it regularly or once in a while?
I go to the market.
Hmm?
I'm getting my vegetables and fruit, and the ladies just sell it there in the street. You ask them if it's ready to eat or it's too big, and open it, and okay, here you are. Okay, 1 sol, 2 sol is like 50 cents. 70.
1 sole?
2
1
soles?
sol, 2 soles is 1 sole is 25 cents US.
And so how much is one of these?
One or two.
Yeah, one or two. Yeah, but we buy things here by kilo. So I don't know.
Okay, so for $1 American, you can get about 3 pieces at least.
Yeah, 3 pieces of this. $2, I think. You know?
Yeah, I feel so
Me and Sharon can afford that.
Yellow, orange color, and it's so like beta carotene, and it just feels like it's a very soothing sweetness. It's not a cloying artificial sweetness.
I don't think any one of us have seen this. Because Lata, have you ever seen this fruit or heard of it? It's lucuma.
Oh, it just reminds me of, hi everyone, by the way. It just reminds me of mango.
It looks mangoish from avocado.
But I would say like the texture, raw, fresh, it's more like cooked sweet potato. Cooked sweet potato.
Yes, it looks very starchy. It looks very starchy rather than juicy.
What are the nutrients of it? The health benefits?
She's just looking it up.
Yeah.
Well, it has got six beautiful health benefits. And it's actually classified as an exotic fruit in Peru.
Is it all year round or is it seasonal?
We actually have it all year round, but it basically grows here in the Andes. And it says, well, I'm also looking up some information, and it says Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, and Peru. So the Andes, the Andean area.
Yeah. And in the supermarkets in the US, I've seen chocolate sweetened with lucuma. So that's better than sweet and then the maltitol and stevia. I don't like the taste of stevia. And so because it reminds me so much of MSG, monosodium glutamate. So this one is neutral.
It says that it combats signs of aging. And it's good because it has potassium, calcium, magnesium, vitamin C, and it's good for the skin.
Yeah, even this very famous, I'm not going to mention it, the brand, the cosmetic brand says that it's the latest skin-loving superfood.
I was thinking, there's not much foods with calcium in it, and because we're not drinking as much milk in the diets, I was just wondering how to replace it, naturally. So
yeah. And Lata, I'm just thinking definitely a light smoothie has all the nutrients in it. This would be lovely. And maybe some curcumin, like,
you can put some maca as
well,
or
quinoa milk, maca. Yeah, we should talk about maca because maca is a root here, and there's red maca and black maca. And maca is known to balance your hormones, and especially for the women. So I started taking red maca here. I feel so well with it.
Really?
And eating all the Andean superfoods, which cost so much in the US and the UK.
Dr. Lakshmi, welcome. Have you ever seen this lucuma fruit before?
No, I was wondering what is it?
At the first sight, when Myra brought it to us, I thought it was a mango that's called slightly funny, but then they squashed it, and you could see that it's not juicy. It is more sort of starchy and bulky rather than juicy.
It was very much similar to a pumpkin, which is yellow inside, and it is slightly sweetish sometimes. So it resembled a pumpkin. That's what I was thinking.
Yes, it's more like cooked pumpkin, like cooked sweet potato. Because it's so soft. It's not because raw pumpkin is like crunchy, right?
Let's ask Mita because she was in America. Mita, when you visited America to your mom, did you ever visit any Peruvian restaurant and you ate this fruit? It's called lucuma.
I don't remember, if it was part of some kind of ingredient of a dessert or so, I don't know. But is it like the Ecuadorian passion fruit?
No.
No, not at all. Yeah, passion fruit is very tart
and sour.
And sour and watery. This is dense. I mean, think cooked pumpkin. Yes, like Dr. Lakshmi has got it. Cooked pumpkin or cooked sweet potato. And now I'm ready to get into the chocolate part, another superfood.
Yes, tell us how does it taste? And Mayra, you can tell us what you made it from.
Gosh, I like this. You know what? I don't know what you use as a base, but it's chewy. It's like fudge.
And what have you used? Mayra, you were holding a fruit or something. What was it you made it from?
This is a cacao.
Cacao, okay.
Our cacao.
Yes.
Yes, we get it here in the tropical area near Cusco. Yeah.
So we did plain chocolate, dark chocolate, plain chocolate.
Yeah. Just from the fruit. Yeah.
Are there different types of cacaos then?
Yes, this one seems very big. It's a big bin. Look at that.
Actually, this is a small one.
Yeah, it's a small one. You get them this big.
So they come bigger than this?
And have you had the fruit inside? It's white and it's very soft, and it really is like soursop, that texture.
Well, Wai Ching, you are the lucky one in the restaurant enjoying. So we haven't. Me, Sharon, Lata, Lakshmi, Mita are all just mouth-watering over here.
Well, it's working, Neil. It's working.
We're really pleased for you, and that your health is,
oh yes,
improved. And
Mayra, is this a food you eat at home, or is it a restaurant food only?
Well, this is the food that we serve in our restaurant, but here I have something else too. This is the thing that I have to present today.
I'm putting it this side.
Yeah, I just need this.
This is from the purple corn, isn't it?
Yeah, this is from purple corn, and this is our traditional dessert. It's called mazamorra morada. Mazamorra will be something like a pudding. Morada is purple. So here I have, this is cinnamon stick. And yeah, this is basically boiled with fruit. You can put the fruit that you want. In this case, we made it with pineapple. You can also put some, you mentioned some fruit that
passion fruit.
Membrillo, remember we showed
membrillo
with Mercedes, membrillo, mixtura Inca.
Right, and and you can also put well, we usually add some cinnamon sticks, cloves, and we boil it, and then we mix it with cornstarch, and the texture is like this.
Oh, it's quite thick.
Yeah.
I think we had it in Ecuador when you went, but that was liquid. This is more.
Yeah,
this is like a jelly and jam.
Yeah.
So do you eat this or do you drink this?
This is to eat because it's a dessert, and
yes.
I love. Yeah.
And what does it taste? Is it spicy, sweet, or sweet?
Okay. The official taster comes on, yeah?
Yes.
So basically, it's like chicha morada, but in a dessert.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I love it. I love anything jelly-like what they call it gelatina.
Yeah.
Gelatine. But this is a vegetarian, vegan, vegetarian. But mostly cornstarch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cornstarch. So it's really
and
like
is this eaten at home or is it just restaurant quality?
We have it everywhere, like in the streets, street stalls. The original way to have it, or the most popular, might be the mazamorra, and next to it, rice with milk. You know, like rice and milk.
Drink, beverage, or just rice and milk.
There is a dessert.
A rice pudding.
Rice.
We have in the Asian, we call it kheer. We do have that in the Gujarat state as well as kheer. Yours is more slightly different, but it's still like a rice pudding.
Yeah, exactly that. And on the rice pudding, we add some coconut. How do you
shred?
Shred.
Yeah, you shred the coconut.
Fresh, because you do get coconut water on the streets as well, and fresh coconuts.
And Wai Ching, Mayra, is the street food safe to eat there?
Sorry?
Street food, is it safe to eat?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. You know, I've eaten on the streets around the world, starting with India when I was backpacking at 24. So I ate everything on the streets, and it's a matter of the microbiome, right? Keeping it healthy. Yes.
Especially the desserts. We have this, and we also have like a Peruvian donut that we call it.
I love it. I should show that sometime.
Yeah, of course. Picarones.
Picarones.
Yeah, it's made out of pumpkin and carrot, and they made it like in a donut and put it in the frying pan, and it's crispy and with some honey syrup. I think it's any kind of fruit syrup, they put it on top.
Yeah, it was delicious. I walked down from my street, right? It's a San Blas historic town, so it's so juicy, and so things are happening here. So I walked down, there's lines of people outside this donut store, and there's two women just with a hot pan of oil, and they're making these donuts, but it's very flat. They pull it across about this size, and then frying it. And usually I don't like to try fried foods, but it's lines, really telling me something. Okay, I have to try a little bit. And I tried it, and I went like, this is amazing. And I felt really good for it because it's not made from flour. It's made from pumpkin flour and quinoa flour. So it's gluten-free. And it was crunchy and with a little bit of syrup. And it was just right and hot. And I had a hot munya spearmint just to wash down the oil.
Of course.
And it was really, really delicious. And yeah, the lines are still there. But this, like gelatin, I see people carrying like buckets, plastic buckets, and they separate it with cardboard sheets, and there'll be little cups of jelly, and you can just have that. And and some of them, very, very nice.
So Wai-Ching, very recently you came from Ecuador, where we featured, I think at least 3 times we went live visiting. What is the difference or similarity that you see between Ecuador and Peru from cuisine point of view?
Potatoes and corn. It's ubiquitous everywhere, potatoes and corn. And I find that the Peruvians tend to salt their foods a little bit more, and sweet. It's very sweet. No, the desserts are very sweet, except for this chocolate one, which is amazing. I still would like.
I love it.
In Surrey, Amita is saying the nearest Peruvian restaurant is 20 miles away from me, and who sells picarones. Oh my goodness, you have to tell us how it is. But I do want to steal this recipe. If she can. It's so chewy, the base, so it's just more than chocolate. What else is here?
Well, the chocolate and basically the chocolate.
No, it's chewy. It's like fudge. It's chewy.
It's the chocolate. There is, I don't know how. There is a powder that we use for bakery.
Yes, there seems to be some sort of base to it, and therefore you're finding it chewy.
Yeah, but it's like it's a powder that you add for desserts.
So is it called cheesecake? Is it in Peru? It's called cheesecake?
In Peru, sorry, pardon?
Is it called a cheesecake? What do you call it in Peru?
Yeah, we call it cheesecake. Yeah.
But there's no cheese in that, but usually. So if the cheesecake, usually that's not dairy-free, where do they get the cheese from around here? It's queso, right? And they use the queso, correct? Is it real cheese?
Well, if it's not vegetarian, they use just cream cheese.
Cream cheese.
Yeah, but there are also brands that make a vegetarian cream cheese.
Right, right. Okay, yeah, that's right. I see. And also, I bought some cheese from a woman, also all dressed in the traditional wear, and it was also in a tub. And she would just put her hands in it and bring out this beautiful lumps of cheese, fresh cheese, and wrapped in leaves as well. I'm sure like the cabbage leaves. And there's culture here as well in wrapping food in leaves, right? Like tamales, corn, leaves. And then there's another one in Ecuador. Remember we talked about that?
In tropical cities or areas, they use this a lot.
Banana leaves too?
Banana leaves.
Yeah, we use a lot of banana leaves.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, so Mita is sharing that in Santiago, Surco, Lima. I'm originally from Lima. And yeah, the best picarones are in a restaurant called Mari.
Is that right? Okay, I'm there. I want to
Oh.
try the difference. And also Lima has supposedly the best food. And because it's near the coast, and of course, you know, if some of us who eat seafood, you know, that's the place to have it. And your grandma is in Lima?
My family is in Lima, and it's very funny that the last message that Mita shared, it says Pablo Valverde, which is my second last name. Well, we have two last names here, father and mother, so Valverde is my other last name. And yeah, in Lima you can find the best food, but here in Cusco there are more organic, vegetarian and vegan places, which are very unique, and they are working wonderful things. Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll have you come back and as you expand your menu. And it's called muyu. And tell us about the meaning of muyu. It's a
muyu is basically spondylus, which is this shell. It's a and it's funny because I first got this necklace that it's from it's handmade, and a person was selling it there in the spot on the street, and I saw it and I felt that it resonated with me, and I didn't know about this shell, and he told me that it's from the north of the country, and in the time of the Incas it used to had the value of gold, or it was more valuable than gold, and they use it to exchange goods. It was like money. So, and now I know and I see why, because I'm from the north, and my family is from there as well. And this is a spondylus, and the name is muyu as well, and it's the name of the restaurant. And then I met the restaurant. I used to go there all the time to the valley, to Pisac. It was there for 22 years. I used to go there always, and I took all of the people that I know there. Either if it was for a festival or something, first, okay, let me take you somewhere, and we had the food, and then we can go on with the day. And then I found out that they wanted to close the place. The original owner is traveling now. I think he's in London now, and he was giving conferences about San Pedro medicine, the cactus. So he's more into this now. He was there for 20 years in the restaurant, and I just love this food. So that's why I brought all the place. And the lady lives here in the city, so that's more convenient. Our chef lives here. She used to go to the Sacred Valley every day for 20 years. And now it's the two of us, so yeah.
Right, so tell us the address of Muyu. And Muyu, by the way, when I was in Ecuador, I was introduced to this spondylus, and I bought a lot of earrings and a necklace. So I forgot to wear it today. And so to just honor Muyu, and it's really beautiful shell, lovely purple and orange.
Yeah, purple, orange, and red. This is something really special.
Yes.
Because they basically find it there, and it's like a fossil. So.
And then the spiky shell.
Like this.
See, it's beautiful how the striations are.
Yeah.
And of course, it was used as coins, as gold and currency.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to tell us where it is so people can find you? Like Mita is telling us about London, so we'll go there, and let's see what time we have. And there's one watia, and this is Mercedes from last time invited me to, and we're cooking potatoes in a clay oven from the mud oven. So I don't know if you are ready to show that, but before that, definitely tell us where to go.
Okay.
On the street.
Yeah. Okay. We are in San Blas area. That is the most beautiful area and neighborhood in Cusco, because it's very traditional. The houses and the construction, basically the architecture is the same as it was many years ago.
The colonial side, though, the Spanish side, not quite, because they took over the palaces and the homes of the Incans.
Of course.
Right?
So we are here in this area. This is why we're in an old building. It used to be a house. And yeah, it's San Blas neighborhood, and the street is Recoleta. Yes, Recoleta Street.
Recoleta.
Yeah, this is where we are. Yeah.
So my king, shall we see the video for Mercedes?
Yes, let's see. Sharon, you ready? And then you can stay. And maybe
I've kept it ready as well, Sharon, or you can play it.
Yeah. Any other questions we can ask? Maybe you can have you back on when you expand your menu. Right. It's fun. I love this chocolate cake. Oh yeah.
No, es de la señora para su vaca, pónganlo ahí. No,
So they're collecting. This is the land. This is Mercedes' land from Mixura, remember? And here.
Are they supposed to bring it? Put in there your boxes. Allá, hija, hay que ponerlo. And then. El pocillo más llevarlo allá. And then she's getting the twigs, and you're getting the soil. Everyone's collecting the soil.
So this is done only twice a year. I mean, July and August, twice in 2 months, when it's very dry, and the plant naturally dries in the earth.
Hello. So Vicente is doing this.
Watia. For the watia?
Construction of the watia. And here the potitos. Ay, esta Rosa no sabe, nunca habrá hecho watia, definitivamente, Rosa. Tengo una hermana más bruta que las brutas, de verdad. Le digo camote pa' watia, grandes camotes. Camote, ¿ya camote? ¿Ya camote?
So this is also part of the land, and they're beautiful. And it's ancient land. This land belongs to Mercedes and the family, and his sisters and 3 brothers. Valley. This is really land before the Okay, we go back to building the watia. And you can see families on the land, you know, in different parts. And I was wondering what they were doing. And they were just baking potatoes, basically.
Today? Okay, I want to take this.
Excuse the camera work.
No pee-pee there, no?
This doggy had been pee-peeing on everywhere. Don't pee-pee on the beans. The editor, but this not mixed up. This is already done, but we'll probably backtrack with the building of it. Now it's just showing the pictures already put in.
Oh. Oh.
Ahí son. Son diferentes. Sí, solo han traído 4 camotes. Tanta cosa, pues. Y esta cosa, ¿y en eso? Sí me hace la espera. Pala, patpal. ¿Pala? Sí, pala. Escupiste que el encima de la papa.
Así.
Miren, tiene una papa en por Dios. No es la gusanera. ¿Lo pongo? Sí. Estoy tomando.
Papas. Sí, ahí.
¿Qué haces, Ama?
Sí.
¿Qué haces, Ama?
Sí, it's in the video.
Natalie, ellos son
That's
primos.
Abba, right? Abba, fava beans, fresh fava beans.
No pidas nada.
Se detenga ahí. Aquí, muy rico.
Muy rico.
Muy rico,
comer.
come.
De
La papa.
papas. La
No, te
papas.
ayuda, dicen.
La papas. Sí. Sí, sí,
Muy
sí.
rico la papa.
And Abba.
Papa.
Abba?
Yeah. Sí, habas.
Habas.
Come, come.
Caliente. Caliente, muy caliente.
Muy
Ay,
rico,
ay.
come. You eat. Ella es vegetariana, pesa buena con eso.
Vegetariana no.
No, vegetariana.
Come cuy.
Muy rico.
Muy rico. Delicious. Fava beans fresh from the ground. From the watia. Watai. Yeah. Muy rico. Very smoky, really nice.
Muy rico.
And then with the skin? Turn this around. Euphemia, you know how to make also. This one. She can tell us about this too. So it was really good, and we had fresh cheese with it, and it was so yummy, very smoky. And Mita is also saying that there's something, the clay oven, yes, in Gujarat. I know this is such an ancient tradition. There's another thing that's called pachamanca, and it's underground. If you notice this is not underground. It's on top of the ground, and the lumps of mud is just naturally already occurring because it's a dry season, July, August, dry but very cold. And they just pick up this mud and they build it up like this, and then they build that oven above ground. And then below, after that, the pachamanca. See, come. The pachamanca is underground. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's just saying that pachamanca is different because it goes underground with large and hot rocks. So that you put the potatoes, yuca, sweet potato, yeah, and beans as well. We also have corn. Everything goes together, and the hot rocks on top. Yeah, it's a different kind of cooking, and in the end, the final result is different as well from the one that you witnessed.
And how is it different?
It's a little more like dry. Yeah.
Oh, a little dry. Okay.
A little.
It's some wonderful cultures like in Gujarat and in Hawaii. There's the luau as well, and the Native Americans, we put the salmon in it, the river trout and salmon. It's like, oh, okay. So
it's just for you.
Yeah, and oh, we are out of time. Shall we? I've got 2 more videos, but we keep it for next time.
Waiting, yes, we can play the video because it was nice to have live Myra here. So
Yes.
what we will do?
Yes, it was
the video
really
some
wonderful.
other time. Keep a record. Manu can still keep it. Sharon, how about we have Vaichin doing a 5-minute meditation before we close?
Yes, I think that's a beautiful idea.
And Myra, just before we close, with your wonderful smile and your nice energy and aura, we'll invite you back again. We'll promote your restaurant when it's ready. Just tell us, we'll put it in social media. And tell the chef at the back, muchas gracias. He's looking at the back. If you just tell us.
Yes.
Yes. And
Yeah.
tell her, thank you very much. We love her. She's such a, I think she has got a lot of home cooking experience that will be very good for the restaurant.
Of course, yeah.
So Myra, on behalf of everybody at Healing Our Earth, including our coordinator, our roving ambassador, Dr. Wai Ching there, and everyone from Healing Our Earth, thank you very much for bringing nice energy, your knowledge, lovely dishes. We hope to see you regularly. You're part of the family. Together with Wai Ching, let us have a nice meditation from both of you.
Right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and it has been a wonderful experience. Of course, I'm down for more. Thank you. We can go to Mercado and show you as well.
Yes, we will do that. We'll take a live visit. Sharon does lovely photo shoots and video shoots. So we always enjoy the last couple of hours in America. We always gallivant into different places. We explore. We feel very close to you because you live on the line of equator, which is where I was born in Africa. So some of the dishes are almost similar. So we enjoy when Wai Ching goes from different country to different country. Wai Ching, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and lead us into a lovely gastronomical medication.
Yes, and I want to dedicate this meditation to Pachamama, our Mother Earth. And thank you, Neil, for creating Healing Our Earth so we can all come together as souls and to exchange this beauty of honoring the beauty and the bounty of Mother Earth. So as we close our eyes and travel downwards into Pachamama, into Mother Earth, we take a deep breath and we breathe in the celestial beings that guide us. And I offer these 3 coca leaves in the tradition of the Andes to them and to the earth. For the bounty, we give thanks, we are grateful. Breathing in down into our lungs, into our hearts, and expanding our hearts in this breath of life. As we blow on the coca leaves, representing the kingdom of the plants We also give thanks to the plant medicine spirits that guide us to give us medicine and food to nourish us as humans on the planet. Breathing in again from the sun, the moon, the stars, and the planets. The elements that give us life on this beautiful planet Earth. We offer our thanks again. And breathing out our love to all our friends and family, and to our communities, and to people in the cities, and people who are healing. We send our magic and our blessings, surrounding the Mother Earth and protecting Mother Earth. Breathing again, we come back into our bodies and smiling in our hearts with gratitude, smiling into our lips and our eyes. And we come back when we're ready with a beautiful global namaste to everyone.